Hallo und herzlich willkommen zu Contradiction. Spot the Liar. Wir haben es hier mit einem FMV-Adventure zu tun, also ein Full-Motion-Videospiel. Und ich freue mich schon so richtig drauf, das Spiel zocken zu dürfen. Ich habe mich locker 2 Jahre lang geziert, das Spiel zu spielen. Das ist seit 2 Jahren in meiner Steam-Bibliothek. Es liegt daran, dass es keine deutschen Untertitel hat, das Spiel. Die Sprachausgabe ist auf Englisch, finde ich auch cool. Kann auch so bleiben, ist auch geil. Da hört man noch andere Akzente und so weiter. Aber der Untertitel ist immer auf Englisch gewesen. Aber wie man sieht, ist hier alles auf Deutsch. Denn ich habe aus Jux jetzt einfach mal nach einem Patch geschaut online und habe sogar eins gefunden. Und auf den ersten Blick scheint alles zu funktionieren. Und da möchte ich auch gerne mal einen Shoutout geben. Und zwar an compiware-forum.de. Und der das gepostet hat, ist Ganymed. Vielen Dank für diesen Patch. Wir werden jetzt zocken. Ich hoffe mal, alles wird funktionieren. Und ich würde jetzt einfach mal sagen, viel Spaß und los geht's. Let's go. Starten wir ein neues Spiel. Contradiction.
My name is Jenks, Detective Inspector Frederick Jenks, and I've been assigned to a last-minute investigation into the death of Kate Vine, a PhD student found drowned at midnight last Friday in a lake in the woods on the outskirts of the tiny village of Edenton. I have until first thing tomorrow morning to decide whether her death was a simple accident or whether this was murder. Kate Vine appeared to the world to be a bright, confident, fun-loving PhD student with everything to live for. However, a history of depression and alcoholism revealed in her medical records suggests that in reality, she had become adept at hiding behind a mask. A lab report indicating a high level of alcohol in her blood, along with the late hour of her death and a lack of witnesses, makes a strong case that this was suicide. But the verdict overlooked some curious details. Why was her driving license found on the opposite side of the lake in which she drowned? Also, there were traces of morphine in Kate's system. Where did she get it? Kate was known to be a free spirit with a nihilistic love of danger, which may, in part, have something to do with a business course called Atlas, which Kate had joined and which she had been attending on the night of her death. Based in a large, stately home on the outskirts of the village, the exclusive Atlas is run by father and son team, Paul and Ryan Rand. Both were interviewed following Kate's death, but neither claimed to have seen Kate after the meeting, and both were understandably eager to distance themselves and Atlas from the tragedy. This isn't the first time that Atlas has been investigated. Atlas and their questionable methods, which many have suggested border on mind control. Ryan is married to Rebecca, landlady of Edenton's village pub, the George and Dragon. As yet, she hasn't been interviewed, though it's likely Kate visited the pub on more than one occasion. One of Kate's friends was Emma Bowman, who lives at Eden Lodge on the road leading out of Edenton village. Emma was also doing a PhD at the same university, but didn't attend Atlas. Interviewed after Kate's death, Emma seemed shocked and upset, insisting she hadn't seen Kate that night. However, it turned out her boyfriend had. Simon Thompson met Emma at university. After completing his degree around 18 months ago, he went to work at a shop in the neighbouring village. He started at the Atlas course a few months ago. Simon insisted that he didn't see Kate after the meeting, but the sergeant interviewing him noted he seemed oddly unmoved by her death, which makes him the first person I want to see tonight. It's time for some answers.
Ich brauche ein paar Antworten. Vergessen Sie nicht, die Karte und die Tipps zu benutzen. Okay. Wir müssen hier wirklich einiges herausfinden. Und das waren jetzt auch sehr viele Informationen. Ich habe mir nicht alles gemerkt. Gucken wir einfach mal, was hier alles so abgeht. Lesen wir mal hier durch. Willkommen in Edenton Village. Klicke jetzt die Pfeile, um dich im Dorf zu bewegen. Siehst du die Lupe? Probiere die Untersuchen-Taste, um Jenks ermitteln zu lassen. Der Typ heißt Jenks, hat so einen komischen Hut auf. Gehen Sie links die West Street hinunter. Finde ich geil, das ist jetzt alles auf Deutsch. Das ist alles auf Deutsch. Es wäre jetzt alles auf Englisch gewesen. Gehen Sie in den Pub. Gehen Sie rechts in die North Lane. Ich guck mal, was hier alles abgeht. Ja, okay, ich habe das verstanden. Drücke das Ausrüstungssymbol, um deine gesammelten Sachen zu sehen. Objekte und von Jenks gesammelte Infos. Und von Jenks gesammelte Infos. Glaubst du an einer Stelle ein Objekt zu benutzen zu können? Versuche das Benutzen-Symbol. Okay. Kate Vine ist gestorben, ja? In ihrem Blut war Alkohol, aber auch Morphium. Woher kommt Morphium? Kriegt man doch normalerweise nur aus dem Krankenhaus. Oder man besorgt sich illegal irgendwie sowas. Kate Vines Tod. Für Kate Vines Leiche wurde am frühen Samstagmorgen im Waldsee aufgefunden. Kates Fahrerlaubnis, gefunden am Seeufer in der Nähe ihrer Leiche mit einem Stück Klebeband daran. An dieser Stelle kann Kates verlorene Fahrerlaubnis nicht verwendet werden. Okay, das ist auch einfoliert und das ist das Klebeband. Hier ist auch aus wie ein Pflaster. Was haben wir hier? Klicken Sie auf einen Pin oder steuern Sie auf der Karte mit dem Controller nach links und rechts und drücken Sie die Auswahltaste, um zu der gewünschten Position zu gelangen. Also wir spielen hier mit der Maus. Okay, was haben wir hier? Tipps anzeigen. Was war das jetzt? Karte anzeigen. Inventar anzeigen. Tipps anzeigen. Erkunden Sie lieber die Gegend um Eden Lodge. Sie haben auch Dinge, zu denen Sie Simon und Emma bis jetzt nicht befragt haben. Ich habe bis jetzt noch niemanden befragt. Und zurück zum Hauptmenü. Das sind noch überall Autos. Das ist jetzt hier ein Standbild. Finden wir uns mal in das Spiel rein hier. Geh mal in den Pub. Hallo? Geht keiner ran? Vielleicht funktioniert es ja, wenn ich öfters dran klopfe und dann kommt jemand, macht die Tür auf und sagt, nervt mich nicht oder so. Okay, da passiert nichts. So, dann schauen wir mal weiter. So. Dann geh mal rechts in die North Lane. Hier kann ich irgendwas machen. Kann ich mit dem Inventar hier das darüber ziehen? Auch nicht, ne? Guck mal, wenn ich das erziehe, da steht da Chrome Extension. Okay. Klick das mal weg, geh mal in die North Lane. Okay, nach rechts die Woods Lane entlang. Folgen Sie dem Weg weiter. Gehen Sie zurück ins Dorfzentrum. Es ist jetzt kein Standbild. Vielleicht war das andere auch kein Standbild. Irgendwo anklopfen geht nicht. Geh mal weiter der Woods Lane entlang. Woods Lane entlang. Ah, ist auch kein Standbild, weil hier bewegt sich auch ein bisschen was. Geh mal weiter in den Wald. Oh, wir gehen viel zu weit zurück. Geh mal, kann ich die Karte aktivieren? Warte mal. Jetzt sieht man, wo ich gerade bin. Leichenfundort. Was gibt er mir als Tipp? Eden Lodge. Hier gehen wir zu Eden Lodge. Ich klicke drauf, da passiert jetzt nichts. Also müssen wir hinlaufen. Na gut, okay, geh weg. Ah, hier, da komme ich ja sogar zu Eden Lodge. Hier steht die Eden Lodge. Hier kann ich auch eine Lupe benutzen, sag mal. Schau dich mal um.
Very trusting, leaving a bike unlocked. Looks like homebrew equipment. Ah, this might come in handy.
Hat er sich was eingesteckt? Er sagt sehr vertrauenswürdig hier und keiner wird was klauen, aber der Typ ist fremd und kommt her und klaut was. Okay, was habe ich jetzt in meiner Inventarliste? Ein Schraubenzieher. Schraubenzieher aus der Kiste vor der Eden Lodge. Kiste mit leeren Flaschen. Ist alles eingesackt. Lass mal ganz kurz. Ich fand irgendwie sein. Der hat viel zu leise geredet. Die Musik ist viel zu laut. Videodynamik. Keine Ahnung, lass da mal weiter gucken nochmal. Ich würde mir gerne den Prolog nochmal anschauen.
My name is Jenks, Detective Inspector Frederick Jenks, and I've been assigned to a last-minute investigation into the death of Kate Vine, a PhD student found drowned at midnight last Friday in a lake in the woods on the outskirts of the tiny village of Edenton. I have until first thing tomorrow morning to decide whether her death was a simple accident or whether this was murder. Kate Vine appeared to the world to be a bright, confident, fun-loving PhD student with everything to live for. However, a history of depression and alcoholism revealed in her medical records suggests that in reality, she had become adept at hiding behind.
Okay, sie hat auch mit Depression zu kämpfen gehabt. Ich werde mir immer wieder hier mal reinschauen, mir nochmal den Prolog anschauen werden. Deutsche Sprache. So. Ja, klopf mal an.
Is it Simon?
Yeah.
Detective Inspector Jenks. I'm investigating an incident in the village. Could I come in and ask you a few questions, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wieso gucken wir nach links und rechts? Sehr verdächtig.
We can just go through here if you want. Emma's working in the front room.
Hi.
This is Inspector James.
Jenks.
What's all this about?
There was a death in the village. Kate Vine, I believe you both knew her.
Yeah. Do you need to speak to both of us?
I'll just speak to Simon first, if that's okay.
Just come through. Is it okay in here?
Oh, this will be fine, yeah.
Do you want anything? Water?
No, I won't be long.
Okay.
Soundqualität ist auch nicht so toll. Aber es ist Charme. Hat einen gewissen Charme. Ja, low budget halt, aber gut gemacht. Obwohl, das wirklich ist gar nicht so low budget. Der Hauptdarsteller, der spielt irgendwie gut, hat eben gute Gesichtszüge gehabt. Aber halt ist nicht das größte Budget, Mann, ne? Okay. Dein erstes Verhör. Klicke zuerst ein Objekt, über das du reden möchtest. Drücke jetzt die Auswahltaste, um Jenks darüber sprechen zu lassen. Hast du eine Antwort erhalten, siehst du eine Zusammenfassung des Besagten in der unteren Box. Simon sagt bla bla bla, er sagte auch bla 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 und er sagte bla bla bla. Mir gefällt es irgendwie. Mir gefällt es. So, fang erst mal an. Achso, warte mal, da steht noch was. Beim Klick auf ein bereits besprochenes Symbol wird eine Zusammenfassung der Antworten gezeigt. Klicke jetzt auf eine Antwort, um sie rechts der Widerspruchbox hinzuzufügen. Es können gleichzeitig 2 Antworten hinzugefügt werden. Uiuiui. Jetzt kannst du nach Widersprüchen suchen. Ich habe doch noch gar keine Frage gestellt. Dementsprechend noch keine Antwort erhalten. Finde 2 widersprüchliche Antworten und füge diese der Widerspruchbox hinzu. Werden diese dann grün? Lehne dich zurück und beobachte, wie Jenks den Gesprächspartner verhört. Ja, spannend, geil. Ich habe richtig Bock auf so ein Murder Mystery. Ich suche auch die ganze Zeit online nach Murder Mystery Spielen. Da gibt's gar nicht so viele. Da gibt's auch diese ganzen CSI und Law and Order Spiele. Ich habe die mir alle gekauft. Alle habe ich mir gekauft. Die kann ich nicht auf dem PC zocken, weil die Spiele auf dem PC nicht funktionieren. Ich müsste mir einen Windows XP PC kaufen und keine Ahnung, wie das dann laufen würde. Okay, Jenks befragte Simon bis jetzt noch nicht darüber. Auswählen, um zu fragen, was er weiß. Red jetzt mal über Kate. Ja.
When was the last time you saw Kate Vine?
So last Friday's meeting, I think.
Did you see her after the meeting?
No.
How long have you known Kate?
That would be when we started Atlas. 3 months ago?
Did you socialize outside Atlas?
No.
How would you describe her? What sort of person was she?
Well, she's talented. She was full of life, you know? Sharp, quite sharp.
Would you say she had any emotional problems?
Her mood could change. And, well, there was the drinking problem.
When did you become aware of that?
Well, she would come drunk to meetings sometimes. She would reek of the stuff. I mean, everyone knew, but nobody really said anything.
So, tell me a bit about Atlas.
Oh, it's just a business management training program for postgrads.
And you started this after you left college?
Yeah.
And it's on every Friday?
Yeah, well, my group isn't doing it this Friday, but one of the groups is.
Okay, thanks.
Hab mich hier noch ein bisschen eingerichtet. Okay, er sah Kate zuletzt beim Atlas-Treffen letzten Freitag. Er kennt Kate erst seit 3 Monaten. Er kennt Kate erst seit 3 Monaten, hat außerhalb von Atlas nicht mit Kate getroffen. Ach, ich kann gar nicht mal reden. Hat sich außerhalb von Atlas nicht mit Kate getroffen. Ich bin ein bisschen aufgeregt, ich bin nervös irgendwie, keine Ahnung warum. Weil ich jetzt seit 2 Jahren irgendwie auf das Spiel gewartet habe. Kein Plan. Kate schien bei Atlas oft betrunken zu sein. Aha. Gucken wir noch mal rein. Ich will gerne seinen Gesichtsausdruck mir anschauen. Ich habe mich die ganze Zeit hier umgesetzt, während das Video lief.
When was the last time you saw Kate Vine?
So last Friday's meeting, I think.
Did you see her after the meeting?
No.
How long have you known Kate?
That would be when we started Atlas. 3 months ago?
Did you socialize outside Atlas?
No.
How would you describe her? What sort of person was she?
Well, she's talented. She was full of life, you know? Sharp, quite sharp.
Would you say she had any emotional problems?
Her mood could change. And, well, there was the drinking problem.
When did you become aware of that?
Well, she would come drunk to meetings sometimes. She would reek of the stuff. I mean, everyone knew, but nobody really said anything.
So, tell me a bit about Atlas.
Oh, it's just a business management training program for postgrads.
And you started this after you left college?
Yeah.
And it's on every Friday?
Yeah, well, my group isn't doing it this Friday, but one of the groups is.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Wir fragen dir einfach alles.
Did you know whether Kate had lost this or not?
No. No, I don't think so. I've never seen it before.
Komisch, wie der gerade reagiert hat. Ich will es mir nochmal anschauen.
Did you know whether Kate had lost this or not?
No. No, I don't think so. I've never seen it before.
Ich hab's noch nie gesehen. Was wissen Sie über ein ungesichertes Fahrrad?
Whose is the bike outside?
Oh, that's my cousin's. He lent me it. I need to buy a new lock for it, though.
So it's your bike at the moment?
Yeah. There's no bus service to speak of around here, so it's really the only way to get around.
Hier kommt kein Bus, deswegen hat er ein Fahrrad. Und deswegen ist es auch nicht angeschlossen, weil es kein Schloss hat. Was wissen Sie über den Schraubenzieher, den ich geklaut habe? Okay, es bringt nicht Simon über Schraubenzieher zu befragen. Aber ich kann ihn über leere Flaschen befragen.
I noticed a lot of bottles outside. Are they yours?
Yeah, I make homebrew.
For yourself?
Well, no, I give it out to my friends and stuff. I tried selling it at first, but I didn't have any takers. Except for James over at the farmhouse. I used to trade it to him for herbs and stuff.
Do you see James a lot?
No, not really.
Vielleicht hast du auch Flaschen an Kate verschenkt oder verkauft sogar? Hier werden Widersprüche angezeigt. Und hier. Ach so. Ich habe einfach draufgeklickt und dann kam das hier. Simon sah Kate zum letzten Mal am vergangenen Freitag beim Atlas-Treffen in der Nacht ihres Todes. Und er kennt sie erst seit 3 Monaten? Ich muss erstmal herausfinden, was hier abgeht. Weiß nicht über die Fahrerlaubnis, aber ich kann es hier kombinieren mit dem hier. Warte, Alkoholproblem. Komm, wir nehmen das mit dem Alkohol. Nenne hier Alkohol und dann das selbstgebraute. Das kann ich hier nicht reinziehen. Ich müsste halt herausfinden, ob irgendwo Alkohol von ihr drin ist in ihrem Körper, was von ihm ist. Kann ich eigentlich dann nochmal zu ihm zurückgehen? Ich überlege gerade, ob ich einfach zu Emma gehe. Dann kann ich irgendwie Widersprüche erstmal herausfinden.
Thank you. Probably be back later. Don't worry, it's only a few questions.
Yeah.
Die hat irgendwie keinen Bock mit mir zu reden, ne? Vorhin schon bei der Begrüßung. Hat sie echt keinen Bock gehabt auf mich. Fangen wir direkt zum Anfang an.
When was the last time you saw Kate Vine?
It was last Thursday in the college library. I saw her and we chatted for a bit. She seemed her usual self.
What was her usual self?
Oh, just Kate being Kate. You know, a bit wild.
Wild? In what way wild?
Oh, she just used to question everything, you know. Have arguments with the lecturers, things like that.
What else?
Kate had a drink problem.
How noticeable was that?
Well, it wasn't at first, but as the year went on, she'd be drunk in the afternoon. But I think she cut down, you know, towards the end of college and when she started her PhD.
Wie, die hat sich jetzt zurückgehalten. Und der andere Typ Simon hat die ganze Zeit gesagt, die hat immer gestunken nach Alkohol. Also Emma hat Kate zuletzt am Donnerstag gesehen. In der Uni. Kate benahm sich wie immer. Und sie war streitlustig. Aber auch an der Uni hatte sie ein Alkoholproblem. Und sie sah Kate nicht oft. Zeig mal hier den Führerschein.
Did you know whether Kate had lost this or not?
I don't know, but I don't think so.
Okay.
Was wissen Sie über das Fahrrad?
Whose is the bike outside?
Oh, it's Simon's cousin's. He uses it to get to work.
You know the lock's broken.
Oh, I know. I keep telling him to fix it.
Okay, das ist zumindest kein Widerspruch. Das ist die gleiche Story. Kiste mit leeren Flaschen.
What's the stack of bottles outside?
Oh, that's all Simon's stuff. You better ask him. I don't know.
Have you ever tried Simon's homebrew?
Me? No. I don't like beer. I only drink wine. I can't stand spirits either.
Interessant. Der hat keine Ahnung von den leeren Flaschen, aber wenn es um selbstgebraute geht, hat die gleich was antworten können. Glaubt nicht, dass Kate ihren Führerschein verloren hat. Sie war streitlustig, aber benahm sich wie immer. Was hat denn das zu bedeuten? Das kann die nicht irgendwie... Zum Glück ist es auf Deutsch, ich sag's ganz ehrlich, Mann. Ich versuche einfach mal ein paar Sachen zu kombinieren. Sie trinkt nur Wein. Wein. Gehen wir nochmal zurück zu Simon. Vielleicht kann ich jetzt was kombinieren.
Thank you.
Es muss grün werden, hieß es. Das mit dem Fahrrad hat sich ja gedeckt mit den Aussagen von Emma. Er verkaufte es nur an James, aber James sieht er nicht oft. Komisch. Ja, hier ist auch ein kleiner Rechtschreibfehler. Ist auch wurscht. Ich kann nicht mal richtig Deutsch reden. So. Das Fahrrad gehört Simons Cousin. Was soll ich da jetzt machen? Ich finde da gar keine Widersprüche gerade. Ist halt interessant, dass er am Freitagmorgen gefunden wurde und er hat sie am Freitag noch gesehen. Wir gehen mal hier weg. Wir gehen mal hier raus, wir gehen mal weiter. Hier könnte ich noch mal Emma sprechen, oder was?
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Was hat das mit dem Streit hier zu tun? Die Frage ist, wie es... Nee, also...
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Geh mal weg. Dann gehen wir zurück, schauen wir uns hier nochmal um. Ist hier noch irgendwas? Geh mal weiter in den Wald. Geh mal hier lang. Ist hier was? Geh mal hier weiter, hier lang. Richtung Körper. Geh mal zum Bootssteg. Schau dich mal um.
Looks like a piece of jewelry there, stuck between the boards. Well and truly wedged in.
Wir nehmen deinen Schraubenzieher. Kann ich den benutzen? Aha.
Interesting. I thought forensics had checked the whole area. Obviously not very well.
Spurensicherung hat wohl nicht viel gesehen. Da ist was. Zerbrochener Anhänger. Ein zerbrochener Kettenanhänger wurde in der Nähe des Waldsees gefunden. Ich drück drauf. Anwenden geht nicht. Da oben links steht noch ein Text. An dieser Stelle kann Anhänger nicht verwendet werden. Alles klar, verstanden. Ich glaube, hier haben wir alles schon mal. Geh mal weiter nach rechts in den Wald. Geh mal auf die Lichtung. Hier ist nichts. Jetzt geh mal nach rechts Richtung Atlas. Oh. Geh mal direkt zum Gelände. Betrete das Gebäude.
Have to come back later, I think.
Ja, schauen wir später nochmal nach. Wir können irgendwie das vielleicht knacken oder so. Und den Schraubenzieher benutzen. Der Schraubenzieher kann nicht verwendet werden. Dann gehen wir zurück in den Wald. Hier der Waldweg. Ah, hier ist wieder die Lodge. Der rechte Weg da.
Always
Ist
nice
spannend
to
irgendwie.
randomly find a key on the floor.
Und was noch?
Wow, isn't that interesting?
Okay. Ich habe da jetzt nicht gelesen, was da stand. Ich habe gedacht, er liest es vor. Oder war der Schlüssel vielleicht für das Schloss? Gehen wir mal Richtung Atlas. Ein verlorener Schlüssel. Ein Schlüssel in der Nähe des Gemeindehauses gefunden. Ne, den Schlüssel kann ich nicht hier benutzen. Dann weiß ich wenigstens Bescheid. Boah, ich werde mich hier oft verlaufen. Rebecca's Pub. Geh mal die West Street hinunter. Hinter das Brandon Haus gehen. Ist hier was Besonderes? Dann gehen wir wieder weg. Gehen Sie links die West Street hinunter. Den Chief anrufen. Ganz schön lange her, dass ich in der Telefonzelle war. Geht jemand ran? Vielleicht muss man noch 10 Minuten warten, am Ende kommt doch einer an. Aber guck mal, hier gibt es sogar Cheats. Cheats! Geh mal weiter runter. Jetzt haben die Fotos auch anders, weil ich gerade auf einem anderen Weg zurückgehe. Das haben die geil gemacht. Muss man echt nochmal nachdenken hier. Da passiert nichts. Wieso ist hier so ein... Guck mal hier... So ein Finger und sonst ist hier nur die Maus. Aber da geht auch nicht hin. Ich kann da gar nichts machen. Guck mal, ich kann das Fenster irgendwie anklicken. Kann ich den Schlüssel benutzen? Ein Schraubenzieher? Was haben wir denn hier? Gehen wir zum Zentrum. Wer kennt sich am besten mit Spuck aus? Sie haben auch Dinge, zu denen sie Simon und Emma bis jetzt noch nicht befragt haben. Ich gehe auch hin, frage dir mal wegen den Anhänger. Ich guck mal, was ich hier noch entdecken kann. Ja, dann gehen wir zur Lodge wieder.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Was wissen Sie über diesen Anhänger hier?
Recognize this at all?
Does remind me of something. I don't know. I've seen it somewhere, but no, I don't know.
Oh oh, oh oh. Er kennt die Halskette vage wieder. Gehen wir mal zu Emma.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Was weiß sie über diesen Anhänger?
Ever seen this?
Da guck wie Jim Carrey
Looks
manchmal.
like, that's my old necklace. I gave this to Kate.
So Kate might have been wearing it last Friday.
Yeah, well, perhaps, but I can't see why. She was always buying new things, you know, lots of jewelry, stuff like that. It's meant to be a bird in cage, but the cage's fallen off. I'll show you.
Where did you buy it?
I didn't. Some wanted present.
Secret admirer.
Not so secret.
I see.
That's how it should have looked. It's called a freedom necklace.
Do you mind if I keep this?
No, not at all.
So the necklace did belong to Kate. Interesting. I'm starting to wish I'd brought a spare evidence bag.
Langsam wünsche ich hätte eine extra Tasche für Beweise dabei. Okay. Der Anhänger gehörte Kate. Karte der Freiheitskette. Gehen wir nochmal zu Simon.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Was war denn das eben mit dieser Kette da?
You know what this is?
Yeah. Yeah, I think Emma had one like it. Actually, you know what? Kate had one. I remember because I asked her about it one night when we were all out drinking in college. I was probably pretty drunk.
That's what college is all about.
Ich glaube, wir haben den ersten Widerspruch, ne? Wird das nicht grün? Ja, aber wieso erinnert es sich dann jetzt nicht? Warte mal, du gehst mit der... Hat er nicht gesagt, er hat kaum was mit dir zu tun gehabt? Er hat sich außerhalb von Atlas nicht mit Kate getroffen, aber er war was mit ihr trinken. Wieso wird es nicht grün?
That's all for the moment. Thank you. Be back later on, if that's okay.
Sie sollten den Chief für neue Infos anrufen. Ich habe den doch eben angerufen, aber da ging er nicht mal ran. Warte mal, kann ich jetzt mal hier endlich da hingehen? Oder muss ich da immer jetzt noch rumlaufen? Ah, jetzt habe ich Schnellzugriff. Sehr gut. Hier ist die Telefonzelle. Ach so, jetzt wegen der Kette. Wegen Emmas Aussage.
Hello?
Chief?
Yep.
It's Jenks. I've questioned Simon Thompson and Emma Bowman so far. Oh, and I found a pendant by the lake, which turns out to have been Emma's. But Emma gave it to Kate. So, chances are, Kate was wearing it the night she drowned.
What does Thompson know about it?
Simon doesn't seem to know much.
I don't trust Thompson. Then again, I don't trust Emma that much either. Try and get a bit of background on them, you know, usual stuff. When did Emma meet Kate? How long have they known each other? How long has Thompson known her? Give me a call back when you've got some more.
Thanks, Chief.
Okay, wir müssen weiter mit ihnen reden. Jetzt haben wir auch diese Schnellzugriffe hier. Oh, der kriegt aber Blasen, wenn er die ganze Zeit diese Schuhe anhat.
Couple more questions, if that's okay.
Ich soll doch die fragen, wie die kennengelernt haben.
Thank you. Probably be back later. That's it for the time being. Thank you.
Komisch, ich konnte jetzt nicht fragen. Ah, okay, irgendwo muss es einen Widerspruch geben.
A few more questions, please. Thank you.
Gehen wir mal zu Emma.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Sie sagt Kate nicht sehr oft, aber hat ihr eine Kette geschenkt? Hm. Krass, dass es hier auch auf Deutsch ist. Eine Kette.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Gehen wir nochmal zu Simon. Der hat sich mit der nicht getroffen, aber der hat doch was mit ihr getrunken, hat er gesagt. Simon sagte, er habe Kate an der Uni eine Freiheitshalskette getragen sehen. Hier steht, er hat sich außerhalb von Atlas nicht mit Kate getroffen. Atlas ist doch nicht die Uni. Wo ist der Widerspruch? Da muss was mit der Kette sein.
Be back later on, if that's okay. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Geh mal zu Simon nochmal. Der Simon hat doch komisch geredet, Mann.
Aha. So how did you know Kate was wearing a freedom necklace 18 months ago? At college?
Well, I knew Kate at college, but I didn't get to know her till we started Atlas.
Right, so you didn't socialise with her at college?
No.
And you didn't socialise with her outside of Atlas?
No.
You didn't see her outside Atlas at all?
No, not at all.
Lügner! 18 Uhr.
So Simon did know Kate at college, but why would he lie about that? Maybe he knows Kate better than he's willing to admit. 6 o'clock. I wonder if Rebecca's working in the pub tonight.
Dann gehen wir mal zum Pub. Gehen wir in den Pub. Es ist offen. Ein Budweiser bitte. Schaut euch das mal um hier. Okay. Sieht eher aus wie ein... Bisschen sogar aus wie ein Restaurant eigentlich. Da kann man sitzen, kann man was essen. Hier kann man essen sogar Kerzen. Hier kann man auch hocken. Aber ein Pub ist, glaube ich, immer so ein Allround-Ding. In England zumindest. Wo man alles machen. Ja, klingel mal.
Sorry, what can I get you?
Detective Inspector Jenks. Rebecca, is it?
Yeah.
There's been an incident in the village. I'm conducting an investigation. Could I ask you a few questions, please?
Right. Come through.
Thank you.
Oh, die ist ein bisschen nervös, oder?
What's it about?
There's been an unexplained death locally. Not sure if you've heard.
The student?
Yes.
Yes, it was dreadful news.
You're married to Ryan, one of the Atlas leaders, yes?
I suppose I am, yes.
Well, I just wanted to ask a few questions about Kate and Atlas, if that's okay.
I don't know if I'll be able to answer any of them, but sure.
Oh, die ist schon ein bisschen nervös. Was weiß sie? Fangen wir direkt oben an.
Did you know Kate?
Not very well. She came in a few times, but she was quite a moody person. You could tell she had problems.
When was the last time you saw her?
Friday. She popped in for a minute.
And when was that?
7ish.
Was she on her own?
I didn't see who she was with. She put £20 on the bar and then left.
What was that for?
A breakage, presumably.
£20? Just for a beer glass?
Well, she was very drunk. She just put it on the bar and then walked out.
Was there a broken glass?
Not that I noticed. But she was a strange girl.
Vielleicht hat sie ihr 20 Pfund geschuldet. Und sie mag sie anscheinend nicht. Und sie wollte statt Person, wollte sie ein anderes Wort, glaube ich, sagen. Sie wollte, glaube ich, das B-Wort sagen. Sie kannte nicht sie sehr gut. Zuletzt am Freitag um 19 Uhr gesehen im Pub. Und sie sah nicht, mit wem sie zusammen war. 20 Pfund für ein Glasschaden. Und sie war sehr betrunken.
Have you seen this before?
No, sorry.
So you didn't know if Kate had lost it?
No idea.
Sie arbeitet doch in einem Pub. Bestimmt hat die doch auch mal gesagt, ihr Ausweis bitte. Ich will sehen, dass du volljährig bist, bevor ich dir überhaupt ein Bier gebe. Dann hat sie vielleicht auch schon mal die Fahrerlaubnis gesehen. Das ist krass, dass es ja auch auf Deutsch ist. Ich feiere das einfach mit dem Patch. Sonst hätte ich das Spiel wahrscheinlich wieder ein paar Jahre noch liegen lassen. Selbstgebrautes.
Know anything about Simon Thompson's homebrew?
Does he make homebrew?
Apparently.
No, we do buy from a microbrewery, but we don't usually buy from kitchen breweries.
Aber Simon kennt sie. Ich kann sie über die Karte befragen.
Do you recognize this?
I've seen students wearing them. Has some sort of meaning, doesn't it? I forget what it is now.
Seen anyone wearing one recently?
Not that I can remember.
Kann ich irgendwas kombinieren? Sie hat Studenten Halsketten tragen sehen. Aber sie hat Kate letztens gesehen. Sie kannte Kate nicht sehr gut. Hm. Vielleicht hat sie ihn mit Simon gesehen?
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Hm. Wollen wir uns nochmal umschauen? Gibt es einen Hintergang zum George and Dragon? Schauen wir mal nach. Gehen wir mal raus. Ermittelt sie hinter dem Pub. Ist das schon Hausfriedensbruch?
A broken window. Recently smashed by the look of it. Might have to ask about that.
Vielleicht ist das zerbrochene Glas. Das Tape. Das war auf dem Führerschein. Das Tape war interessant, ne? Das Tape sieht genauso aus. Hier. Kann ich rein?
Hm.
Ist das vielleicht der Schlüssel? Ja. Ja, noch unauffälliger, Licht einschalten. Noch auffälliger. Atlas.
I
Oh.
wonder whose mask this is. Rebecca's or Ryan's?
Haben die in so einer Alpha-Beta-Gamma-Organisation da mitgewirkt? Irgendwelchen Ritualen? Suchen Sie hinter den Regalen.
Just looks like junk, but it's too dark to tell.
Also mit einer Taschenlampe würde ich mehr erreichen. Wir befragen Rebecca natürlich auch jetzt bezüglichen Sachen hier. Immer das gleich.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
So. Das eingeschlagene Fenster. War das Kate?
How did the window get broken out round the back?
I don't actually know. Someone said two girls were arguing outside. I found out after they'd gone.
And when was this?
Last Friday, just after we opened, about 6:30. I taped over it until I can get it fixed. We don't want people getting cut and suing us.
Does that sort of thing happen a lot? Arguments?
No, not really. I'm quite strict when it comes to borrowing clients I don't think are, suitable.
Was sagt die sich zum Fenster? Das Klebeband hat ja auch hier die Fahrerlaubnis, ne? Weil da bin ich mal gespannt, wegen bezüglicher Pappmaske.
Do you know what this is?
Oh, you'll have to ask Ryan about that.
So this is Ryan's.
It's to do with one of Ryan's methods on the course.
Go on.
Well, masks allow you to play it being someone different for a while. Students find it quite liberating.
So this would be for a student?
I think that one's Ryan's, but students do wear them, yes.
Durch die Masken wird den Studenten das Spiel einer Rolle ermöglicht. Fahrerlaubnis. Die hat die halt noch nie gesehen, aber wegen dem Band da. Kann ich das verbinden? Nee. Wir nehmen mal hier den Glasschaden und das zerbrochene Fenster.
Aha. So, you said Kate gave you £20 for a breakage, but you didn't have a breakage.
That's right.
Do you think the payment could have been for the broken window? Could it have been Kate who was arguing?
Well, I suppose it could have been, yeah. It could have been Kate, you're probably right, yeah.
But you don't know who she was arguing with?
No, I'm not sure.
I'll ask around. Not realising Kate had broken the window. Rebecca really should have worked that out before now. Unless she did. But why would she lie about that?
Kann ich sie nochmal fragen? Sie hat offensichtlich darüber gelogen, diesbezüglich.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Soll ich mal den Chef anrufen? Hey Chef. Der ist nicht erreichbar. Ach so, die Sachen, die ich jetzt herausgefunden habe, soll ich auch nochmal Simon und Emma fragen. Nochmal in den Wald gehen. Du, du, du. Hä? Was geht ab? Wer ist das denn?
Who is it? I'm a police officer, Detective Inspector Jenks. It's all right, you can carry on if you want to. I'm just going. I'm investigating a death in the village, Kate Vine. There was a death recently
I knew her.
Well, could I ask you a few questions, please?
Bit dark.
Well, if you give me your name and address, I'll come later on.
Oder
Where
auch
do you
nicht.
live? Farmhouse. And what's your name?
Ist es vielleicht Ryan gewesen? Ist hier noch was? Da war dieser Typ, ne? Aber krass, auf einmal gehe ich muss dann noch mal in den Wald, auf einmal ist da irgendeiner, der da hockt. Vorhin war ich da schon hier. Hat sich hier was geändert? Nee. Geh mal Richtung Atlas. Jetzt ist offen. Betreten Sie das Atrium. Nehmen Sie die Tür zum Wohnzimmer oder die Tür rechts. Lounge. Nennen die Wohnzimmer Reading Room. Geh mal rechts rein. So wie der Ruheraum, irgendwie sowas. Dann geh halt ins Wohnzimmer. Es kommt keiner. Gehen wir zur Lounge.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind.
Vielleicht weiß er was.
Do you know anything about a broken window at the pub?
No, I don't really go to the pub very often. I'm not exactly a pub person.
Und die Maske?
Have a look at this. Know anything about that?
I haven't seen this one, but it looks a lot like an Atlas mask. We use them for some of the workshops and stuff.
Really?
Well, you have to say something boastful or arrogant. You do it first without the mask, and then you say it with a mask.
And the point is?
Well, it's easier when you have the mask on, isn't it? People are not as afraid to be free about themselves, you know?
How did you find out about Atlas?
Well, it was advertised. Actually, I think I've still got the... This is the advert that was at my college. To be honest, I've learned more in 3 months at Atlas than I did in 3 years at business school.
Can I keep that?
Yeah, go for it.
I suppose that might be useful as a conversational starter.
Frag ihn gleich darüber, geht nicht. Der Schauspieler, der ist charismatisch, der Jenks spielt. Weiß er was über einen Streit?
Know anything about an argument at the pub last Friday?
No, I didn't go to the pub last Friday.
What did you do after the course?
Just went home. Came here. Just came straight back.
Oh, der hat irgendwie so komisch geguckt am Ende. Das hat sich jetzt nicht kombiniert. Geh mal zu Emma.
That's all for the moment, thank you.
Vielleicht hat sie sich ja mit ihr gestritten.
Know anything about a broken window at the pub round the back?
pub. A broken window at the back. Yeah, I saw it was broken.
When was that?
I was in the pub on Monday with a college friend.
Ever seen this before?
Nope, I haven't, sorry. I think I'd have remembered it.
Hat die nichts mit Atlas zu tun? Und was ist mit dem Streit?
Did you hear about an argument in the pub last Friday?
No, I wasn't there.
You weren't in the village?
No, I went home last Thursday night, actually, to see my parents.
But you do visit the pub.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I know Rebecca quite well. We all went there quite a bit after college.
Ach so, College ist Uni bei denen. Dieser College und da steht da Uni. Und die wollte Freitag sagen und nicht Donnerstag.
Did you hear about an argument in the pub last Friday?
No, I wasn't there.
You weren't in the village?
No, I went home last Thursday night, actually, to see my parents.
But you do visit the pub.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I know Rebecca quite well. We all went there quite a bit after college.
What do you know about Atlas?
I know that it's a business course. I went with Simon when he first went, but it wasn't really my thing.
How often did you go?
Just the once.
And you decided it wasn't for you?
Yeah, I'd been to something similar, so decided it wasn't for me.
Oh. Das war nichts für sie. Hat sie da vielleicht Probleme gehabt? Sie hat Donnerstag komischerweise sie gesehen. Ist hier was passiert? Streitlustig, warte mal. Irgendwas ist mit Emma. War nur einmal bei Atlas? Ich schaue mich komplett um hier.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Warte mal. Eine Farm? Abbey Farm? Ja, hier ist eine Farm eingezeichnet.
According to the map, Abbey Farm is across the road there.
Ich muss hier mal reingucken. Weil sonst, wie soll man sonst das herausfinden, das ganze Zeugs mit dieser Farm da? Da ist einfach was Neues reinkommen. Ich habe mir am Anfang gedacht, das sind vielleicht so Shortcuts so Tricks, dass ich hier reingucke, aber ich muss hier reingucken. Ich brauche die Tipps. Sonst geht's nicht weiter. Geh mal die Treppe hoch. Bevor ich an der Tür klingel, erstmal sich umschauen. Hier sind so Traktoren. Ich schau mal ins Gewächshaus. Was ist denn hier los?
Picture frames with black painted glass. Very interesting.
Warum ist es wichtig? Rahmen und Farbe. Rahmen mit schwarzem Glas wurden im Gewächshaus der Farm entdeckt. Ich kann es auch gar nicht anklicken. Ich klicke dran, aber da passiert nichts. Geh mal zu dieser sogenannten Abbey. Bitte läuten.
Could I ask you a few more questions, please? Didn't take you long. Haven't got much time.
Der ist das. Von eben.
Just close the doors, shall I? Where do you want to sit?
Oh, anywhere's fine. I didn't quite catch your name.
James, sit there.
Thank you, James.
Why are you asking me about Cape Vine?
Routine. You know Simon, don't you? Thompson.
Why, what did he say?
That you all went to college together, you and Kate. Is that right?
Might have done.
Right. Good enough.
Fangen wir direkt von oben an. Was weiß er über Kate?
When was the last time you saw Kate Vine?
Can't remember.
How did you know her?
Through Simon. His girlfriend was mates with her. Saw her around college a few times.
Did you socialize with her much?
Nah. She wasn't my type.
Okay, er ist nicht der beste Schauspieler. Aber Jenks ist ein guter Schauspieler.
Did you know whether Kate had lost this or not?
No idea.
Ja, aber ich glaube 99% der Leute können diese Frage nicht beantworten. Eine Person kann es nur beantworten. Mich interessiert nämlich, noch nie hat irgendjemand meinen Führerschein gesehen. Aber hier ist dieses Tape. Wenn, dann weiß Rebecca oder Ryan was darüber. Ich kann das Fahrrad erwähnen.
What do you know about Simon's bike?
What bike?
You haven't seen him on a bike.
I haven't seen him.
When was the last time you saw him?
About a month ago.
Und einen Monat hat Simon das letzte Mal gesehen.
Have you ever tried Simon's homebrew?
Thompson's tar? Yeah, I've tried it.
Did he sell it?
Well, not to me, not for money anyway. We used to trade stuff.
What did you trade?
I make a nice herbal tea as it happens. Him and his girlfriend were into it.
What was his beer like?
Lethal.
Strong?
Knock your eyes out.
Okay, das hat er jetzt gut gespielt. Also, Simon macht hartes Zeugs.
Ever seen one of these before? Freedom necklace.
Don't think so.
Oh oh. Dieses Gesicht.
Ever seen one of these before? Freedom necklace.
Don't think so.
Also er weiß auf jeden Fall, was das ist. Hier wird irgendwann noch ein Widerspruch sein. Er kennt weder die Karte noch die Halskette.
Know anything about a broken window at the pub?
Don't go to the pub.
You've never been to the pub.
Gell?
Didn't say that. I've been to the pub, but not for about 2 months, 3 months.
Ey, warum geht das so? Warum war er so lange nicht mehr im Pub? Der ist doch jeden Tag im Pub. Außer er chillt zu Hause mit dem selbstgebrauten Zeugs von Simon. Die Maske?
Ever seen this before?
No, should I have?
No, it's okay.
alles wird doch aufgenommen. Ein Video darüber gemacht. Der Streit.
Know anything about an argument at the pub last Friday?
No.
Okay, er weiß Bescheid über einen Streit. Atlas?
Ever seen one of these?
Seen them around college.
What do you know about it?
Not much. It's a business course. Ask Simon, he's on it.
You wouldn't be interested in that sort of thing? And you haven't discussed it with Simon?
Not really. Business doesn't interest me.
Was ist da mit diesem Rahmen da?
Now, what's all this stuff in the workshop? Paint and stencils and things like that?
Just a little sideline of mine.
Oh, you do picture framing?
They're black mirrors. Scrying mirrors.
Now, what's a scrying mirror?
Show you one if you want. Scrying goes back centuries. The ancient Persians did it. This country pagans still practice it. The fortune tellers pretend to do it. That's what the crystal ball's all about. It's all scrying. Mirror's just one way of doing it.
But what is scrying?
Depends who you are. People do it for different reasons.
What sort of reasons?
Exploring your mind, clearing your mind, communicating with the dead.
Is that what you use them for, James? Communicating with the dead?
I only make them for other people these days.
And there's a market for these, is there?
Lots of people want to talk to the dead, even if they don't believe in it.
Do you make a profit on them?
I don't do it for the money.
How very charitable of you. Can I keep this?
Keep it.
Thank you. Black mirrors and hookah pipes. I wonder what else James is into.
Also ich darf den Spiegel behalten hier. Er macht Spiegel ausschließlich für andere.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Wir kommen später nochmal. Jetzt habe ich wieder neue Sachen, jetzt muss ich wieder alle befragen. Gehen wir zu Rebecca. So, klingel mal.
Ask about a few more things, please.
So, was ist neu? Atlas.
What do you know about this?
It's an advertisement. They had it designed by an agency, I think.
And when was that?
Last year sometime.
Have you seen one of these before?
Is it meant to be black like that?
I think so.
No.
Der hat gesagt, die alten Perser haben das schon gemacht. In der Hellseherei. Krass, das ist ja dann vor 2.000-3.000 Jahren. Über 2000 Jahren.
That's it for the time being, thank you.
Gehen wir zu den anderen beiden. Zum Glück gibt es die Shortcuts hier.
Couple more questions, if that's okay?
Emma weiß nichts von den Dingen in der Bauernhofwerkstatt. Aber vielleicht zum Spiegel?
Have you seen one of these before?
Is that from James?
Now, what do you know about James?
That he's creepy. He was selling them last Friday at the market. There's a market every week type thing. And I usually go there for lunch.
So you wouldn't buy one of these?
No, I wouldn't. But Kate would.
Was she into this sort of thing?
No, I don't think so. She bought one, and I went round to her flat to try it out. You're meant to see ghosts or spirits or something. It doesn't work.
How do you use it?
You're just meant to stare into it. Shall I show you?
Go ahead.
Ja.
Okay, so you just stare like this, and then you see.
See what?
Sorry, look, you're meant to see a ghost or something. Look, it doesn't work. Didn't work, so.
Hält James für unheimlich. Gehen wir zu Simon.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Was ist hier neu?
Ever seen one of these?
Yeah, that's one of James's. He's into like New Age stuff, mysticism, magic spells, that sort of thing. He's nuts, though. I mean, he thinks the government are tracking him or something.
Why would he think that?
Well, I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
So. Aber interessant jetzt hier. Wo waren das mit Simon und James? Er hat es an James verkauft, aber James hat gesagt, dass er ihm gar nichts verkauft hat.
That's all for the moment. Thank you. Be back later on, if that's okay.
Aber Rebecca muss doch irgendwas sein, oder?
A few more questions, please.
Achso, ich habe das hier schon angeklickt gemacht. Ich wollte hier gerade nach Widersprüchen suchen. Und ich habe hier gerade an das Fenster gedacht. Aber mich interessiert jetzt mit der Fahrerlaubnis. Wegen dem Tape.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you. Ask you a couple more things, please.
Ich brauche doch irgendeinen Widerspruch noch bei Emma. Bei Simon habe ich einen gefunden, bei Rebecca. Und außerdem hat sie sich doch auch versprochen gehabt vorhin. Hier. Sie vor Friday. Warte mal, hier letzten Freitag verkauft. Hätte ihr doch gesagt, die ist Donnerstag gegangen. Und war am Freitag nicht da. Ja, okay.
Aha. So, you went home to see your parents on Thursday night, that right?
Yes.
But you said you saw James at the market on Friday.
No, I went to see my parents on Friday night.
What time did you go on Friday?
8 or 9.
And you didn't see Kate at all on Friday?
No.
You're not a very good liar, Emma.
Okay. I saw Kate.
Oh!
At the pub we were arguing.
Go on. What were you arguing about?
I'd lent her £50 because she was desperate, and we were just arguing. It didn't really bother me, she just didn't have it.
And Kate broke the window?
Yes. She did things like that when she was angry.
Smash things?
Yes.
So it was Emma arguing with Kate. But why didn't she want to admit it? In case it gave her a motive? Or something else?
Sie hat sich mit ihr gestritten. Weil sie dadurch ein Motiv gehabt hätte.
Thank you. Probably be back later. A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Warte mal. Was hat sie zu ihr gesagt? Was hat sie gesagt? Der hat ihr doch Geld geliehen. 50 Pfund. Hier steht, die hat eine Menge Schmuck gekauft. Die hat kein Geld gehabt, aber hat dauernd was gekauft.
So you lent money to Kate because she was desperate, but she bought loads of jewellery and things. So why were you lending her money?
Well, no, it's because,
It wasn't about money, was it, Emma?
No.
Go on. What was it really about?
We were arguing because she was going to blackmail Ryan, the guy from Atlas, over an affair he was having and then tell his wife if he didn't give her the money.
Ryan's affair with Kate?
No, I don't know. I think he was having an affair with another student and Kate found out.
And why were you involved?
Because I didn't really agree with it. I didn't agree with what she was doing, even if he did have an affair.
Were you friends with Ryan?
No, I'd never met him.
You just thought Kate was wrong?
Yeah.
Oder war sie die Affäre
Not
von
sure about
Ryan?
this. Emma's either on a moral crusade, or there's another reason she was worried about Kate blackmailing Ryan.
Sie hat Ryan noch nie gesehen. Ryan ist doch der Freund von Rebecca. Beziehungsweise Ryan ist doch der Kollege von Rebecca vom Pub mit der Maske. Versuchte Kate zu überreden, Ryan nicht zu erpressen. Warum ist es ihr so wichtig? Natürlich ist es nicht korrekt. Man muss natürlich jemanden darauf hinweisen, sich auf diese Fehler und dass man sich korrekt verhält. Irgendwas stimmt hier aber nicht. Ryan ist von Atlas. Sie ging mit Simon zu einem Atlas-Seminar. Da muss sie doch Ryan schon mal gesehen haben, oder?
Aha. You said you went to an Atlas meeting with Simon.
Yes.
That's interesting, because I happen to know that Ryan is the main lecturer at Atlas. But you say you never met him. Why did you say you don't know him?
Okay, I need to tell you something. I just need to make sure Simon doesn't find out.
I won't be telling Simon anything he doesn't have to hear.
And you can't tell Rebecca either.
Go on.
Okay, so the affair that happened was between Ryan and I. I was having the affair. And Kate knew.
Dann habe ich mir schon gedacht.
Kate was blackmailing both of you.
No, she didn't care about me. It was part of the course, you see, having to take all these risks. She thought it was funny to turn her back on Ryan. She thought I wouldn't care.
But you did.
Yes, I was already with Simon when Ryan and I, and I didn't want Simon finding out, and Kate thought that he wouldn't, but I didn't want her risking it. And then if Rebecca found out, then Simon would definitely have found out, and then it would have blown up and it would have just been a big mess.
So you just argued and what?
Well, she just stormed off and broke a window.
And that was it? You didn't see her again that night?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes. I promise.
Da bin ich mir nicht so sicher.
7 o'clock. So, Ryan's a bit of Lothario, is he? I think it's time I met this Ryan Rand face to face.
Ist er vielleicht im Pub?
A few more questions, if you don't mind. Thank you. Probably be back later.
Gleich, wenn ich hier hingehe. Wo ist Ryan? Gehen wir mal auf die Rückseite. Vielleicht ist er dort. Ich finde es aber geil, wie schnell das Spiel reagiert, wenn ich drücke. Geil, ist alles nochmal aufgenommen, wo es ein bisschen dunkler ist. Ist jetzt gleich Sonnenuntergang. Bei mir ist es auch gerade Sonnenuntergang langsam. Genau das gleiche Licht irgendwie. Kann auch sein, dass es jetzt hier mit Lichteffekten ist. Am PC hier, Photoshop oder so, aber das haben die gut gemacht. Ruf mal den Chief an. Ja, da geht keiner ran. Sollen wir in den Wald gehen? Was sagen mir hier schon die Hilfe? Ich frage mich, ob Brian schon in seinem Büro ist. Und bei Atlas oder was? Oh, der macht auf.
Brian!
Yes?
Detective Inspector Jenks, I'm conducting an investigation in the area. Wouldn't mind asking you a few questions, is that alright?
Come in, Inspector.
Thank you.
Einfach reingedonnert. Oh, der Ryan hat einen Blick eben drauf gehabt. Vielleicht weil er genervt wurde oder weil er denkt, da passiert was.
Drink, Inspector.
Oh, das schleimt. Ein bisschen schleimig.
So you wanted to speak to me?
I believe that Kate Vine was a student at Atlas.
Kate Vine? Well, yes, she was. All of this has been thoroughly investigated, Inspector. It was suicide.
Ja.
Well, we have reason to believe there may be rather more to it than that.
Really? Well, then in that case, I'd be prepared to assist in any way possible.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Wie der macht. Okay, fangen wir ganz oben an. Wir haben einen neuen Charakter. Der Ryan.
I believe the last time you saw Kate Vine was at the pub last Friday, then you came straight back with some of the students, is that right?
Yes, I like to have a glass of port or two after a long day. Benefits of being married to the landlady.
How did she seem that night?
The landlady?
Kate.
Oh, Kate. Well, she was her usual self, drunk.
That was usual.
It was for her, yes. I mean, it didn't impair her ability, though. She was a very bright star, lots of potential, very enthusiastic.
So she seemed to be enjoying the course.
Well, as far as anybody could tell, yes.
When did you first meet her?
When she joined, about 3 months ago.
And you hadn't met her before then?
Yeah.
So you didn't suspect there was anything wrong?
Well, do you mean, did I expect her to drown herself? Of course I didn't inspect her. It was quite a shock. Nobody expected that.
Der trinkt aber selbst gern Alkohol, ne?
Have you seen this before?
Not that I recall.
You don't know whether Kate had lost this or not?
No, I've never seen it before, sorry.
So hacken da so nach. Ich kann ihn wegen dem Fahrrad fragen?
Does Simon Thompson ride a bike, do you know?
I think so, yes. I think he drives as well, but I might be mistaken.
Also beides. Es bringt nichts, ihn zu fragen. Ryan wollte nichts von den Flaschen wissen. Aber ich kann ihn wegen dem Selbstgebrauten fragen.
Have you tried Simon's homebrew?
Does he make homebrew? No, I haven't had the pleasure, sorry.
Sie sollten lieber nach der Freiheitshalskette als nach dem Anhänger fragen.
Know what this is?
Yes, it's a freedom necklace. It's a symbol that we use on the course. It's supposed to represent freedom from the chains of your ancestry.
Have you ever bought one of these?
I haven't, but I've seen the students wearing them.
What do you know about the broken window at the back of the pub?
Oh, Rebecca told me about it. I don't know how it got smashed, though.
I told her to tape over it. We can't have anybody cutting themselves. You have to be very health and safety conscious these days.
Ja, wieso lacht denn der da so komisch rum? Da weiß doch ganz genau, was hier abgeht. Ich will es mir noch mal anschauen.
What do you know about the broken window at the back of the pub?
Oh, Rebecca told me about it. I don't know how it got smashed, though. I told her to tape over it. We can't have anybody cutting themselves. You have to be very health and safety conscious these days.
Er weiß nicht, wie es zerbrochen ist. Er weiß noch ganz genau, dass es im Streit war zwischen Kate und Emma bezüglich der Affäre zwischen bezüglich der Affäre zwischen Emma und Ryan.
Can you tell me about this?
Haven't seen that for a while. We had a friend who used to make them for us for the course. He passed away last year.
What does the symbol mean?
It's borrowed from paganism. It's the symbol of the triple goddess, the mother, maiden, and crone, represented by the waxing and waning of the moon. It's an ancient symbol. It predates Christianity. Some people say that it dates back to Paleolithic times.
And is that relevant to the course?
Well, no. I mean, it's a symbol we dabbled with, but it's not particularly relevant. We don't use it on the course, no.
Heidentum, das sagt doch das auch, was mit James und seinem schwarzen Hellseher-Zeug zu tun hat.
Do you know anything about an argument in the pub last Friday?
Jetzt bin ich gespannt.
Time? I believe it wasn't long after the pub opened.
No. I usually leave for the manor house about 6. I start preparations around 6:30. I like to get a head start.
Okay.
Tell me about this.
It's the first one we ever had made. We had it designed by an agency after we'd spent weeks trying to find a name for this place.
It took you weeks?
Don't be like that, Inspector. I thought it was a rather grand name. Actually, if I'm being honest, I plucked it out of thin air one night in the George while I was having a few gin and tonics. Well, actually, somebody left a book and I stole it.
Ein von einer Agentur entworfener Flyer war der erste Flyer für Atlas, nahm Atlas zufällig ausgewählt. War diese Hellseher-Geschichte.
Have you seen one of these before?
I believe that looks like a scrying mirror to me.
You have seen one before?
Well, I used to have one myself, actually, along with lots of other bits and pieces of that nature. Silly things, you know.
Really?
Yes, when I was in my teenage years, I had quite an obsession with that kind of thing. I was a very somber child, and well, not that you could tell, always playing fantasy games, reading books about that kind of malarkey, you know.
What sort of books did you read?
Well, books on black magic, not the chocolates, witchcraft, satanic rituals, that kind of thing. I grew out of it, of course.
But you're not into that sort of thing now.
Of course I'm not. I mean, I don't need to believe in the supernatural, Inspector. The natural world is far more interesting. Don't you think so?
Er hat so viel geredet, ich habe gar nicht mehr zugehört, muss ich ganz ehrlich sagen. Lesen wir lieber die Zusammenfassung. Hatte früher selbst einen schwarzen Spiegel, hat sich früher über schwarze Magie und satanische Rituale belesen. Glaubt nicht mehr an das Übernatürliche. Komisch, er glaubt nicht mehr an das Übernatürliche. Aber hier weiß er, was abgeht, ne? Ah, genau hier. Es ist doch hier. Irgendwie sowas muss ich hier verbinden. Wer ist denn letztes Jahr gestorben? Er weiß nichts von dem Streit. Mit dem Auto, da könnte ich vielleicht sogar noch mal Simon fragen. Was nehmen wir da?
That's all for the moment, thank you.
Ich komme nochmal zurück. Laufen wir nochmal rum. Ist irgendwas Neues? Passiert doch immer irgendwas Neues, deswegen gucken wir einfach mal, ob irgendwas passiert. Hey! Was machen die?
Do you mind not defacing public property, please?
What's it to you?
Well, I'm a policeman.
And that's supposed to make what difference exactly?
It means that you do exactly what I tell you to do.
Or what? Or you arrest me?
No, I'll give you a fine this time.
So, if I do something that you don't like, I have to give you some money? What happens if you do something that I don't like? You gonna give me some money?
Look, I do not have time to discuss it at the moment. Could you just go?
Pathetic.
Das war angespuckt wahrscheinlich dabei. Ja. Echt gut geritzt, muss man sagen.
What a prize brat. But why would he carve that into a tree? Either he's a die-hard rock fan, or there's more to that symbol than meets the eye.
Jetzt befragen wir alle. 3-Finger-Symbol. Er besucht gerne Wacken. Jetzt befragen wir jeden Einzelnen wieder da.
Couple more questions, if that's okay.
If I did this, would that mean anything to you?
It's a devil sign, isn't it? Is that what you're getting at, Inspector?
This is not something you use on the course.
Of course it's not something we use on the course, Inspector. I don't even know what that could possibly mean exactly.
Weiß nicht über die mögliche Verwendung des Fingersymbols. Zeichen des Teufels. Der ist auch irgendwie hier Schwarzmalerei. Der war doch belesen, hat er gesagt. Und dann weiß er nichts von dem Ding. Dreifache Göttin, 3-Finger-Symbol.
be back later on, if that's okay.
Simon noch einmal aufsuchen. Das sind auch Dinge, zu denen sie Simon, Emma, James und Rebecca bisher noch nicht befragt haben. Ja, wegen diesem Handsymbol muss ich jetzt alle nochmal befragen. Ja, da bin ich ja richtig eigentlich mit meinem Gedanken. Jetzt alle nochmal wegen dem Handsymbol befragen. Und besonders Simon hat er eben gesagt. Der Tipp.
There you go. Come on. Cute.
Ah, ein bisschen anders.
What is that?
Chili pork.
I have no idea you were a cook.
Oh, no, I used to be more into it. No, I don't do it so much. Used to grow my own herbs and everything.
Not here.
No, at the farmhouse where I used to live.
Oh, where was that?
That's where James lives. Yeah, we used to share a house together. The farmer used to let us use a corner of his greenhouse to grow stuff.
I didn't know you knew James that well.
Well, didn't really get on.
Where are the greenhouses?
But it's just through the farmyard at the back.
Interesting. If I did this, would that mean anything to you?
Who did you see doing that?
Someone in the woods, carving it into a tree.
That was Kyle. It's a guy from the course. He's an idiot.
And where does he live?
I can't remember. Somewhere outside the village? The three fingers thing is something the students started doing. It's something from the course. The three freedoms.
The what?
The three freedoms? It's from the course. It's a phrase. Free to be free. Free yourself from the things that are holding you back, right? Things that stop you being successful.
What are they?
There's fear of failure, guilt, and doubting, self-doubt.
You believe that?
Yeah. Guilt ruins lives. It stops you looking forward. It serves no practical purpose. It's basically destructive.
Right.
Free to be free. Not the most original slogan, but I wonder how far this freedom goes.
Vielleicht hat deswegen Simon keine Schuldgefühle, vielleicht sieht man keine, weil er sich von denen loslöst, nachdem er Kate getötet hat. Paul habe ich noch nicht kennengelernt. Er sagt, bei Atlas-Seminaren werden Masken verwendet, hat aber irgendwie Ryan nicht so bestätigt, ne? Die Atlas-Phrase, die muss ich dann auch noch mal dem Ryan mal fragen.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
If I did this, would it mean anything to you?
Wie der guckt.
No. Why?
It's okay, thanks. Do you know the phrase, free to be free?
Yeah. It's an Atlas thing. I first heard it when I went with Simon.
What did they say about it?
They said that you shouldn't feel guilty if you do something wrong. I don't agree with that.
No?
No. No, I think you should feel guilty if you do something wrong.
Ja.
What did Simon think?
I don't know, but I don't think he agreed with that either.
Ich denke das auch. Also man sollte Schuldgefühle haben, wenn man schuldig ist. Also wenn man was Falsches gemacht hat. Natürlich sollte man auch das verarbeiten, aber wenn eine andere Person durch deine Fehler da so leidet, dann kann ich jetzt auch nicht einfach sagen, ja okay, die Sache ist erledigt, ich muss weiter nach vorne schauen.
That's it for the time being, thank you.
So einfach ist es auch wieder nicht. Gehen wir mal zu James.
few more questions, please. Thank you. If I did that, would it mean anything to you?
Yeah, it's a Satanism symbol. Satanists use it.
Have you ever seen anyone using it?
Lots of people. Politicians, presidents, CEOs.
Have you ever seen anyone local using it?
Not that I remember.
Ich mag diesen Jenks. Der spielt gut, der übertreibt aber auch total. Macht voll Overacting irgendwie. Ist dann irgendwie voll witzig.
Ever hear the phrase free to be free? Heard anyone use that?
Nah. What is it, a song?
No, I don't think so. Doesn't matter.
Ich muss eigentlich bei ihm auch noch irgendwo einen Widerspruch finden. Das Spiel heißt ja Contradiction. Ich glaube, Contradiction heißt Widerspruch. Lass mal ganz kurz mal nachschauen. Wenn mich meine Englischkenntnisse nicht täuschen. Ja, genau. To contradict, bestreiten, anfechten, widerreden, konterkarieren, Einwände erheben, Widerspruch erheben. Und Contradiction, Widerspruch, Gegensatz, Widerrede, Unvereinbarkeit, Gegenrede, Ableugnung, Kontradiktion ist sogar das deutsche Wort, philosophisch gemeint. Also Kontradiktion. Und es gibt noch Falsum. Das ist auch nochmal in Bezug auf Kontradiktion. Oder Bestreitung, Denial. Bla 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 bla, Widerspruch, fertig. So.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Gibt's hier was Neues? Was Simon erwähnte? Ein weiteres Gewächshaus. Weiter hochgehen. Das große Gewächshaus betreten. Aha. Okay, interessant.
I wonder if James knows this is here. Don't know what it is, but be interesting to see what he says about it.
Interessante Kräuter. Was das wohl sein mag? Wie der sich umgedreht hat. Dann schauen wir mal, was er dazu zu sagen hat. Und auch, was Simon dazu zu sagen hat.
Ask you a couple more things, please. Could you tell me what these are, please? I found them in the greenhouse.
Been snooping around on the farm, have we?
It's called investigating, James.
Yeah. It's just mint. Mint leaves. For cooking.
Yeah, I heard you were a bit of a budding chef.
Dabble a bit. Won a few competitions.
Very impressive. So you normally just leave packets of mint lying around?
Must have dropped it.
Päckchen enthält Minzblätter, also kein Weed oder sowas.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Gehen wir hier von links nach rechts. Rebecca, jetzt haben wir auch einiges, was wir hier noch vorzeigen können.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind.
Okay, ab hier.
If I did this, would that mean anything to you?
Why is it meant to mean something?
No, it's okay.
Die weiß bestimmt, was es ist.
Ever heard the phrase free to be free?
Do you mean the Atlas thing? Yes, I have.
Know what it means?
It means being free of guilt.
What do you think about that?
You mean, do I think it's a bad thing?
Do you? I mean, surely if you have done something wrong.
Oh, but that's the point, Inspector. Most people spend their time feeling guilty over nothing, and that's not a good thing.
Okay, wenn sie also jemanden ermordet hätte zum Beispiel, wie zum Beispiel Kate, hätte sie wohl keine Schuldgefühle. Deswegen kann sie doch gechillt hier hocken auf der Couch und mit mir reden.
Do you know what these are?
Ah, magic mint. Where did you find this?
Magic mint.
Salvia divinorum. I used to grow it years ago. It makes you trip.
Ah!
It's a hallucinogenic and legal. Quite a dangerous combination, really.
Do you use it?
Me? No. No, I don't even take medicines. I like to stay pure.
Since I what?
I didn't expect Rebecca to know about growing drugs. I know she claims not to use them herself, but I'm not so sure.
Ja. Nimmt keine Drogen oder Medikamente. Hat aber vor Jahren Salvia angebaut. Wie heißt es? Salvia divinorum. Ist hier vielleicht irgendwo ein Contradiction? Aber jetzt weiß ich ja, was das ist. Da kann ich doch direkt wieder zurück zu... Ich könnte direkt wieder zurück zu Ding gehen. Wer ist der? James. Brandons Haus. Ich muss auch mal zu diesem Brandon gehen.
Ask about a few more things, please.
Ever heard of Salvia divinorum, James?
What's that, skin cream?
It's not a skin cream, no. It's a plant.
Really? Don't know much about plants.
So you've never heard of Salvia?
No.
Er kennt sich nicht aus mit Pflanzen, sagt er. Der Typ hat doch Kräuter gemacht. Und hat Wettbewerbe gewonnen. Hat er gesagt. Wird es nicht grün? Die sind alle verdächtig irgendwie. Alle Charaktere sind verdächtig.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, gehen wir nochmal zu den beiden. Danach gehen wir zu Ryan. Weil die meisten Sachen sind ja Atlas-Sachen. Da kriegen wir bestimmt noch Infos. Und wir müssen auf jeden Fall einen Widerspruch finden bei Ryan.
Couple more questions, if that's okay?
Know what these are?
No. Look a bit like sage leaves.
Haven't seen them before, though.
Not at all, no.
Ist es nicht ein Widerspruch? Weil der doch hier die Dinger verkauft hat? Der hat doch Kräutertee von dem bekommen. Von James.
Ever heard of Salvia divinorum?
Salvia divinorum.
Magic mint, same thing.
Oh, yeah, you mean the drug? Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, ever tried it?
Well, once or twice, yeah. But it's not really my sort of thing. It messes with your brain. I've never tried any other drugs either. Well, nothing like that. Nothing hallucinogenic.
Er hat die Blätter noch nie gesehen, oder hat aber schon mal was ausprobiert? Ah, das verbindet es leider nicht.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Ab wo? Ab hier.
You know what these are, by any chance?
No. Sorry. I don't know anything about plants or things like that, but you should ask Rebecca. She used to live on a farm. She'd know.
Ja, ich hab sie schon befragt. Die weiß Bescheid.
Ever heard of Salvia divinorum?
Yeah, I've heard of it. It's a drug, isn't it?
Yeah, hallucinogenic drug. Ever tried it?
No, I've never taken any illegal substances.
Ja. Ich glaub Emma kein Wort, egal was sie sagt. Noch nie was genommen. Aber trinkt Wein. War auch eine Droge. Okay, illegale Substanzen.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Ja, für mich ist auch Alkohol eine Droge. Geh mit zu Ryan. Ich esse gerade ein Eis. Ist auch eine Droge. Zucker. Auf irgendeine Art und Weise natürlich. Ich rede hier nicht von Fruchtzucker, Apfel oder sowas, aber ein Eis. Ein Sandwich-Eis.
Few more questions, please.
Can you tell me a bit about the phrase free to be free?
Free to be free, my favourite motto. Well, we teach our students that people, they suffer from excessive guilt, don't they? Excessive self-criticism, excessive doubt. Evils of excess, we call them. And we tell our students that if they rid themselves of these evils, then they're free to realise their full potential.
Who came up with all this?
I have a background in psychology.
Honestly?
Yeah, don't look so surprised, Inspector. There's an intellect lurking in here.
When did you come up with the phrase?
When we were based at the village hall. When I say we, I came up with the phrase. Dad's more the money man.
And very successful at it too, I hear.
Oh, he's successful, but he's not a creative man. Dad suffers from a lack of imagination.
Wir reden hier von einem Wirtschaftskurs und da kommen die hier mit komischen Hellsehergeschichten, Symbolen, Pappmasken, komischen Sätzen, Schuldgefühle. Was ist das hier für ein Laden? Was ist das hier? Was ist hier los mit diesem Atlas?
Do you know what this is?
Looks like chopped tea bags to me. What is it?
I just thought you might know.
I don't know anything about plants, Inspector. What you should do is ask Rebecca. She knows far more about these things than I do. Messy things, growing things.
Have you ever heard of Salvia divinorum?
Yeah. What is it?
It's a hallucinogenic plant, a legal one, at least for the moment.
I've no interest in drugs, Inspector. My job. That's the only drug I need. As trite as that may sound.
Do you know any students who may have used hallucinogens?
No. My students aren't interested in that kind of thing. Besides, no one is allowed drugs or alcohol onto the site. I don't think anyone has ever brought drugs to Atlas.
Do you have any medicines on site at all?
No, we're not allowed. Insurance purposes.
Alkohol und Drogen sind verboten, aber der hat ein Glas Alkohol in der Hand. Was ist das für ein Heuchler? Betrunken? Verbot.
That's all for the moment, thank you.
Wetten wir, irgendjemand ist doch wieder irgendwo im Wald oder so. Oder doch nicht. Upsala. Wer ist denn das jetzt hier?
What are you? Private eye?
No, I'm a police inspector.
Who are you looking for?
I'm investigating a death in the village.
That student, then. They did one last year, too. Same place.
Did what?
Was?
Drowned a student. Ask that psycho about it. He runs that business cult thing up at the big house. Bunch of nut jobs.
Hey, what was the student's name?
Liam... something? Or sod?
Ich hab gedacht, er sagt, son of a beer.
Atlas' reputation precedes them. I think I might call the station. Find out a bit more about this Liam.
Zum Glück macht er das von selbst. Ich hab den Chief total vergessen.
Hello, DCI Jones speaking.
Mike, it's Jenks.
Alright, Jenks, I thought you'd clocked off tonight.
Yeah, the Chief's put me on a case tonight, the Edenton girl.
Friday night, you poor sod. I thought that was sorted out anyway.
I wish it was. Listen, are you near a computer?
I can be. Yeah, go on.
Do you know anything about a death last year? Someone called Liam in Edenton Village?
Don't remember it. Hang on, let's have a look. Edenton Village. Yeah, Liam Rogers. Says suicide last year.
Suicide?
Hang on, 2 suicides in 2 years, both on Edenton. Blimey, you've got your work cut out, Jenksy.
Yeah, don't I know it?
Right, well, good luck with that and see you Monday.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay. Auffällig. Noch ein Selbstmord? Vor einem Jahr? Ein Student namens Liam starb letztes Jahr unter ähnlichen Umständen wie Kate. War es Selbstmord? Bevor wir direkt zu Dingen gehen, zu Ryan gehen, gehen wir erstmal zuerst mal hier hin. Upsala. Ah, ich kann die ganzen Szenen hier wiederholen. Fangen wir bei James an.
I'll ask you a couple more things, please. Did you know Liam?
Liam who?
Liam who died.
You mean Liam who killed himself?
Yeah.
He was in my year, on a different course.
What course was Liam on?
Can't remember, not mine.
What was yours?
Plant science. First time I knew about Liam was when he killed himself.
Right, so you didn't meet him?
No.
Wie, der hat Botanik gelernt und sagt, er hat keine Ahnung von Pflanzen? Weiß nicht viel über Pflanzen? Und hat einen Abschluss in Botanik?
Aha. So, your degree is in plant science, but you don't seem to know anything about plants.
Well, still got a lot to learn.
So you're still saying you've never heard of salvia?
Didn't say that.
So you have.
Maybe.
And you do grow it?
Yeah, it's legal, why not?
What do you do with it?
I use it for explorative purposes, meditation.
And does this involve anybody else?
Why?
Do you sell it or give it to anybody else?
No.
Sure.
Yeah, it's just for me, nobody else.
And that's the only drug you grow, is it?
Feel free to go and look if you want.
It's okay, I'll look later. The only drug he grows? Not sure I believe that, James. Then again, would someone growing illegal drugs bother growing a legal one?
Genau. Da hat er recht. Liams Tod war in Liams Jahrgang, aber in einem anderen Kurs. Hörte von Liam, nachdem er sich umgebracht hatte, hat Liam nie getroffen. Hier muss was sein. Stimmt doch auch nicht so. War doch irgendwas, dass er das doch abgibt und Tee oder sowas macht. Oder der tauscht doch irgendwie was.
Aha.
Ja, also nicht Eigenbedarf.
When you say herbal tea, do you mean salvia?
Probably.
So you traded salvia tea with Simon for his homebrew.
So?
So why did you say you didn't give salvia to anybody else? Did you give it to anybody else? How many people did you give it to? Did you give it to Kate?
No.
How about Liam?
I didn't have anything to do with him dying, if that's what you mean.
So you did give him salvia?
Yes, I gave him salvia because he asked for it, but that's not what killed him.
Well, he committed suicide, James, because of psychological issues that probably weren't helped by him trying hallucinogenic drugs.
Didn't commit suicide. You don't know anything about him. You don't know what happened.
Okay, so what happened then?
Do you even know about Third Eye?
Eh?
Go on.
You don't know about Third Eye. If you don't know about Third Eye, you know nothing about Liam's death. I mean, forget salvia.
Fine, tell me then.
Third Eye was a cult. We had our very own psycho cult operating right here from our village hall. And I got rid of them, single-handed. I'm the one who got rid of Third Eye. Did they tell you that at the station?
Okay, start again. They were what?
You don't know anything, do you? Look. They were reeling in students, pretending to be some sort of happy life course, you know, we can make your life better sort of crap. Then they were putting everyone through this brainwashing program to make them compliant, then selling them on. It's all there.
What do you mean, selling them on?
Selling them. Like objects, commodities.
To who?
To anyone who could afford them. Top politicians, famous celebrities, wealthy businessmen, you name it.
What for?
You don't get it, do you? Third Eye were making and selling slaves. They were black market slave traders. They were wiping people's personalities using ECT, brainwashing, cocktails of hard drugs, deliberately turning them into perfect slaves. You know how much slaves are worth on the black market these days?
No.
Millions. And I'm talking per slave. That's why anyone who stood up to them and threatened to go public like Liam was just killed off. They didn't give a damn.
So you're saying Liam was murdered by Third Eye?
Exactly what I'm saying. That's why I started looking into it. They were all saying it was suicide, but there's no way.
So, did you ever actually meet Liam?
I found out about him.
And how did you find out about all this other stuff?
It's obvious, you can tell. I met some of the students. You could see straight away there was something wrong. They were like zombies. And I can tell when someone's got ECT damage or when they've been through mind conditioning. It's just obvious. I mean, US military used all these techniques back in the 50s. It's all documented, you can read about it. They showed all the same signs.
So, did you ever actually go to a meeting?
No, but I knew what went on.
How?
From what people said who'd been through it.
Okay, so do you know anyone I could speak to who did go through it?
Well, no. Look, it doesn't matter. Why did they close down if it wasn't true? They just closed down and disappeared overnight after I put all the flyers up. Bit of a coincidence.
But that was just after Liam died.
Yeah.
And do you think that had anything to do with it?
Maybe, but it was the flyers that forced them to close.
Okay. Do you mind if I keep this?
Yeah, you investigate it. It'll all come out. Third Eye definitely killed Liam.
Was, Mann? Es ist
Well,
fast
that
schon wie
was
so
a
ein...
lot to take in. Does James really believe all this stuff? This is the first I've heard about Third Eye. Question is, what's their connection with Atlas, if there is one?
Das war jetzt fast schon wie so ein halber Twist, ne? Third Eye. Ich muss mir das Video auf jeden Fall nochmal anschauen. Ich muss das Video nochmal sehen, was er gesagt hat.
Be back later on, if that's okay. When you say herbal tea, do you mean salvia?
Probably.
So you traded salvia tea with Simon for his homebrew.
So?
So why did you say you didn't give salvia to anybody else? Did you give it to anybody else?
Jedem.
How many people did you give it to? Did you give it to Kate?
No.
How about Liam?
I didn't have anything to do with him dying, if that's what you mean.
So you did give him salvia?
Yes, I gave him salvia because he asked for it, but that's not what killed him.
Well, he committed suicide, James, because of psychological issues that probably weren't helped by him trying hallucinogenic drugs.
Didn't commit suicide. You don't know anything about him. You don't know what happened.
Okay, so what happened then?
Do you even know about Third Eye?
Go on.
You don't know about Third Eye. If you don't know about Third Eye, you know nothing about Liam's death. I mean, forget Salvia.
Fine, tell me then.
Third Eye was a cult. We had our very own psycho cult operating right here from our village hall. And I got rid of them, single-handed. I'm the one who got rid of Third Eye. Did they tell you that at the station?
Okay, start again. They were what?
You don't know anything, do you? Look. They were reeling in students, pretending to be some sort of happy life course, you know. We can make your life better sort of crap. Then they were putting everyone through this brainwashing program to make them compliant, and selling them on. It's all there.
What do you mean, selling them on?
Selling them. Like objects, commodities.
To who?
To anyone who could afford them. Top politicians, famous celebrities, wealthy businessmen, you name it.
What for?
You don't get it, do you? Third Eye were making and selling slaves. They were black market slave traders. They were wiping people's personalities using ECT, brainwashing, cocktails of hard drugs, deliberately turning them into perfect slaves. You know how much slaves are worth on the black market these days?
No.
Millions. And I'm talking per slave. That's why anyone who stood up to them and threatened to go public like Liam was just killed off. They didn't give a damn.
So you're saying Liam was murdered by Third Eye?
Exactly what I'm saying. That's why I started looking into it. They were all saying it was suicide, but there's no way.
So, did you ever actually meet Liam?
I found out about him.
And how did you find out about all this other stuff?
It's obvious, you can tell. I met some of the students. You could see straight away there was something wrong. They were like zombies. And I can tell when someone's got ECT damage or when they've been through mind conditioning. It's just obvious. I mean, US military used all these techniques back in the 50s. It's all documented, you can read about it. They showed all the same signs.
So, did you ever actually go to a meeting?
No, but I knew what went on.
How?
From what people said who'd been through it.
Okay, so do you know anyone I could speak to who did go through it?
Well, no. Look, it doesn't matter. Why did they close down if it wasn't true? They just closed down and disappeared overnight after I put all the flyers up. Bit of a coincidence.
Ja, okay. Weiter geht's. Wir sind da mal bei 26%. Okay. Weiter zu Rebecca.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Liam.
What do you know about Liam?
You mean Liam who took his life? He used to play in a band, Black Rock or something? No, Black Stone. Very gothic. I used to let them play in here sometimes at the weekends. They were quite good.
Did you know there was anything wrong? I mean, why he might have...
No, I didn't know him very well.
Have you seen this before?
Don't take any notice of that.
Why?
James Wilson is a fantasist. He spends his time pretending to cast spells in the woods. He's not exactly a stable person. And, I heard that he was involved with growing cannabis.
Really?
Well, don't quote me on that.
So you don't think there's any truth at all to this?
None at all.
Jetzt redet sie davon, dass der Typ irgendwas gemacht hat, ne? An dem Flugblatt ist nichts Wahres dran. Zaubersprüche im Wald. Okay, will sie ihn gerade irgendwie denunzieren oder so? Sie hat vor Jahren Salvia angebaut.
Thank you.
Fragen wir nochmal die
Probably
anderen.
be back later.
Okay, klappern wir jetzt auch nochmal Simon und Emma ab. Zeigen wir denen jetzt alles. Mal gucken, was kommt.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
What do you know about a student called Liam? Committed suicide last year.
Only that I didn't know him really well.
Wie die immer so komisch guckt, wenn ihr irgendwelche Aussagen tätigt.
Have you seen this?
Yeah. It was all over college last year. James made it. Idiot.
So you don't agree with what I'm saying?
No, I don't agree with anything James says. He's absolutely crazy. He thinks that the government has been controlled by aliens and that we're all bugged. He's nuts.
Die nehmen ihn nicht für voll, ne?
That's it for the time being, thank you.
What do you know about Liam?
Liam?
Local lad. Took his life.
Oh, that Liam! Yeah, I heard about him.
But you didn't know him?
No.
Voll auffällig.
I know he went to college, but didn't really know him. It's sad, though.
Oh, sehr auffällig. Sehr auffällig, Simon.
Have you seen this before?
Oh, is this the thing that James did? Yeah, I've heard of it.
What do you know about all this? A third eye, I think they were called?
I don't really know anything about it. I mean, I've heard about Liam's death, but all I know about Three Eyes or whatever is on this flyer.
So you hadn't heard about Third Eye?
No, sorry.
Wegen Liam müssen wir nochmal auf Simon zurückkommen, aber ich habe jetzt hier nichts.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Müssen wir jetzt mal Sachen sammeln und danach kann ich wieder mit Simon reden. Er hat komisch geredet jetzt gerade wegen Liam. Gehen wir mal zu Ryan. Hier gibt es wieder einiges, was komisch ist, was Atlas betrifft. In Bezug auf Atlas.
Couple more questions, if that's okay.
What can you tell me about Liam?
Oh, Liam. You mean the boy who committed... Very unfortunate, isn't it?
Did you know him?
Oh, yes. Well, I say know him. I met him in the pub. Seemed very happy sort of person. Well, I say he seemed happy. He can't have been, can he?
Liam schien glücklich zu sein. Er hat ihn im Pub getroffen und hatte von seinem Selbstmord gehört. Jetzt bin ich mal gefragt. Jetzt will ich mal wissen, was er jetzt dazu sagt. Third Eye.
What do you know about this?
Not much.
So you've never seen this before? You don't know anything about Third Eye?
Well, I don't remember seeing it now.
You don't recognize any of the symbols on it?
Yeah, sorry.
Das Symbol ist auch auf der Pappmaske. Er kennt keins dieser Symbole. Symbol auf der Maske repräsentiert die dreifache Göttin und er sagt, er kenne keines der Symbole auf dem Flugblatt. Aha.
Ryan, you've just told me all about the moon symbols on the mask. Then you're claiming you don't know anything about the symbols on the flyer. It's all the same thing.
Oh, actually, yes. Sorry, yes, I do remember that.
So what did you know about Third Eye?
Oh, not much, really. Never came into contact with them.
That explanation was way too short. Ryan's definitely hiding something.
Er birgt doch irgendetwas vor uns. Ist da vielleicht noch mehr? Was steht da? Die Wahrheit über The Third Eye. Tretet diesen Kult nicht bei. Kann ich das Ding einfach größer machen, was da drauf steht? Er ist doch der Chef von Third Eye. Third Eye und diese Freiheit-Floskel, ne? Ist auch 3 gewesen. 3 Dinger hier.
Aha.
Klickmeister.
According to the flyer, this Third Eye group was based at the village hall, is that right?
Was it?
That's where you were based, wasn't it? Yeah, you said you invented the Atlas phrase free to be free while you were based at the village hall.
So I did.
So you must have come into contact with Third Eye at some point. You were using the same hall.
Well, I'm afraid I haven't been entirely honest with you, Inspector.
Go on.
Pack aus.
You see, Third Eye is, or was, Atlas under a different name. Sorry.
Atlas is Third Eye?
In a new improved form, yes.
And you ran Third Eye?
With Dad, yes.
So you must have known Liam. You didn't just meet him, did you?
Yes, I knew him, Inspector, but don't get your hopes up. All of this has been thoroughly investigated and cleared up.
You've been investigated about his death?
They dropped the case. We didn't have anything to do with it. Well, when I say drop the case, I mean a police investigation is one thing, but what the public thinks is another. They threatened to go public, and then James bloody Wilson started distributing his flyers, and that was it. No choice. There was an end to it.
You had to change the name.
We'd already paid the family an out-of-court settlement. I thought that was an end to it. But then James and his cronies, they wouldn't leave it alone. So we had to close down, buy a new place, rebrand. So eventually, we reopened here.
As Atlas?
As Atlas.
And it worked?
Up till now, yes.
So you knew James Wilson too?
We knew James, but he didn't know us as such. Oh, he was very quick to shoot us down, but he didn't do anything like actually coming to the course to see what he was about.
So James wouldn't know that you were now running Atlas?
Not unless he came to one of our courses.
And how much of all that stuff was true? ECT machines, brainwashing?
I'm afraid that exists only exclusively in the mind of Mr. Wilson. All we do is make better business people. We challenge their prejudices and presumptions. Why don't you come along and see for yourself? The course starts in 15 minutes. Excuse me, Inspector. Hello. I can't come back now. Well, you have my car at the moment. All right. All right. See you later. That was Dad. I have to go back. You can come and meet him if you like.
Well, I might come and have a chat.
Come with me.
8 Uhr abends.
To be perfectly honest, Dad's a great businessman, but he lacks imagination. He does, however, believe in the power of the individual, when taught by the right teacher, of course. Ryan! In here. Just coming. He's through here.
To whom do I owe the pleasure?
Detective Inspector Jenks. I'm investigating a death in the village. I believe you knew Kate Vine.
Oh, I thought all this was dealt with, Inspector. You do know that Kate Vine was a gherkin short of a big mad. You do now.
Father.
You must forgive my son, Inspector. He still can't summon up the courage to come straight to the point, So what do you want to know?
Well, a few more questions if you don't mind.
Oh, but I do mind. I'm a very busy man. Try asking an intelligent question, like, do I mind being quizzed about a once promising student who turned into a useless drunk? Ryan, would you mind leaving us for a while?
I'll go back to the centre. I have one or two things to prepare. Call me if you need me, Dad.
You may begin, Mr. Holmes, although I'm not going to be able to help you. I don't have much to do with the course nowadays, so I can't give you any hard information.
That's as maybe, but we
No,
need...
that's as is. But if you want my opinion, I'd be quite happy to give it to you. So, fire away.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Paul certainly doesn't take any prisoners. It's obvious who's pulling the strings in this family, and I wonder what they got up to in their previous guise as Third Eye. 8 o'clock already.
Ja, neuer Charakter. Paul. Genau, jetzt haben wir jetzt diesen Paul. Aber nur fürs Protokoll, ja. Ich liebe die Gurke im Big Mac und ich liebe die Gurke im Cheeseburger. Oder egal in welchen Burgern. Ich liebe diese Gurken. Also wie wagt sich Paul da was gegen die Gurke zu sagen? Fangen wir oben an, danach kommen wir zum Third Eye Flyer.
How well did you know Kate?
Hardly knew her at all. Met her a few times. At the course, that's about all.
So when was the last time you saw her?
Last Friday. I just popped down to the course and about 7.
Did you speak to her then?
It's possible.
And how did she seem? Was she happy, sad, preoccupied?
She was drunk.
Ja, sie war betrunken. Aber wie hat sie sich gefühlt?
Do you know if Kate had lost this? It's her driving license.
How would I know that?
You didn't see it lying around anywhere?
No.
Did you know anything about Simon Thompson's bike?
No.
Nein. Möglich.
Ever tried Simon's homebrew? Simon Thompson?
No, I haven't. I wouldn't touch anything that has had Simon's fingers in it.
Wieso denn?
Have you seen this before?
Looks familiar. Where did you find it?
It was, in the woods.
Presumably had something to do with Kate or her killer.
Well, that's what I'm trying to establish.
Shouldn't it be in an evidence bag, Inspector, in case of contamination?
I didn't have one with me, unfortunately.
Well, don't go testing it for DNA, will you? It's got yours all over it.
Ja, stimmt eigentlich auch wieder, ne? Danke für den Hinweis.
What do you know about this?
It's a freedom necklace. It's a symbol we use sometimes on the course. Little bird in cage flying away. Freeing themselves from their past is the analogy.
So do they get them when they join the course or something?
No, not as a rule. I think I bought one once as a present.
Oh, not for Kate, by any chance?
No, not for Kate. I can't really remember who it was for. A birthday present, maybe for one of the students.
Emma?
Which student?
I've no idea.
Oh, der da einiges zu verheimlichen, der Typ. So, wieso scrollt er immer so weit nach unten?
What do you know about this?
Looks like a mask.
You don't recognize it?
Not particularly. Looks like a monarch mask.
What's a monarch mask?
Monarch is fancy dress outfitters. Ryan goes there sometimes.
Wenn die da sitzen, haben die eine gute Soundqualität, wenn die reden, weil wahrscheinlich das Mikrofon direkt über den einer hält. Und wenn die dann in den Räumen sind, da hört man diesen Hall, weil da hat man noch gesehen, da kann man ja kein Mikrofon drüber halten. Kates Streit.
What did you hear about an argument in the pub last Friday?
I didn't go to the pub last Friday.
You didn't hear anything about an argument in the pub?
Should I have?
No, that's fine.
Wieder gucken.
Could you tell me a bit about this?
Had it designed by an agency.
And when was that?
Last year.
Is that when you started the business?
Yes, I suppose so.
Die könnten auch so YouTube-Videos machen. Ich mach dich reich, komm in die WhatsApp-Gruppe. Genau die Leute sind die Atlas betreiben.
Have you ever seen one of these before?
I believe it's a scrying mirror, pagan thing.
Ever used one?
Why would I use a scrying mirror?
So you have no interest at all in this sort of thing?
No.
Does the Atlas course use them at all?
Not at all. Strange question.
If I did this, would it mean anything to you?
I presume you've seen an Atlas student doing that.
Ah, so this is an Atlas thing.
Well, it wasn't exactly our idea. The students started doing it spontaneously to show commitment to the cause. Cute, really. Which student did you see doing that?
I'm not sure, but he was carving it into a tree. I told him to stop.
Did you really? Why?
Defacing public property.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. What's the punishment for that kind of thing nowadays? Prison sentence?
It's usually a fine.
All right. What about defiling public liberty? Does that carry a fine too?
Oddly enough, the student in question argued a similar point. Is that something you encourage on the Atlas course?
We encourage people who put ideas first and moral anachronisms second. The problem with the law, Inspector, is that it's out of date.
Well, I suppose that's a matter of opinion. However, you still respect it.
Respect it? I abide by it. We all play by the book, Inspector, but that's only because of the threat of possible incarceration.
Can you tell me a little about the Atlas phrase, free to be free?
Where did you hear that?
I was talking to one of your students.
It's a little phrase we conjured up to summarize our objectives.
What is your objective, if you don't mind me asking?
Mine, or do you mean the course's objective?
On the course.
The objective of the course is to free people from bondage. We teach that most people are crippled by their past, by guilt, their attitudes, their beliefs. All that kind of nonsense.
Guilt cripples people.
Feeling guilty in business is like a meat eater feeling guilty in an abattoir. Guilt comes from the archaic emotional centers of the brain. It's a vestige of our animal ancestry, that's all. In business, you heed it at your peril. I'm sorry, Inspector. My house appears to be haunted. Would you mind closing the door?
So, you believe that guilt has no place in business?
None at all. I have few beliefs, Inspector, but that's one of them.
And what if you have done something wrong?
Well, that's the whole point. Guilt has nothing to do with it.
Interesting opinion. Know what this is, by any chance?
I've no idea. Gardening isn't my kind of thing. Rebecca would probably know. I presume you've met Rebecca.
Yes, I have.
I'm sure she'd enjoy telling you what it is. She's the kind of woman who likes to feel superior.
Ah.
Would probably marry a millionaire and then decide to run her own pub.
Yes, why was that?
Well, she isn't exactly housewife material. She likes to be in control, like Ryan. Shame, isn't it, that I'm in control of both of them.
Alter, der Blick von dem. Und wie die immer alle Rebecca erwähnen, wenn es darum geht hier. Immer wenn es um die Tüte geht. Und der hat nicht viel übrig für Rebecca. Das ist ja seine Schwiegertochter.
Have you ever heard of Salvia divinorum or magic mint?
Sounds like it might be a drug.
It's a hallucinogenic plant. Legal, as a matter of fact.
I'm not a drug taker, Inspector. I have no enthusiasm for voluntarily poisoning your brain.
And you've never seen anyone on the course taking it?
Well, if someone had, they wouldn't have done it openly. We don't allow drugs or alcohol on our course. We like to tell students that success is the best drug. Whether you buy into that, of course, is another matter.
Jetzt kommen wir zu Liam.
How well did you know Liam?
Liam who?
Liam, who took his life.
Oh. Well, as far as I remember, he was a good student, confident, outgoing.
You didn't notice any problems?
I believe he had problems at home.
Were you there when he died?
Yes.
And afterwards? You didn't see him after the meeting?
No.
What was Liam like that night?
No. Apart from being drunk, or possibly because of that, he seemed perfectly happy.
He was drunk?
Well, I assume the bottle in his hand contained whiskey and not lemonade.
Lots of similarities to Kate, don't you think? Drinking, depression, is that normal for the students?
People come into the Atlas course for quick solutions to their problems. And when they don't get them as quickly as they might have liked, sometimes their impatience gets the better of them.
Mir fällt doch gerade ein, dass ja auch im Blut von Kate Morphium gefunden wurde. Das darf man auch nicht vergessen.
What do you know about this?
So you've been graced with Goebbels' company already, have you? James, our local minister for propaganda. I suppose Ryan already told you about our actual previous incarnation.
He explained, yes.
Did he tell you anything scandalous?
Not unless you count the suicide.
Well, these things happen.
Was it your idea?
The suicide?
Third eye.
Yeah, I suppose it was. Yeah. As my son had started to atrophy, I decided I ought to give him something to do.
And Third Eye was the same as Atlas, teaching business skills?
Very similar.
So Liam's death didn't prompt you to make any changes?
There was nothing we could do about Liam's death, Inspector, any more than we could do anything about Kate's. It was out of our control.
You can't blame me for wondering, Paul. 2 student deaths in 2 years.
It's called a coincidence, Inspector. I expect they ate fast food also. But you're not investigating all the local chippies, are you?
Hier muss doch irgendwo ein Widerspruch sein. Sagte, Liam sei aufgeweckt, selbstbewusst und kontaktfreudig. Am Anfang noch Liam. Liam who? Danach hat er voll ausgepackt über den, ne? Hat alles gewusst, konnte alles direkt abrufen. Und hat direkt gesagt, ohne zu zögern. Aber vorher noch Liam who? Wer? Was? Ich wusste, dass Liam persönliche Probleme hatte, aber welche weiß ich jetzt aber auch nicht. Das mit dem Selbstbewusstsein hat doch irgendjemand anderes auch gesagt gehabt. Vielleicht Ryan, weiß ich nicht mehr. War in der Nacht von Liams Tod bei Atlas. Sah Liam nach dem Kurs nicht. Liam hatte während des nächtlichen Seminars getrunken. Atlas erlaubt sich keine Drogen oder Alkohol. Liam hatte während des Seminars getrunken. Wir hätten es dem doch abnehmen müssen.
Aha.
So if you don't allow drink or drugs onto the site, why did you allow Liam to drink whiskey all night?
Well, we did give him various warnings. Did try to stop him, but didn't work.
But you let him stay on the course?
Yeah, well, we couldn't throw him out. This isn't a primary school, Inspector. We're not the police. We can't enforce these rules. If they pay their fees, they're entitled to stay on the course.
And what if they want to take drugs?
As long as they do it with discretion, frankly, I don't care if they want to wipe or inject paint stripper all over their faces.
Do you store any alcohol at Atlas?
No.
Is there a kitchen?
Why, do you want to go down there and check?
Well, obviously you wouldn't mind if what you're saying is true.
Of course I wouldn't mind. It's past the lavatories down the corridor, but you won't find any drugs in there or alcohol.
Whether I find alcohol at Atlas or not, it probably isn't particularly relevant. But it's worth a look anyway.
Ja, dann lass mal nachschauen.
That's all for the moment. Thank you. I get the feeling I might be seeing a lot of Paul tonight.
Ja, wir werden noch viel herausfinden. Geh mal hinter das Brandon-Haus. Da steht jetzt der Wagen. Ein Audi TT. Nice. Geschmack haben sie schon mal. Random. Zufällig. Zufall. Aber hier sehe ich nichts.
A few more questions, please. Thank you.
Ja, aber wo ist die Küche?
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Dann ist wohl die Küche bei Atlas halt. Ja, Küche von Atlas. Ah, hier, gehen Sie den Korridor entlang. Gehen Sie zum Fernseher. Wow, DVD-Video. Das Spiel ist aus dem Jahr 2015 rum.
Interesting. Well, there's a TV right there with a DVD player. I don't think anyone will mind if I have a quick look at this.
XXX, do not move, nicht bewegen. Geh mal zum Fernseher. Ja. Was gibt's denn da? Der Diktator.
Freedom. True freedom. means freedom from many vices that society had traditionally believed to be virtues. Self-criticism, self-doubt, guilt. Ladies and gentlemen, these are not virtues. These are sins. Born of a fake morality implanted deep within our minds and collective consciousness by governments and religions through the ages, with the sole purpose of preventing the masses, stopping us from achieving the same success, happiness, and freedom enjoyed by those at the very pinnacle of society. I'm going to show you that common morality is nothing more than the cynical creation of an elite desperate to stay in power. An elite hell-bent on preventing you from reaching your full potential by making you feel guilty for pursuing success. But the good news is that you can take back control. You can become the success you deserve to be. Atlas will give you a unique and powerful advantage. Life in all its technicolor glory can be yours. All that you have to do is to stay, embrace it, enjoy it, and learn to love your ambition. Welcome to Atlas.
Welcome to Atlas und dann noch hier diese Pyramidenaugen. Ich hab gedacht, das ist ein Wirtschaftskurs. Was ist das hier? Das ist hier... Was geht ab? Das ist hier voll die Gehirnwäsche. Ja, wir wissen nicht diese DVDs nehmen, sondern die verdächtige XXX-DVD. Was war denn das jetzt hier gerade? Jemand wurde untersucht.
Well, that was odd. Looked like someone pickpocketing, but why make a video of it?
Ja, warum durchsucht? Warum Video machen? Warum das auf DVD brennen? Und dann die DVD direkt unter den DVD-Player in die Schublade rein, wo das jeder finden kann. Ist das noch eine DVD oder die gleiche? Ja, ist dieselbe. Das sind voll diese Seminare von diesen komischen Ich mach dich reich YouTubern, die dann Seminare für 3000 Euro verkaufen. Die dann andere total prägen. Angeblich. Okay. DVD war interessant. Wer wurde da untersucht? Egal, nicht weitergeben, auf Deutsch sogar noch hier. Jetzt sollen wir direkt mal mit den Leuten mal reden hier, was das jetzt zu tun hat. Aber diese... Legt die mal nochmal ein. Achso, hat schon benutzt. Das bedeutet, wie kann ich dann das Video nochmal schauen? Im... Hier. Okay, ich wollte mir nur das Design vom Geldbeutel anschauen. Wir sind bei 37%. So eine Schleife, so eine Blume dran. Einfach nur, um sich es zu merken. Hier waren wir vorhin, da war nichts.
Let yourself go. Feel your soul lifting. Then wait for the moment to break free. Then break free.
I want to break free!
Excellent, Hannah.
Well,
Could you come back later, please?
what's going on here?
Please, leave.
Sorry, Ryan, there's a few more questions I have to ask you yet, and time's ticking by.
Leave.
Okay.
Die haben alle die Maske auch abgenommen, ne?
What on earth was that about? Looked like they were burning woolen dolls. A woolen doll burning ceremony. What a very odd course this is.
Ich glaube, ich muss mal mit Ryan darüber reden, ne? Ah, es ist ja nicht verfügbar. Ja, okay, ich dachte, der ist jetzt in die Küche gegangen. Aber anscheinend machen die dann ihr Verkaufsseminar in diesem Wirtschaftskurs da hinten mit ihren Masken. Gehen wir mal... Wo ist der? Paul Ryan. Hier. Oh. Ist das ein Zufallsfund? Funkverriegelung. Eine Fernbedienung für eine Verriegelung wurde vor dem Atlas-Schulungszentrum gefunden. Komisch. Ich habe aber eigentlich gesagt, ich will dahin.
Ask you a couple more things, please. Seen this before?
The writing looks familiar, but no.
What can you tell me about doll burning at Atlas?
Not very much. It's one of Ryan's ideas. My son is under the illusion that he's a genius.
Es bringt nichts, Paul über Funkverriegelung zu fragen.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Diese Puppengeschichte, da könnte ich eigentlich auch James fragen, ne? Vielleicht weiß er was.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind. Seen this before?
No, what is it?
Do you recognize it?
No. Should I?
Es ist einfach nur eine gebrannte Disk. Was soll man da erkennen? Zeig dem doch den Inhalt von dem Video. Von der DVD.
What do you know about doll burning?
Doll burning? What sort of doll burning?
It doesn't mean anything to you.
No. Should it?
No, that's okay. Thank you. Probably be back later.
Paul und Ryan müssen beide zu dieser DVD befragt werden. Das sind auch Dinge, zu denen sie Simon, Emma, Rebecca und Ryan bisher noch nicht gefragt haben. Ich wollte zu Ryan, aber ich konnte gar nicht zu ihm. Da war in seinem Kurs da.
DVD! That's all they took. It must have been deliberate. Someone clearly wanted that back. Nice and helpful of them to leave a piece of evidence behind, though.
Interessant. Eine Tasche aus einem Laden namens Monarch Kostüme wurde bei dem Überfall benutzt. Das war doch dieser Typ, der da rumgeritzt hat in den Baum, oder? Wird auch noch überfallen. Der Arme hat seinen Hut verloren und dann hat man gesehen, dass er eine Glatze hat. Macht er jetzt auf? Da macht er nicht auf. Das sieht aus, als würde es ein spezielles Schloss öffnen. Das sind noch Dinge. Kann ich es einfach mal benutzen? Was steht da? Das ist ein Lock. Wo könnte ich das Ding benutzen? Vielleicht beim Auto? Garage, noch besser.
So, those are Ryan's guitars, kept in a garage. Not really the best place to keep them.
Also, wäre ich jetzt Ermittler, hätte ich jetzt nicht so auf die Gitarren geachtet. Ryans Gitarrensammlung in der Garage des Brandon House. Ich kann es nicht nochmal benutzen.
Ask about a few more things, please. Have you seen this before?
No, I don't think so.
You don't recognize the shop?
No.
Is there someone else who works at Atlas? Someone who may have been there tonight?
No. There's a cleaner. Comes at strange times, but then he's a strange boy. Work experience.
As a cleaner?
Oh, we did try him in accounts, but didn't work out.
Does Ryan play the guitar?
Ryan? Ryan couldn't get a tune out of a radio. He's tone deaf.
Okay, so he's never tried to go professional?
If he did try, it was never gonna happen.
Warum hat er dann so viele Gitarren? Er weiß nicht, wo die Tasche herstammt. Atlas Putzkraft kommt zu ungewöhnlichen Zeiten.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Uhr. Okay, wir spielen jetzt weiter. Es ist schon 8 Uhr in der zweiten Tageshälfte. Ich habe das Spiel gespeichert, geladen. Wir gucken mal, wie viel noch übrig geblieben ist, oder Gitarren. Der Überfall ist noch drin. Wir müssen mal die ganzen Leute befragen hier. Achso, der Chief. Dann gehen wir mal zum Chief.
Yes, Jenks.
Sir, I've been assaulted. Mugged.
What did they take? The hat?
No! A DVD I found, sir.
Was it a dodgy one?
I don't think so, sir, but obviously someone wanted it back. Put a bag over my head.
What did they do that for?
I have no idea. It's quite disorienting, actually.
Did you keep the bag?
Yes.
Right, we'll find out where it came from. Someone must know about it.
All right, Chief. I'll call later.
Can't wait.
Hat Jenks kein Handy oder warum muss er dauernd zur Telefonzelle rennen und dort den Chief anrufen? Das ist ja kein Spiel, das in der Vergangenheit läuft. Das ist ein aktuelles Spiel, also auch die spielt in der aktuellen Zeit. Das sind so in der Mitte 2010er. Da gab es ja schon WhatsApp. Aber na gut. Wir müssen auf jeden Fall zur Farm. Wir müssen alle befragen hier. Gehen wir mal zu Abbys. Achso, ich bin ja hier schon. Die Gitarren habe ich schon, also der hat schon richtig gespeichert, glaube ich mal. Und die DVD wurde geklaut. Okay, ich glaube, der hat richtig gespeichert. Dann habe ich also schon mit James geredet.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Obwohl, ich kann ihn hier über die Tasche befragen.
Seen this anywhere before?
Nope.
Danke. James wusste nichts von Ryans musikalischen Fähigkeiten.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Ich muss mal warten, bis das Video fertig ist. Dann kann ich hier auf die Karte klicken. Okay, wir gehen zur Lodge.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Zuerst zu Simon, danach zu Emma. Ah, die Puppenzeremonie.
What do you know about doll burning?
Not on the course. It's a ritual thing. It's getting rid of things that you don't need. Throw it into the fire.
And that's a good thing?
Well, yeah, it helps you getting rid of things you don't need, so you can move on and take control again.
So what are the masks for?
They're just to help you get into the right frame of mind. Just get you into the zone, you know, help with the trance.
A trance?
Yeah. It's like self-hypnosis. We do it on the course sometimes. It's just to help you get into the right frame of mind, you know.
So you hypnotize yourself? How do you do that?
Just stare into a mirror and chant something, you know, just say the same thing over and over again. Or you could just close your eyes and put yourself into a trance. Some people can do that.
And that's safe?
Well, yeah. Hypnosis doesn't work the way that most people think it does. You can't just be hypnotized if you don't want to be hypnotized. But you can learn to hypnotize yourself.
What did you say it was called? Auto-hypnosis?
Self-hypnosis, auto-hypnosis, same thing really.
I think Simon was a bit too quick to play down the role of auto-hypnosis on the course. I'll have to ask around about this.
Ja, Selbsthypnose, interessant. Also das ist ja wortwörtlich Gehirnwäsche.
Seen this? You know the shop?
Yeah, I know the shop. I hired something from them last year, I think.
This is for a party, I assume.
Yeah, something like that.
Er hat wieder komisch geguckt am Ende. Simon, willst du uns was erzählen?
What do you know about Ryan's guitar collection?
Not a whole lot. I know he brought a guitar to one of the groups once, at the end of one of the stages. That's the only time I've seen him with a guitar.
Er weiß zumindest, dass es Er weiß zumindest, dass es Gitarren gibt von Ryan. Beim Atlas Autohypnose, wir haben also wieder einen neuen Punkt. Simon erzählte Jenks von den Selbsthypnose-Techniken, die bei Atlas eingesetzt wurden. Geh mal zu Emma. Ich habe bestimmt da mitgemacht.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Vielleicht hat die deswegen aufgehört, weil die nur einmal dabei war. Als sie gesagt hat, das ist nichts für mich.
Do you know the shop? Have you used it?
No, but I know where it is.
Hier und wo? Vielleicht ein neuer Ort auf der Karte?
What do you know about Ryan's guitar collection?
I know he plays, because he tried to buy one off me.
Do you play?
I used to. I used to be in a band, but I was a singer as well, so I got away with it.
Singer as well?
Yeah, I used to sing in a band every night. But sometimes it was in a pub, but usually at Rebecca's.
What was that called?
It was called Blackstone. And this guy from a record company once came to see us, and he said the band was rubbish, but that I was good. So after that, I don't think they liked me much, and then we broke up after college.
Can't hide talent.
Einer von der Plattenfirma kam.
Do you know what auto-hypnosis is?
It's some type of self-hypnosis, isn't it?
Yeah. Have you ever tried it?
No, I haven't. But I think Kate was into it. She learned it from when she went to Atlas.
And what did she tell you about it?
Not a lot, really. I think it helped her. I think she used it as a sort of self-meditation.
Okay. Kate benutze Selbsthypnose als Selbstmeditation. Hat es aber, Emma hat es selbst noch nicht getan. Okay, wir müssen hier weitere Fragen.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Aber Rebecca müssen wir noch befragen, ne? Es wäre schön, wenn ich dann direkt bei ihr wäre, statt immer reinzugehen, mich hinzusetzen, hier drauf zu drücken.
Couple more questions, if that's okay.
Ah, die Puppenzeremonie, da habe ich gar nicht gefragt. Warte mal, habe ich...
Okay, that's it for now.
Ich gehe nochmal zu Emma. Ich will erstmal mit dir fertig sein, bevor ich
More
weitermache.
questions, please. Thank you.
Hier.
What do you know about doll burning?
Doll burning, I think it was something that they did on the course. Simon mentioned it.
Oh, they didn't do that when you were there?
No.
Thank you. Probably
Okay,
back
zurück zu
later.
Rebecca. Ich muss immer springen. Vom einen Ort zum anderen. Aber wenigstens geht es relativ schnell.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
What do you know about doll burning at Atlas?
Only that it's part of the course. I'm not entirely sure what they're for, but I made dozens for him.
You made them?
Ah.
Ryan can't make anything. He's practically dyspraxic.
Sie macht die Puppen.
Have you seen this before anywhere?
Well, I know the shop, costume shop just outside the village.
Ever used it?
Not personally, but I think Ryan might have.
Am Rande der Stadt ist der Laden, da müssen wir den mal finden.
Does Ryan play the guitar?
He tries. He does keep wasting money on them, though. I think he believes if he buys the right one, he'll suddenly turn into Jimi Hendrix. It's sad, really. I just let him play in his room. As long as he plays in there, I don't mind.
Ryan verschwendet Geld für Gitarren, lässt Ryan in seinem Wohnzimmer spielen. Jetzt kommen wir zur Hypnose.
Do you know anything about hypnosis used on the Atlas course?
Are you sure you mean hypnosis or the power of persuasion?
What's the difference?
Not a lot. But if you want someone to do something, it's usually easier to ask nicely.
Atlas used persuasion techniques.
Well, don't all businesses use it, Inspector? Ever heard of advertising?
Nee, aber doch nicht auf diese Art und Weise. Suggestive Hypnose ist ähnlich wie Überredungskunst und sagte, Atlas verwende Überredungstechniken. Aha.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Fragen wir mal James. Wir waren ja eben bei dem, aber wir haben jetzt auch über Hypnose noch was Neues. Ich warte noch, bis ich zu Paul und Ryan gehe.
Ever heard of auto-hypnosis, James? Self-hypnosis.
Yeah?
And what do you know about it?
It's another name for scrying. Some people call it auto-hypnosis, I call it scrying.
Right. So you're saying scrying is just self-hypnosis?
Scrying? You could scry on anything. I don't use a mirror. I can scry watching the clouds. Maybe the water on a lake in the moonlight.
And when you're watching the water, what happens? Do you go into a trance?
You lose yourself in your unconscious. You go deeper and deeper. You swim around. Try not to go too deep. Because if you go too deep, you start drowning. And you get dragged down to the bottom. As long as you stay swimming, come to the surface again. Then you wake up and see the world as it really is. It's like a journey to a place people talk about, but no one's ever seen. You're thinking about Kate, aren't you?
What makes you say that?
She bought a mirror. Sold her one last year.
Was she into using mirrors like that?
No idea. But she bought one.
Right.
Okay. James hat gesagt, dass Kate da was damit zu tun hatte, mit diesen ganzen Hypnosen und mit diesem Spiegel da hier. Und Emma hat eben auch was dazu gesagt.
That's all for the moment, thank you.
Jetzt gehen wir mal zur Farm. Was waren hier? Gehen wir mal hier hin. Am Rande der Stadt soll doch jetzt hier dieser Laden sein. Vielleicht muss der Ort erst um 21 Uhr freigeschaltet werden. Wo ist jetzt nochmal das Ding hier? Das Beste ist, sie wohnen alle so in einer Straße hier. Können sich gar nicht ausweichen. Guck mal, die hassen den James, aber der wohnt gerade hier nebendran. Paul und Ryan.
Ask about a few more things, please.
Da muss mir mal einiges erklären hier.
Can you tell me more about the auto-hypnosis techniques used on the course?
We don't use hypnosis on the course.
Not at all?
Not anymore.
So, how was it used?
Hypnosis is probably the wrong word, Inspector. It's nothing to do with the trances or things like that. It was meant to force... to help students.
Did you force them?
You can't force anybody into being hypnotized. You have to want to be hypnotized. It's not something out of your control. You can't be hurt or damaged in any way by hypnosis.
So you've never put pressure on students to enter into hypnosis?
It would be impossible to do so.
Ich muss mal gucken, ob ich endlich mal wieder mit Ryan reden kann.
be back later on, if that's okay.
Sollten den Chief über neue Infos anrufen. Es gibt 4 Themen, zu denen sie Ryan bis jetzt noch nicht befragt haben. Ja, ich kann doch gar nicht, Ryan. Wir gehen dann gleich zu Ryan. Okay, alles klar. Vielleicht geht's jetzt. Vielleicht ist es ja jetzt freigeschaltet.
Jenks, what do you know?
Not much really, sir, except I've discovered Ryan plays the guitar.
I thought you were going to tell me something useful.
Well, I found out Emma was in the band, too.
What, with Rand?
Don't think so. Not sure, actually.
Well, why don't you find out and ring me back when you've got something useful to tell me, yeah?
Yes, Chief. Sorry, Chief.
Bye-bye.
Warte mal, Emma und Ryan. Gehen wir nochmal zu Emma. Emma ist mir echt ein Rätsel.
Couple more questions, if that's okay?
Irgendwie, das kommt mir doch bekannt vor. Da hat doch Blackstone, irgendjemand hat es doch gesagt mit Blackstone. Sie hat das nicht getan. Glaubt nichts, was James sagt. Die denunziert ihn ja, die ist ja Teil von Ryan.
What do you know about a student called Liam? Committed suicide last year.
Only that I didn't know really well.
Ich glaub ihr nicht. Liam war doch in dieser Band.
Aha. That band you sang in, Blackstone. Who else was in the band?
Just a few people from college.
Including Liam?
Yeah.
Why did you say you didn't know him?
No, it's not that. I just thought you meant that I didn't know about his suicide.
Did you?
Oh.
No, I was away on holiday.
When he died?
Yeah, I only knew him through the band.
Wen deckst du hier, Emma? Wen deckst du hier?
She was in a band with Liam, but didn't know about his problem. I'm not sure I believe you, Emma.
Wir müssen hier mal diese Widersprüche finden. Diese Contradictions.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Und ich gehe noch mal zu Paul. Nein, wir gehen zu Ryan. Bei Paul, wir haben so viel Information von Paul. Der muss 100% hier auch noch ein paar Widersprüche haben. Wir müssen uns mal genauer anschauen, was da alles gesagt wurde. Gehen wir erstmal zu Ryan. Wir haben viele Fragen, die wir ihn stellen müssen. Guck, der macht nicht auf. Ich kann ihn gar nicht befragen. Es gibt 4 Themen, zu denen sie Ryan bis jetzt noch nicht befragt haben. Aber wo ist denn der? Wo ist der? Irgendwo was freischalten. Vielleicht ist er irgendwo hier am Spazieren oder so. Wo ist Ryan? Ich kann es nicht mehr benutzen.
Few more questions, please. Have you seen this before?
No, I don't think so.
You don't recognize the shop?
No.
Is there someone else who works at Atlas? Someone who may have been there tonight?
No. There's a cleaner. Comes at strange times, but then he's a strange boy. Work experience.
Liams Tod war unvermeidlich.
How well did you know Liam?
Liam who?
Liam, who took his life.
Oh. Well, as far as I remember, he was a good student.
Er glaubt, die Maske sei von Monarch Costumes. Und er hat eben gesagt, er weiß nicht, was es ist. Ne?
Aha. Do you visit Monarch Costumes a lot?
No. I used to go in there occasionally. Why?
But you do know the shop?
Yes, of course I do.
You see, Paul, I thought you said you didn't know where this bag was from.
Well, maybe I do.
This was used to put over my head, Paul, by a mugger. Would you like to tell me something?
Are you suggesting that I had something to do with your mugging?
Did you?
You really ask the most ridiculous questions. Of course I didn't.
So why did you lie about the shop?
Well, I didn't have anything to do with your mugging, Inspector, but I might know of somebody who did.
Go on.
Did Ryan mention Jason to you, the cleaner?
Jason?
Unfortunately, Ryan at some point told Jason that the DVD mustn't be removed from the site. So, when he saw you take it, he simply thought that he was doing us a favour by getting it back. He isn't exactly what you'd call one of Darwin's best examples.
So what's on the DVD that's so special?
All right, it was something I did myself, a little stunt I pulled to amuse the students.
What kind of stunt?
I pretended to steal from the students. I emphasize the word pretended. The students knew all about it afterwards. Everything was above board.
Steal from students? Why?
We were doing a piece about pushing the limit, so I decided I would show them how it was done. Oh, don't look so serious, Inspector. I returned everybody's things immediately afterwards. No harm done.
And when was this?
Last year sometime.
At Third Eye or Atlas?
Third Eye, I think.
And this was before or after Liam died?
Well, since you'll probably find out anyway, it happened to be on the night that Liam died, as it happens. Before you ask, no, I didn't steal from him.
Do you think it's a good idea to encourage students to steal, Paul?
I wasn't encouraging students to steal. Policemen are so literal. Life is shades of grey, Inspector. Much as the Force might like it, it doesn't divide neatly into blacks and whites. Now, if you don't mind, you're going to have to excuse me for a moment. You know where the door is.
Interessant. Schickt uns doch weg.
I see he was quick enough to claim he didn't steal from Liam. What kind of stunt was that anyway? And Liam dying later the same night? It's just all a bit too suspicious.
Ja. Sehr, sehr verdächtig. Paul hat gestanden, zum Schein Brieftaschen und Geldbörsen bei Atlas gestohlen zu haben. Also war das vielleicht sein Video dann dass er die Leute bestohlen hat. Komisch. Wissen die anderen davon?
Ask you a couple more things, please.
Okay.
That's it for the time being, thank you.
Beim Diebstahl kann ich den jetzt nicht fragen. Was weiß Rebecca davon?
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Did you know about Paul's money stealing at Atlas?
Are you talking about a particular incident or just in general?
It's something he did on the course. Stunt.
And what did he do exactly?
Oh, well, he pretended to steal from the students.
That doesn't ring a bell. Paul's stunts usually involve throwing fancy dress parties with scantily clad girls or women dressed as nurses. That's his usual fetish.
When was the last party he threw?
Sometime in the summer. I didn't stay long.
Okay. Sie weiß nichts von Pauls Aktion. Paul schmeißt oft Kostümpartys, deswegen kennt er auch dieses Monarch-Kostüms. Die letzte Party, die Paul geschmissen hat, war irgendwann im Sommer.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Gehen wir direkt zu Emma und Simon.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Gehen wir jetzt zu Simon. Immer links
That's
und
all for the moment. Thank you.
Ja, da war ja öfters bei Atlas.
What do you know about Paul stealing money from students? Part of a stunt or something?
What, did he do that? I've never heard about anything like that. No, it might be part of the risk-taking thing, though.
Explain that.
Well, it's part of the course. You have to do something dangerous or risky, something you wouldn't normally do.
Something dangerous?
Well, not dangerous, just risky. Like saying something you wouldn't normally say to someone, or doing something unusual.
Like stealing from other students?
Well, we didn't do anything like that, but you have to tell everyone at the end of the course anyway. And you're not allowed to do anything that would hurt or offend anyone, or you're not allowed to do anything really bad. It's all pretend, really.
It seems a bit odd for a business course.
It works, though.
Gehen wir zu Emma. Hat noch nichts von Pauls Aktion gehört. Bei Atlas wurde angewiesen, etwas Riskantes zu tun, wie so eine Art Mutprobe oder was. Vielleicht muss man sich auf sich auch 13 Sekunden lang einschlagen lassen, dann gehört man zu Atlas. Man darf aber andere nicht verletzen oder beleidigen, also sind wir doch nicht bei MS-13. Gehen wir zu Emma, die weiß doch alles hier, die ist doch hier Teil von Ryan.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
What do you know about Paul Rand?
Paul the Slime.
You've obviously met him then.
Yes, I have.
What do you know about him committing a fake theft during one of the courses?
What, about him going through people's bags? Yeah, he tried that thing on me as well, weirdo.
Oh.
So you were at Third Eye?
Yes. Yes, I went there for a few months after college and I left because I hated it. And I didn't know Atlas was the same thing. And I went with Simon.
Does Simon know that?
No. I didn't want to burst his bubble, so I didn't say anything.
So he doesn't know you went to Third Eye?
No.
Ah! So is that where you met Ryan as well?
Yep.
Right. What didn't you like about the course?
Well, it was stupid. They just made you do things to other people and be abusive just to prove that you could, and I absolutely hated it.
What sort of things?
Oh, just stupid things. Nasty things to prove that you could do it. It was about not feeling guilty. And it was horrible. That's why I left.
And is Simon doing all of this stuff now?
No, I think they had to stop because it was just getting ridiculous. I think somebody got arrested or something.
Very interesting.
Nach dem Studium zu Third Eye. War bei Third Eye, als Paul die Diebstahlnummer abzog. Simon weiß nicht, dass Emma an Third Eye teilnahm. Behauptet, Third Eye sei übergriffig gewesen. Third Eye hat seine missbräuchlichen Taktiken eingestellt. Die war nur einmal bei Atlas, aber vorher war sie bei Third Eye. Also war sie auch lange bei Atlas. Aber halt wegen der Namensänderung war sie jetzt nicht lange bei Atlas. Heißt es, war Liam doch auch bei Third Eye? War in der Nacht, in der Liam starb, verreist. Kannte Liam nur durch die Band Blackstone. Ja, da hat die auch schon gelogen, ne? Die kennt Liam. Vielleicht war sie auch mit ihm zusammen. Vielleicht ist sie da rumgewandert. In der Nacht, in der Liam starb, war sie verreist. Das ist doch eine glatte Lüge. Die hat doch was damit zu tun.
Aha.
So, you witnessed Paul's money-stealing stunt, is that right?
Yes.
But you weren't there when Liam died.
No.
Don't quite understand that, you see, because Paul pulled the stunt on the same night. Liam died later that evening.
I must have got mixed up.
So you don't know anything about Liam's death, even though you were there on that night?
No.
Emma. I think you better explain, don't you?
Well, it was the stupid course, wasn't it?
Go on.
Well, we were all told to do stupid things and then that thieving thing happened and so...
Take a breath, Emma.
Liam killed himself because of me.
Was? Gänsehaut.
Why?
Liam had a birthmark on the side of his face.
So wie du an der Lippe?
And no one would mention anything, even though we all knew it was there. And they all thought it was ugly. So I thought I'd say something, and I even asked Paul if it was okay to say it.
And what did he say?
He said he wouldn't mind. Then Liam killed himself. Liam's dead because of me.
Well, Emma, I'm quite sure you regret what you said, but I really don't think you caused Liam's death. There's always more to these things than meets the eye. It wasn't your fault.
We can't tell Simon, please.
Simon doesn't need to know. Don't worry.
Ich sag dem alles.
Thank you.
9 Uhr, okay, das war schon wie so eine Art Twist, ja, hier.
9 o'clock. Poor Emma. I suppose it's possible that what she said led to Liam's death, but I really doubt it. I blame the Rands before I blame her.
Genau, die Rands. Ryan Rand und Paul Rand. Es wird jetzt wirklich dunkel hier. Emmas Schuld. Emma zog Liam wegen eines Muttermals auf, was ihrer Meinung nach zu einem Selbstmord beitrug. Ich musste gerade an Austin Powers denken. Als dann Austin Powers, also beim 3. Teil, Goldständer, da ist er zu dem einen Typen gegangen, der Typ von Wunderbare Jahre, der Schauspieler. Und man, warte, Abo, warte, ich schreiß dir deine Warze auf und mach Leberwurst draus. Der arme Liam mit seinem Muttermal. Okay, fangen wir direkt links an. Das ist eine sehr große, sehr wichtige Information. Und dann fangen wir mal bei James an, weil James sagt ja, der wurde umgebracht. Vielleicht ist eine nützliche Information für ihn.
Couple more questions, if that's okay.
Ich denke irgendwie, die haben das Bild einfach ein bisschen dunkler gemacht. So in der Nachbearbeitung, dass es so aussieht, als würde es jetzt dunkel werden. Ah, James kann ich nicht befragen.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Geh mal zu Rebecca. Ich weiß, Paul ist an der Reihe. Aber Paul und Ryan Rand, jetzt in der Ryan steht ja auch Ryan. Die sind ja so die Hauptdarsteller. Aber das ist auch zu auffällig, wenn ich denen alles irgendwie zumute, dass die das waren. Was weiß Rebecca?
A few more questions, please. Thank you.
Emma kann ich nicht befragen.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Ja gut, dann gehen wir direkt zu denen. Dann ist es halt so. Wie ist denn der Fortschritt eigentlich? 48%.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
So, jetzt bin ich mal gespannt. Was sagt er?
Do you think Emma's criticism of Liam on that last night led to his suicide?
I doubt it helped.
Did you encourage Emma to criticize him?
I didn't encourage Emma to do anything. I merely told her what we tell every student to do, to express themselves as they want to. It would be out of order to criticize them after that, wouldn't it? However, I didn't expect her to criticize his birthmark, if that's what it was. That's a decision she took herself.
So you didn't know her well?
No, not at all.
Das war's schon. Ich muss zu Ryan gehen. Wo ist er? Was passiert nach einem Atlas-Treffen? Sie sollten noch den Chief für neue Informationen fragen. Ja, wo ist Ryan? Ich soll mit ihm reden.
Jenks, I presume.
Yes, Chief. Bit more news. It turns out Emma was with Liam on the night he died, and she thinks she caused him to commit suicide. She made fun of him, mocked him as part of the course.
Nice of her. Why did she do that?
Requirement of the course, apparently. To say something offensive. It's meant to encourage free thinking.
Interesting opinion. And I suppose the Rands just think that's what, par for the course or something like that, do they?
Well, Paul wasn't too bothered. He claims he didn't know Emma, so couldn't have predicted what she was going to do.
That doesn't wash. Josh, what does Emma say about him?
She does not like him. Really doesn't like him.
So she must have known him well enough. How well did he know her?
He claims not very well.
Well, make sure he's telling the truth. Oh, I've got a cup of coffee to make.
Coffee? Yeah, okay, thanks, Chief.
Right.
Interessante Frage, was passiert nach einem Atlas-Treffen? Vielleicht kann mir das Orion beantworten. Gucken wir mal. Vielleicht jetzt, weil es eine neue Stunde ist, vielleicht komme ich jetzt dahin. Rosenbaumvilla aus. Freitag nach 21 Uhr. Erstmal in die Küche. Da ist nichts. Dann gehen wir ins Atrium. Jetzt kann ich noch mal die Tür rechts gehen. Jetzt ist hier keiner mehr da. Okay. Aber warte mal, vielleicht ist es jetzt vorbei. Vielleicht ist der Kurs vorbei. Vielleicht kann ich jetzt mit ihm reden. Hoffen wir es mal. Muss ja sein. Muss. Ja, okay. Ich dachte schon, ey, ich komme sonst nicht weiter. Okay, wir haben einige Sachen, die wir ihn fragen müssen. Und Liams Tod. Hat von Liams Selbstmord gehört, hatte Liam im Pub getroffen, schien glücklich zu sein. Da haben wir auch ein Contradiction gehabt.
So tell me more about this doll burning.
It's a symbolic ceremony we perform every few weeks on the course.
What's it about?
It's about burning your old personality and finding a new one, a better one.
So the dolls are...
You. They represent you from the past. Each doll has a picture of the student as a child or a teenager. And they burn the doll and symbolically destroy their old personality. It's quite simple but effective, I find.
And why did that girl shout?
Because it's an emotional thing. She's quite clearly become very attached to her doll. They do spend the first month with them. We tell them to take the doll everywhere with them before they actually go through the doll burning.
And you believe that's a good thing? Destroying your past?
Of course it's a good thing, Inspector. We're all shackled to our past, particularly you by the sound of it. Perhaps we should make a doll of you, Inspector, and burn that. What do you think?
No, thank you.
You're probably right. I'm not sure it would do any good anyway.
Do you know what this is?
Well, I think it's a bag. Is it a bag, Inspector?
The shop.
Oh, yes, the costume shop. Yes, we used to hire from them.
For the course?
Well, yes. For the course, at the end of each stage, we have a little party and we ask students to dress up or try acting out being somebody new, their new selves, as it were.
Could you explain a bit more? New selves?
One of the main elements of the course is learning how to act, how to be whoever you need to be in any given situation. I think you'll agree, Inspector, that business is about being the right person in the right situation at the right time. What it does, it helps them to detach themselves, become somebody new, pretend, you know, that kind of thing. It's surprising what a little bit of cross-dressing can do for you, Inspector. You should try it.
Not at this stage.
Der hat voll viel geredet. Er kennt den Kostümverleih, lief früher im Laden aus. Atlas veranstaltet eine Party zum Abschluss des Lehrgangabschnittes. Der Kurs vermittelt den Studenten, wie sie sich verhalten sollen. Und während der Party werden Kostüme getragen. Die Gitarren.
I didn't realize you were a musician.
Oh, well, I'm not really a musician. I mean, I dabble a little bit. To be quite honest with you, I'm far more interested in collecting guitars.
You're not in a band?
Well, I did audition. I did audition a few years ago. When I say a few years ago, of course I mean about 20 years ago. Doesn't time fly?
What band was that?
Oh, I can't remember. Something Stone. Aren't they all called something Stone? Hammerstone. That's it.
And you still collect?
I haven't bought a guitar for over a year. I feel I've moved on.
Wie sieht's aus mit Blackstone? Er spielt in einer Band namens Hammerstone. Spielt stümperhaft Gitarre, interessiert am Gitarrensammeln. Hat seit über einem Jahr keine Gitarre mehr gekauft. Was ist mit dieser Hypnose da?
Can you tell me about auto-hypnosis?
Well, what would you like to know?
Do you use it on the course?
We dip into it occasionally, but it's not a major feature of the course. I would say that, well, a minority of the students know how to use it, but the majority wouldn't know and have a clue.
It's not a requirement of the course.
No, not at all. We don't ask people to do things that they're not comfortable with. There's no bribery, no coercion. We're thinking about phasing auto-hypnosis out, actually.
What's the reason for that?
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, Inspector, it doesn't actually work very well.
What do you know about your father's money-stealing stunt?
Oh, well, yes, that was something that Dad decided to do as part of the shock aspect of the course.
But he went too far, you believe.
He usually does.
And do you think it did have anything to do with Liam's death?
No. Liam wasn't like that at all. I mean, that was just a simple, unfortunate coincidence. I mean, Liam had his own problems, but he didn't have any problems with the money shock stunt. No.
Der Trick hat nichts mit Liams Selbstmord zu tun. Er weiß, dass Paul zu weit gegangen ist. Schockaspekt. Oh, Emma.
What do you know about Emma Bowman criticizing Liam before his suicide?
I was there. I witnessed it. Well, I know Emma blamed herself for his death.
Did she?
Well, she was upset and all of that, but I wouldn't blame her, Inspector. I really don't think she had anything to do with it at all.
You don't think?
Liam was a very confident person, very outgoing, very strong individual, or so it seemed. I mean, people are free to do what they like. Even something as irreversible as bumping themselves off. Sad though that is, of course.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Hier waren wir ja, hier ist nix. Ach so, hier ist ja noch eine Lupe.
That'll come in handy. Don't know why I never remember to buy one.
Eine Taschenlampe. Ach so, ja, da können wir die Rückseite da mal aufnehmen. Da im Pub. Eine rote Taschenlampe gefunden in einer Kiste mit Gerümpel bei Atlas und direkt mal eingesteckt und geklaut. Gehen wir zum Pub. Was finden wir jetzt hier? Devil Worshippers.
And there's the mask symbol again. Looks like someone's been trying to make a point.
Darf ich das Video nochmal sehen? Ah, hier noch auf Deutsch jetzt gemacht. Teufelsanbeter. Böse. Achso, das war das Maskensymbol. Krass. Das ist wohl doch nicht so eine kleine Sache, wie die immer hier so tun. Evil, Devil Worshippers. Und das Symbol. Gehen wir direkt mal zu Rebecca, wenn wir schon da sind.
Ask about a few more things, please.
Have you ever seen these?
It's Ryan's car. It got vandalised last year. His camera had been stolen, so I took pictures. God, whoever did it made a mess, didn't they?
But nobody was prosecuted for it.
Not that I remember. The insurance paid out, though.
Zeigen wir mal Ryan direkt mal die Fotos.
That's all for the moment, thank you.
Und wir müssen hier nach Widersprüchen suchen. Wir haben viel mit ihm geredet. Und dann müssen wir mal schauen. Ich habe da gar nicht so richtig zugehört, muss ich ganz ehrlich sagen.
Couple more questions, if that's okay.
Ich bin nämlich gerade aufgewacht. Bin sofort hierher. Hab mir die Zähne geputzt, bin sofort hierher. Hab wir angefangen zu zocken. Also das Spiel angemacht, weil ich unbedingt weiterkommen wollte. Was weißt du über dieses Foto?
Do you know what these are?
Oh, yes, that's my old car. It was vandalized. I took those for the insurance company. Where did you find those?
At the pub. You know who did this?
Yes. A girl called Lisa Blint. She was on the course, very strange girl.
And why did she write the words devil worshippers all over your car?
Well, she was a very strange girl. She had a lot of psychological problems. I'm not entirely sure, Inspector. I mean, she took a dislike to the course for some particular reason. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. And she asked for a refund. I declined. And she decided to spray her disapproval all over my car.
Odd thing to spray, isn't it, though? Devil worshippers?
Well, she was a very odd girl, Inspector. Maybe she thought it was a way of getting back at us. I have no idea.
Did Rebecca know about it?
Well, yes, she did, but I wasn't about to unleash Rebecca on her. She can be quite fierce sometimes, you know. And I mean, the girl wasn't vindictive. She had psychological problems. She lives in the village, actually. The run-down house at the end of the lane. Can't miss it.
Really? Right, thank you.
Die Fotos sind von Ryans Auto, das im letzten Jahr demoliert wurde. Auto wurde von einer Studentin namens Lisa Blind mutwillig beschädigt. Lisa hatte psychische Probleme. Lisa bat um eine Rückerstattung der Kursgebühren. Weiß nicht, warum Lisa Teufelsanbeter geschrieben hat. Lisa lebt allein am Ende der kleinen Gasse. Als ich vorhin die Bilder gesehen habe, stand da EWL. Aber eigentlich EVIL für Evil, Böse. Hier. Zeuge von Emmas Mobbing an Liam. Gibt Emma nicht die Schuld. Liam war robust und zugänglich. Denkt, dass Menschen die Freiheit haben sollten, zu tun, was sie wollen.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Diese Teufelsanbeter hier. Also bei Ryan ist ganz schön viel. Gehen wir zu Paul. Zeigen wir ihm die Fotos. Wenn ich überhaupt reinkomme. Der hat mich ja rausgeschmissen. Ah, okay, ich kann wieder mit ihm reden.
Do you know what these are?
Yes, that's Ryan's car. Another toy he managed to ruin. It was vandalized sometime last year.
You know who did it?
I don't believe anybody was ever prosecuted for it.
Der hat hier von verurteilt geredet, aber hat nicht gesagt, was denkst du, wer das war? Darauf hat er nicht geantwortet. Er glaubt nicht, dass jemand dafür belangt wurde. Aber wer war's? Kannte Emma kaum. Und mir kommt es eher so vor, als würden die sich voll gut kennen. Paul kaufte eine Freiheitskette für eine Studentin. Und er besteht darauf, dass er die Kette nicht für Kate gekauft hat. Hat Paul die Kette für, ich mach extra langsam, Emma gekauft?
What do you know about this?
It's a freedom necklace. It's a symbol we use sometimes on the course. Little bird in cage flying away. Freeing themselves from their past is the analogy.
So do they get them when they join the course or something?
No, not as a rule. I think I bought one once as a present.
Oh, not for Kate, by any chance?
No, not for Kate. I can't really remember who it was for. A birthday present, maybe for one of the students.
Which student?
I've no idea.
Ah, warte mal.
Aha. You say you didn't know Emma, yet you bought her a freedom necklace.
I don't remember saying anything about buying Emma a necklace.
So you didn't buy her one? So you did buy her one. So that means you must have known her, and quite well too.
Stop making such a big thing about this, Inspector. Look, I've been around a few years. The clock is ticking. And I admit I have an embarrassing weakness for attractive women. It was a stupid mistake, but that's all it was.
So you're saying you tried it on with her?
No, I didn't try it on. I bought her a necklace. I'm not aware that there's a law against buying presents unless, of course, the Third Reich has been elected while I was at a bridge party. Emma was old enough to make decisions for herself. And as a matter of fact, she decided that she didn't want to be bothered with an old fool like me. So nothing happened, no mistakes, nobody got hurt. All right.
Wieso
Like
macht er so mit
father,
seiner
like
Zunge?
son. No surprises there. I wonder how many students Paul has tried it on with.
Vielleicht auch bei Kate? Schau mal, sie ist doch auch eine hübsche Dame. Ja.
Thank you. Probably be back later. Could that be where Lisa lives? Run-down house at the end of the lane. That's what Ryan said, wasn't it?
Geh mal zum alten Haus.
Is it Lisa?
Yes.
Inspector Jenks, I'm investigating an incident in the village. I wonder if I could ask you a few questions.
What sort of incident?
I'd rather come in and discuss it if that's all right with you. I promise I won't take long. Thank you. I'll just go in here, yes?
I have to go out in a minute.
Oh, look, I can come back later.
I might not be here. What did you want to ask?
I just wanted to ask you, did you know Kate Vine?
No.
Right. Well, I heard that you're familiar with Atlas, the life skills training company.
What do you want to know about Atlas?
Well, I heard you reacted badly to it.
Of course I reacted badly. So would anyone.
Now, why do you say that?
Because they're devil worshippers.
Devil worshippers.
Gänsehaut.
They're making demons appear. They're tricking everybody. They're getting people to join up, then they're putting demons inside them. You can see them.
See who?
Demons.
Where could you see them?
In the mirrors.
At Atlas.
Any mirror. You can't get rid of them. They stay inside you.
So, how did you get rid of them?
I didn't.
You still see them?
I just don't look. I put
Oh my God!
all the lights on.
Ein Dämon!
I make sure it's all bright. I put them on when I need to look in the mirror. If I make sure everything is bright, I just see myself without seeing the other person.
Who is the other person?
She's like me, but older. It's like her eyes sink in. She's all wrinkled, with a wrinkled mouth. Like she's dying. And then I realize I'm her. I'm not me anymore. I'm her. I'm sorry, I have to go now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Kann ich hier im Haus bleiben? Vielleicht hier übernachten oder so? Dann muss ich nicht ins Hotel. Was ging hier ab?
What a very fragile and disturbed person, and utterly convinced that Atlas are worshipping the devil. How are Ryan and Paul going to get out of this one?
Krass, Mann. Okay, also Lisas Anschuldigung ist schon hart, ne? Lisa blind behauptete, dass Atlas Teufelsanbetung betreibe. Das passt doch direkt zu James irgendwie, der hat das doch auch gesagt. Die wohnen doch in der Nähe. Kennen sich doch bestimmt. Fragen wir ihn mal.
Ask you a couple more things, please. Know anything about these?
Nope.
Danke.
Do you know anyone who is interested in or involved with devil worship?
Have you met Lisa?
Which Lisa are you talking about?
Mad Lisa, lives on her own, doesn't like mirrors.
Yeah, I've met her. You think she's mad?
If you can't look at yourself in the mirror without seeing ghosts, you've got problems, don't you think?
How do you know her?
She came to the farm for some eggs a couple of times. Got talking to her once, that's all.
And what did she tell you?
Nothing much. Except she thought the devil was after her.
What did you tell her?
Told her the devil needs a good reason to be after you. But she was just like most people, really, blind to herself, except she's more extreme. That's all madness is. Being blind to yourself.
Lisa hatte die Farm ein paar Mal besucht. Er sagt, dass Lisa dachte, der Teufel sei hinter hierher. Ja, normal, der beeinflusst sie auch total wahrscheinlich, James. Mit seinen Spiegeln.
That's it for the time being, thank you.
Manche sind halt empfänglich für sowas. Muss man dafür sorgen, dass man Abstand nimmt. Fragen wir einfach jeden anderen. Und gehen wir direkt zu Paul.
A few more questions, if you don't mind. Do you know anything about devil worship, Paul?
I beg your pardon?
Devil worship? Satanism?
Am I missing something here?
I heard Atlas had elements of Satanism on the course.
You are misinformed. We're a training company, we're not devil worshippers. What kind of a question is that?
So you've no interest in the occult?
No, Inspector, I have no interest in the occult any more than I have interest in pole vaulting, cheese making, or snake charming. Anything else you want to know that I'm not interested in?
That's fine, thanks.
Ein Interesse am Okkulten. Aber Ryan hat Interesse am Okkulten gehabt, ne? Gucken wir, ob hier irgendein Widerspruch dabei ist. Ja, Puppenverbrennung war seine Idee von Ryan. Wir müssen eigentlich zu Ryan gehen.
Probably be back later.
Aber wir klappern natürlich die anderen noch ab.
A few more questions, if you don't mind. Have you ever come across anyone interested in or involved with the occult?
As in black magic? No, why?
Atlas don't use occult techniques or anything like that?
Atlas? Not unless Ryan's got a secret he's not telling me about. Why, who's been talking?
Just a line of inquiry. Okay, thanks. That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Gehen wir noch zu Simon und Emma. Vielleicht weiß Simon was?
Couple more questions, if that's okay.
Der ist doch ein Atlas-Fanboy.
Have you seen these before?
No. Don't know the car.
Da weiß nichts von dem Foto.
What do you know about devil worship?
Devil worship? Where?
At Atlas.
Devil worship at Atlas? No, there's none of that.
Der hat jetzt aber ehrlich geantwortet. Also zumindest für sich weiß er nichts davon.
Be back later on, if that's okay. Do you know anything about these?
Nope. Sorry.
Have you ever heard about there being devil worship at Atlas?
Devil worship? No. Definitely not. Who said that?
It's just something I heard. Okay, thanks.
Ja, okay. Ja, direkt zu Ryan. Komm.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank
Okay. Ich rede auch manchmal. Okay, alles klar. Dann sind wir fertig. Vorher ist fertig. Hier ist der Leichenfundort, ne? Gehen wir mal zu Ryan. Ganz kurz gehen wir nochmal zurück. Vielleicht konnte man die Lupe nochmal benutzen? Nee. Gehen wir nochmal hier rein. Einfach um zu gucken, ob sich irgendwas geändert hat. Weil das ist doch so bei dem Spiel. Da muss man überall nochmal reingehen, weil irgendwie auf einmal sich was geändert hat. Das Spiel triggert dann neue Sequenzen.
please. Thank you.
So, Lisas Anschuldigung. Teufelsanbetung. Passt doch zu Ryan, oder? Ryan mag doch diese Themen.
Has devil worship ever been part of the course, Ryan?
Am I correct in assuming that you have spoken to Lisa Blind?
You would be. She's been telling me all about the Atlas obsession with Satanism, Ryan.
Then if you've met Lisa Blind, then you will have worked out for yourself that she has a very vivid imagination. She also has psychological problems, diagnosed psychological problems, as a matter of fact.
So where did she get the idea that you lot were, devil worshippers?
I really have no idea. The girl is insane. She's frightened of her own shadow, bless her. She actually thinks that demons are possessing her even now. You really can't trust a word she says.
So you are saying there has never been any devil worship at Atlas?
I don't even know what devil worship is, Inspector. It's not something I particularly know anything about. I certainly don't recall anyone ever having worshipped the devil at Atlas. We even tried to help the poor girl by paying for some treatment, but she didn't want it.
Really?
It's not easy to offer someone help when they think that you're the problem.
Lisa war eine Fantastin mit psychischen Problemen. Glaubt immer noch, dass Dämonen von ihr Besitz ergriffen haben, weiß nichts über Teufelsanbetung, bietet Lisa eine private psychologische Untersuchung an. Er weiß nichts über Teufelsanbetung. Wem willst du was erzählen? Das ist ein Widerspruch. Er hat doch irgendwo gesagt, dass er sich darüber informiert hat. Er hat doch Bücher gelesen und so weiter. Er hat früher über schwarze Magie und satanische Rituale. Hat sich früher belesen.
Aha.
Aha.
So you used to read a lot about voodoo and satanic rituals, but you don't know anything about devil worship?
Well, obviously, I just meant we don't worship the devil. We're not devil worshippers here at Atlas, Inspector. Ridiculous.
But the point is, Ryan, that you claim not to know anything about it, but admitted you were obsessed with it when you were younger. Are you sure none of that made its way onto the Atlas course? And that Lisa isn't basing her beliefs on anything within that course?
Lisa isn't basing her beliefs on anything other than her own imagination, Inspector. Look. We do use some techniques that some students find difficult, disturbing. We encourage them to see things differently, that's all. And some people simply aren't up to that. Some people, like Lisa, that's why we introduced the aptitude test.
What's the aptitude test?
This. We ask students to fill in an aptitude test, medical history, psychological issues, that kind of thing, any medication that they have used in the past, any medication that they currently are using. Here, take a look. Basically, it's just to try and make sure that we don't get another Lisa.
Has it worked?
Well, touch wood, so far, yes.
Can I keep a copy of this? I wonder how much importance they actually give to this test. And what are they doing that's so disturbing anyway?
Wieso machen die solche Tests? Atlas, Lebenskompetenztraining, Bewerbungsformular.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Das bedeutet ja, Simon hat bestimmt diesen Test gemacht, oder? Und natürlich fragen wir auch noch Paul.
Ask you a couple more things, please. Did you do a test before you started at Atlas?
Oh, yeah. It was all just questions about if I had any illnesses or mental health problems or stuff like that, you know. They didn't actually ask for any proof, so I could have lied through your teeth on that one. Don't think they actually checked.
Interesting.
Hat vor dem Atlas-Beitritt ein Formular ausgefüllt. Das war dieser Test hier. Das Formular war ein einfacher Gesundheitscheck. Es wäre einfach bei dem Formular zu lügen.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Kate war ja auch bei Atlas.
Have you seen one of these before?
No, not this one exactly, but we had to fill something similar in on the first night at Atlas. One of those aptitude tests, fitness and stuff like that.
Wir reden hier von einem Wirtschaftskurs bei Atlas, ne? Was die alles für Aktionen hier machen.
That's all for the moment, thank you.
Frag mal Rebecca's Pub.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind. Do you know anything about this?
It's the aptitude test, isn't it, for Atlas? What do you want to know?
Do you know why it was introduced?
I think they had some trouble with some unsuitable students. I suppose you have to be careful who you work with.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Was hat sie gesagt? Warte mal.
Ask about a few more things, please. Do you know anything about this?
It's the aptitude test, isn't it, for Atlas? What do you want to know?
Do you know why it was introduced?
I think they had some trouble with some unsuitable students. I suppose you have to be careful who you work with.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Gehen wir mal zum lieben Paul. Unser Paul Rand.
Couple more questions, if that's okay. Can you tell me a bit about this, please? It's the Atlas aptitude test.
What do you want to know?
What does it test, exactly?
It's a test we introduced to make sure that any students didn't have any major personality problems, skeletons in the cupboard, so to speak. We introduced it because we had a little bit of a problem with one of the students.
Lisa.
You are well informed.
And what do you think it was that disturbed her?
I believe that the course proved to be too demanding for her. We discovered that she had one or two psychological problems and she couldn't handle it.
And did you change anything else on the course apart from introducing the test?
We increased the entrance age to 21. Well, wasn't much, but it's about the only thing we could do. We didn't want another Lisa. We didn't want students turning around and suing us, did we?
Aber du hast eine neue Kate. Aber du hast ja eine Kate gehabt. Lisa kam nicht mit den Kurstechniken zurecht. Es ist unmöglich, durch Hypnose verletzt oder geschädigt zu werden.
Aha.
Passt ja nicht.
So nobody has ever been affected by auto-hypnosis, except Lisa.
Hypnosis wasn't the problem, Inspector. Lisa was the problem with Lisa. That's why we introduced the test.
But the hypnosis was the trigger, wasn't it?
Lisa arrived on the course believing we were all devil worshippers. She was nuts to start with. We didn't make her like that.
Well, as far as I can tell, Paul, you've had one student accuse you of devil worship and 2 others commit suicide. Some of your students aren't having a very good time on this course, are they?
Nonsense. Kate was enjoying every minute of it. She couldn't get enough of it.
Really?
She was full of the joys of life. Bubbly, confident, flirty.
With who?
You mean with whom?
With whom?
Pretty much everybody. Including me, as I remember.
Really? And, did you respond?
I don't get into relationships with students, Inspector. Company policy. It's not professional.
Es ist eine Lüge. Da hat doch auch...
Kate flirted with him. There's no way Paul would have turned down an opportunity like that.
Ja, auf keinen Fall. Der hat's doch bei Emma versucht. Der hat's doch auch bei Emma versucht. Er hat's doch auch bei Emma versucht. What? Hat er das nicht gesagt? Er hat jetzt gesagt, er will nichts mit... Der ist Profi, der macht nichts mit Leuten aus dem Kurs. Der hat doch einmal versucht, mit Emma auszugehen. Stand da doch. Steht da doch. Seine Antwort, wo ist seine Antwort? Ich will das jetzt anwählen, dass er sagt, ich habe noch nie mit einer Frau was versucht. Ich kann es nicht auswählen. Achso, hier steht es. Geht's? Ja.
Aha. So you avoid relationships with students, except for Emma, who you tried to date.
Oh, come on, Inspector. That was a long time ago.
And what about Kate Vine? Did you try to date her or not?
Oh, don't be so ridiculous, Inspector. Kate was an exceptionally clever girl. She knew exactly what she wanted, and she knew how to get it.
You mean that Kate approached you?
It wouldn't surprise me if she was playing everyone in the group. Kate had more enemies than you'd think. She was a very, very manipulative young woman.
Juhu, 22 Uhr.
10 o'clock, it's getting late. I'm gonna have to pick up the pace if I'm gonna solve this by midnight.
Ach so, bis Mitternacht muss ich den Fall lösen, dann sind wir ja bald fertig. Was steht denn, was für einen Fortschritt haben wir? 63%, okay. Ja, dann... Es ist jetzt 22 Uhr. Der Eignungstest. Fragen wir mal James. Sollen wir eigentlich den Chief anrufen? Warte mal. Wer wohl im Pub ist, okay.
I really don't think it's my place, darling.
It is your place here.
I just don't want to tell tales.
Tell him about Simon. You know what happens when you don't do as I say.
So it's going to be that kind of evening, is it?
If you play your cards right.
Only if you deal.
Problems?
Hello, Inspector. See you later.
Sagen wir mal kurz mal hallo. Was war denn das hier mit Simon? Erzähl ihm von Simon. Was soll denn das hier? Was labert die da von sich hin? Ich kann hier gar keine neuen Fragen stellen.
That's it for the time being, thank you.
Warte mal, geh mal nach links zum Restaurant. Vielleicht hockt er jetzt da hinten in der Ecke, wo wir die ganze Zeit nichts machen konnten. Nee, da konnte man gar nichts machen. Eine Lupe.
Well, isn't that interesting?
Ist es vielleicht das, was auch im Blut von Kate gefunden wurde? Morphium? Horomorph? Irgendwas stand da. Rebecca's Rezepte. Auf Rebecca ausgestellte Rezepte wurden in einem Schrank im Pub gefunden. Ja, was sagt... Jetzt fragen wir nochmal Rebecca, was benutzen die da?
Ask you a couple more things, please. The cupboard downstairs, there's a lot of unopened stuff in it.
Is there?
Prescriptions. Made out to you.
Oh, they're just spare painkillers. The chemist always gives us too many. He's a friend of the family.
Der Schrank enthält Rebeccas verschreibungspflichtige Schmerztabletten. Der Apotheker verschreibt ihnen zu viel. Der Apotheker ist ein Freund der Familie. Wer ist der Apotheker? Warte mal. Warte. Hat die nicht gesagt, dass sie nichts nimmt? Nimmt keine Drogen oder Medikament.
Aha. So, you don't take any medicines except for prescription painkillers.
Well, they're not actually for me, they're Ryan's. For some reason, the chemist always makes them out to my name. He's an old gentleman.
Does Ryan need prescription painkillers?
Yes, he's got arthritis.
Really? He's young to suffer from that, isn't he?
He doesn't have it badly, but he does need medication from time to time.
What medicine is it?
I couldn't tell you, to be honest. Ryan will know.
So Ryan's the one using the prescriptions. I think I might have a word with him, work out exactly what this medicine is.
Soll ich direkt zu Ryan gehen?
Probably be back later.
Zeit, die Lodge nochmal zu besuchen. Dann gehen wir zur Lodge. Dann befragen wir die alle. Wir fragen alle wegen den Drogen. Ich meine wegen den Medikamenten.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Achso, es ist unwahrscheinlich, dass James von Ryans Arthritis weiß. Es ist unwahrscheinlich, dass er auch was von den Medikamenten weiß. Also James ist momentan draußen. Aber ich schließe niemanden aus als Verdächtigen. Ein bisschen James, muss ich schon sagen. Aber das ist so auffällig. Jetzt auf Brian und Paul zu gehen und dass sie vielleicht Simon oder Rebecca Emma manipuliert hätten, da was zu tun oder so, dass sie dann Kate beseitigen. Und dann gibt es ja noch diesen Jason, den wir kennenlernen müssen. Das war wahrscheinlich der Typ, der uns die Tüte über den Kopf zog.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Vielleicht wurde auch James manipuliert. Er weiß nichts von Medikamenten. Aber die Arthritis kann ich fragen.
When did Ryan begin to suffer from arthritis?
Ryan doesn't suffer from arthritis.
Really?
The only thing that Ryan suffers from is a pathetic inability to deal with any kind of discomfort. He pulled his back sometime last year. Since then, he's going around telling everybody he suffers from arthritis.
I thought he had medication for it.
Oh, he only has medication because his GP, who is almost as dysfunctional as he is, keeps prescribing it for him.
So you don't believe he really has arthritis?
Not at all.
Okay, der hat Rückenschmerzen, nimmt die ganze Zeit Schmerztabletten. Glaubt nicht, dass Ryan Arthritis hat eine niedrige Schmerzgrenze, hat sich letztes Jahr den Rücken verrenkt und sein Hausarzt verschreibt weiterhin Medikamente. Hausarzt, Apotheker, vielleicht ist es dasselbe jetzt in dem Kontext.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Weil vielleicht ist es dort anders auch mit den Apothekern und Ärzten. Bei uns ist es so, der Apotheker gibt mir genau das und genau die Menge, die mir jetzt der Arzt verschrieben hat. Und dann kann er nicht ein Freund der Familie sein, der dann uns 1000 Sachen gibt. Ich soll ja nochmal zur Lodge. Kommt gerade nach Hause. Wo war er?
Bit careless, Simon. Probably nothing important, but at this stage, I need all the clues I can get.
Und was ist das? Ein Anhänger. Steckt man alles ein. Aztec. Broadway Industrial Estate. Broadway Estate, vielleicht Immobilien oder irgendwas? Dean Hayfield, Geschäftsführer. Und ein verlorener Anhänger. Eine Visitenkarte wurde von Simon auf dem Weg in sein Haus verloren. Ein Schlüsselanhänger von Simon vor der Eden Lodge verloren.
A couple more questions, if that's okay.
Rezept allein?
Did you know about Ryan's arthritis?
Ryan? He's got arthritis?
Apparently.
Oh, I didn't know. I hadn't noticed he had any problems.
Er sagt, er weiß nichts von Arthritis.
I think you dropped this outside. Someone you know.
Oh, this is just from some IT guy I met. I don't need it.
Fair enough. I noticed some numbers on the back. Do you need these?
I don't know. What is it?
1905?
Oh, yeah, that's just a pin for something. It's okay, I can remember it.
So not an offshore savings account or anything?
No, it's not important.
Nochmal bitte.
I think you dropped this outside. Someone you know.
Oh, this is just from some IT guy I met. I don't need it.
Fair enough. I noticed some numbers on the back. Do you need these?
I don't know. What is it?
1905?
Oh, yeah, that's just a pin for something. It's okay, I can remember it.
So not an offshore savings account or anything?
No, it's not important.
1905. Karte von einem Berater, den Simon einmal getroffen hat. Schrieb seinen PIN auf der Rückseite der Karte. Was ist mit dem Anhänger?
Is this yours?
Yeah. That's from my keys. Where did you find that?
Just outside.
Right. Oh, it must have come off when Nathan dropped my keys off. He was borrowing my car.
That's very trusting.
Yeah, I suppose it is. I am a bit too trusting, really. It's a new car as well.
Was redet der von einem neuen Auto? Da ist doch die ganze Zeit Fahrrad gefahren. Da ist doch bestimmt irgendwas. Sitzt ein neues Auto und verleiht das Auto oft an Freunde. Wozu fährt denn der Fahrrad? Außerdem hat Ryan auch gesagt, dass er mal mit dem Auto herkommt ab und zu.
Aha.
So the bike's the only way you can get to work, yes?
Yeah.
What's wrong with the car?
I can't drive the car yet, can I? I don't have my license.
Right.
I got a windfall from an insurance payout. Just figured I'd buy something sensible with it straight away instead of wasting the money.
What was the insurance payout?
It was for a laptop. It got stolen down at Atlas.
At Atlas?
Well, they didn't break in. I think they just walked in and took it. The laptop was in a storeroom, but I think the lock was broken, to be honest.
Doesn't sound like they're taking their security very seriously.
Actually, it got a lot better after that.
Think I'll check it anyway.
Must have been a very nice laptop to be able to buy a car with the insurance. Or a very cheap car. Might have to have a talk with Ryan about his security measures.
Sein Laptop wurde gestohlen? Und von der Versicherungssumme hat er sich ein Auto gekauft. Der Anhänger besitzt ein neues Auto, hat aber keinen Führerschein, verleiht das Auto oft an Freunde. Eines Nachts wurde sein Laptop bei Atlas gestohlen. Und zwar aus dem Lagerraum. Wenn ich schon mal hier bin, dann reden wir nochmal mit Emma.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Arthritis.
Did you know about Ryan Rand's arthritis?
Arthritis? I didn't think Ryan had arthritis.
Okay, sie weiß auch nichts von Arthritis und die ist da sehr, sehr eng mit ihm.
Have you seen this before?
Nope. Sorry, never heard of him.
Anhänger?
What do you know about this?
This is Simon's. I bought this from when we were on holiday. Has he lost it?
He dropped it.
He can't keep anything.
Der Laptop?
Did you know about Simon's laptop being stolen?
Yeah, because it had all my college work on it, which I hadn't backed up or saved. Not that it mattered much, but I did buy a new one. And Simon uses it now. When I let him.
Nochmal antworten. Hat noch nie von einem IT-Berater gehört. Der Schlüsselanhänger gehört Simon. Sie hat ihm den Anhänger gekauft. Im Urlaub. Und sie hat damals Simons Laptop für ihre Uni-Arbeiten genutzt. Und sie hatte den Laptop gekauft für beide.
Did you know about Simon's laptop being stolen?
Yeah, because it had all my college work on it, which I hadn't backed up or saved. Not that it mattered much, but I did buy a new one. And Simon uses it now. When I let him.
Ach so, jetzt hat sie einen neuen, den benutzt sie. Kauft einen neuen Laptop für beide.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Aber interessant, dass Simon gelogen hat wegen dem Auto. Dass er nur noch Auto fährt, nur noch Fahrrad fährt. Fragen wir mal hier die Leute bezüglich des Laptops. Ich schreibe auf dem Laptop meine Texte, denn ich bin ein Rap-Gott. Und das letzte.
A few more questions, please. Thank you.
Recognize this at all?
Yeah, he fixed my laptop.
Does he live locally?
I think so.
Hey, wieso hat er so komisch geguckt eben? Hat er vielleicht den Laptop geklaut? IT-Berater repariert seinen Laptop. Ich glaube nicht, dass der Berater in der Nähe wohnt. Und hat er komisch geguckt am Ende.
Seen this before?
Don't think so.
Okay, aber es ist unwahrscheinlich, dass James vom Diebstahl des Laptops von Simon bei Atlas weiß. Okay. Aber er hat seinen eigenen Laptop auch dort reparieren lassen. Und danach hat er auch komisch geguckt.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Gehen wir mal zu Rebecca, die Ohrfeigendame.
ask you a couple more things, please? Have you seen this before?
No.
Do you know anything about this?
No, sorry.
That's all for the moment, thank you.
Soll ich Paul fragen wegen dem Laptop? Der denkt sich, warum kommst du überhaupt hierher?
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind. And what do you know about Simon's laptop being stolen from Atlas?
No, I wasn't happy about it.
What did you do about it?
Ryan paid a con man to install a complicated CCTV system at twice the price that it would probably have cost. Seemed to do the trick, though. We haven't had a theft since.
Ich habe das falsch angeklickt, gell? Ich wollte eigentlich zuerst die Visitenkarten nehmen.
Do you know who this is? Dean Hayfield, Aztec.
Sorry, never heard of him. We have some prisoner sort who does our IT. Large guy. No manners.
Sträfling.
Seen this before anywhere?
No.
Hat noch nie was von einem IT-Berater gehört und die haben ihren eigenen IT-Mann bei Atlas. Nicht glücklich über den Diebstahl. Wir haben inzwischen ein neues System, Überwachungssystem und seitdem gibt es keine Diebstähle mehr.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Ich würde mal sagen, direkt zu Ryan, oder? Oder habe ich jemanden verpasst? Schauen wir einfach, ob hier irgendwas Neues passiert. Nope. Aber interessant, dass er um 22 Uhr immer noch hier ist.
Ask about a few more things, please.
So. Ah, hier, wir müssen ihn ja ganz schön viel fragen. Die Rezepte.
Do you know what the medicine in the cupboard at the pub is for?
You'd better ask Rebecca about that. I'm not exactly sure what's in there. She tends to keep her wares under lock and key. Do you know, our wedding night was quite a surprise.
Es ist doch eine Lüge, oder? Der Inhalt des Schranks gehört Rebecca. Rebecca hält den Schrank verschlossen. Arthritis?
Tell me about your arthritis.
Oh, you found out about that. Well, yes, I'm old before my time.
That's very unlucky to have it so young.
Well, I take a lot from life, Inspector, and sometimes life likes to give you a little bit back. I mean, it's not too bad, it's not too debilitating. It's mainly some in my right hand, some in my left hand. It's not particularly a problem. Makes it difficult to hold small things, though.
What do you take for it?
I get a prescription painkiller.
How often do you need that?
Not often, as and when. I keep some here, I keep some at home. It's not a problem.
Hat Arthritis in seinen Händen, nimmt verschreibungspflichtige Schmerzmittel für seine Arthritis, hält Schmerzmittel auf Arbeit und zu Hause bereit und Arthritis ist für ihn kein Problem. Was ist mit den Rückenschmerzen? Kann ich dir nicht ansprechen, ne?
Know anything about this?
No, I don't, I'm sorry. We have our own IT chap. Lovely chap, in fact. Fat and sweaty, though. It's like a double act, doesn't it?
Das war gut gespielt von dem.
Have you seen this before?
No, sorry.
Were you at Atlas when Simon's laptop was stolen?
Oh, I believe I was, yes. It was taken from the storeroom in the hallway.
Was it ever recovered?
No, we didn't catch anyone. We're quite exposed out here. Somebody could just have wandered along the lanes, seen into the storeroom. It's not particularly secure. They could have been in and out within minutes. That's why we advise people to keep their valuables with them. You can't be too careful these days, Inspector.
Diese Arthritis-Geschichte interessiert mich. Er hält Schmerzmittel auf Arbeit und zu Hause bereit. Ich habe gedacht, es ist verboten, hier Drogen zu nehmen, oder zählt es nicht? Mal gucken, was da jetzt kommt. Ich glaube, da habe ich mich geirrt. Hier. Drogenverbot. Bewahrt keine Medikamente vor Ort auf. Das da. Ja.
So, you don't keep any medicines on site at Atlas?
No.
Except your prescription painkillers?
Well, these are not available to the students.
But they are kept on site?
Yes, but they're locked away. They're kept in the storeroom. Nobody would have access to them.
You're sure about that?
Absolutely sure.
And what are the painkillers, Ryan?
They're painkillers. Just painkillers. Normal painkillers.
Paracetamol, codeine, morphine.
Well, all right, they're morphine tablets, yes.
Oh, really?
Oh, come on, Inspector. I know what you're thinking, but there's no way Kate could have had access to them.
Because they're in the storeroom?
Well, not just that. She wouldn't have even known about them, or where they were.
Sure about that?
Yes.
Morphine
so it
tablets.
is morphine Ryan's taking. The pieces are starting to come together. Now I just have to work out how Kate got hold of it. If it was Ryan's morphine she got hold of course.
Ja. Wenn es Ryans Morphium war. Und der hat eben auch komisch geredet, Mann. Der hat doch gesagt, bewahrt das Morphium in einem sicheren Lager bei Atlas auf. Da wurde doch eingebrochen. Der Lagerraum ist nicht besonders sicher.
Aha. So the storeroom isn't particularly secure, yet you keep your morphine tablets in there. I thought you said no one could get access to the morphine, but they could, quite easily, couldn't they, Ryan?
I didn't mean that storeroom. I meant a different storeroom. I keep them in there.
Okay. So where was it locked up?
It's upstairs. It's got a combination lock on it. Nobody could have access to it except me and Dad. Nobody.
I might have a look at that if you don't mind.
Don't mind at all.
Okay, dann gehen wir hin.
Combination locked room, I see. Well, I might have a look around for that. See how secure and combination locked it really is.
Wenn der Code 1905 ist, dann kommen wir da rein.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Wie auf der Visitenkarte. Okay. Ja, jetzt kann ich hochgehen, geil. Ich kann nichts machen. Ah, so geht es mit dem Code. 05. Yeah, baby.
Welcome to the mirror room. This exercise is all about identifying the difference between the image one presents to the world and one's real self, which lies deep in our unconscious. As you move through the network of mirrors, practice seeing yourself as a stranger. The more you separate from your persona, the more aware you will become of your true desires and ambitions. Chant with us. I am free from my image. I am free from my past. I am free from myself.
I am free from my image. I am free from my past. I am free from myself. I am free from my image. I am free from my past. I am free from myself.
This exercise involves the use of liberation masks.
Oh.
You have now completed Module 1. Module 2 covers boundary testing, threshold testing, and extreme testing. Please read the notes carefully before attempting the module.
Aha. Befreiungsmaske. Der Spiegelraum. Ein Raum mit Kombinationsschloss bei Atlas enthält ein verwirrendes Spiegellabyrinth. Ich muss auch an den Film Enter the Dragon denken mit Bruce Lee. Der Spiegelraum. War das schon, oder was? Dass ich jetzt hier drin war? Und ich habe das jetzt als Beweis und dann befrage ich jeden, oder was? Ja, fragen wir mal direkt mal Ryan, was er dazu zu sagen hat, Mann. Atlas, erste Etage war das. Hey, Ryan.
Couple more questions, if that's okay?
Komm, red mit mir. Was soll ich damit?
Can you tell me what you know about the mirror room upstairs?
Oh, you found that then. Well, it's very similar to the costumes inspector. It's designed to help the students look at themselves differently.
And what do you do with the mirrors?
You look at yourself, Inspector. You look at yourself until you start seeing yourself as others do. And you don't see yourself as you do anymore. It really, the idea is that you can see yourself eventually any way you wish.
So why in a locked room?
To make sure you're not distracted, that's all.
How often is it used?
Not often, a few times a month. Some students find it useful, some don't.
Okay, von Studenten genutztes Spiegelzimmer. Der Raum ist abgeschlossen, um die Studenten nicht abzulenken. Das Spiegelzimmer wird ein paar Mal im Monat benutzt. Und wir sind in das Spiegelzimmer reingekommen. Mit Simons Visitenkarte. Auf der Rückseite stand der Code. Von Simon. Wir fragen Simon.
That's it for the time being, thank you.
Was hat denn der gute Simon hier zu sagen?
A few more questions, please. Do you know about the mirror room at Atlas?
Yeah.
What's it used for?
Well, it's mainly for the auto-hypnosis module. You go in and you stare into the mirror and you go into a trance. Then when you're ready, you come back out.
So you just go in whenever you want to?
Oh, no. There's certain times when you're allowed in, and only they know the combinations anyway, so you can't really get in.
But you don't know the combination?
No.
Was? Er hat doch die Visitenkarte gehabt. Das ist eine Lüge. Er kannte die Kombination für den Spiegelraum nicht. Und wir haben noch über diese Nummer da geredet. Schrieb seine PIN auf die Rückseite der Karte.
Aha. So you didn't know the combination to the locked mirror room?
No.
Except you'd written it down, hadn't you? This is the combination to the mirror room, Simon, that you wrote. It isn't a pin, it's a combination.
Yeah.
You see, this sort of thing makes me suspicious, Simon. What were you doing in there that you didn't want anyone, including me, to find out?
It's just part of the course, isn't it? I just wanted to go in there when I was ready.
On your own? You didn't give the number to anyone else?
No.
Simon,
there was morphine kept in that room that might have played a part in Kate Vine's death. Did Kate have the number?
Yes, okay. We both went in.
Together?
We were trying to outdo each other. We both tried to morphine.
What do you mean trying to outdo each other?
It's part of the course. To see how far you can push yourself. To see if you could do something you wouldn't normally do.
When was this?
A few months ago.
How often did you try it?
Only that once. I'd never do it again.
How about Kate?
I don't know. Sorry.
Passt, 23 Uhr.
So
Wasser.
that's how Kate got the morphine. But what exactly does this testing involve? Could this have been what killed Kate? 11 o'clock. Just an hour left to solve this thing.
Wie weit sind wir denn? 81%. Sind wir da gleich fertig hier? Okay. Ah, geil. Hier kann ich auch die Antwort nochmal sehen. Nice. Er und Kate nahmen Morphium im Spiegelzimmer. Die Sache ist mit dem Simon, der hat auch gesagt, er hat eigentlich gar nichts mit der zu tun, ne? Oh, die Musik ist voll schön im Hintergrund. Ja, okay, wir fragen einfach jetzt wieder jeden bezüglich den ganzen Angelegenheiten. Was geht ab? Hat James seine Lieferung bekommen? Soll ich den Chief anrufen? Warte mal ganz kurz. Ich habe eine Weile nicht mehr im Wald ermittelt. Ja, jetzt dadurch, dass ich das Video hier gesehen habe, reden wir erstmal mit James, was es hier auf sich hat. Da gehen wir wieder in den Wald, da sind wieder irgendwelche Leute am Spazieren. Ich kann dir gar nichts fragen. Dann gehen wir in den Wald. Vielleicht finden wir den Typen, der dem gerade die Sachen gegeben hat. Oder war das der Typ, der da irgendwie gesoffen hatte, dass er da rumgehockt hat? So, gehen wir mal in den Wald. Auf dem Bootssteg. Freitag nach 23 Uhr. Passiert was? Aha.
Just keep pushing. Just keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. You can push it all the way in, Tom, if you want to.
Ei, ei, ei.
Excellent, Tom.
Excuse me. Would someone care to tell me exactly what's going on here?
Don't come any closer.
That man needs a doctor.
No, he doesn't.
I don't need a doctor. I'm fine. Go away.
What is this?
A test.
Of what?
What does it look like? It's a threshold test. A pain threshold test. I thought, you were supposed to be good at working things out, Inspector Jenks.
And so this would be for Atlas, would it? Kyle?
Ja, ich weiß, wie du heißt.
Disappear now.
It's not a good idea to talk to a police inspector like that.
Do you want me to make you?
It's okay, Tom. Mr. Jenks won't be bothering us anymore.
Don't make any rash commitments.
Einfach mal einen Schlüssel.
Well, well. You really should take more care of your things, Ryan.
Is your keys, Kyle?
No.
Nein.
So that's threshold testing, is it? Sticking a skewer through your hand? I could just ask Ryan or Paul directly about this, but I think I'll bide my time. See what I can do with this key fob first.
Ja, gehen wir zum Auto. Interessant jetzt, ne? Kyle. Was machen die für komische Mutproben oder Schmerztests? Was machen die das überhaupt bei Atlas? Ryan kann doch selbst gar keinen Schmerz ertragen. Oder der macht diese Sachen, damit er diese Schmerzen ertragen kann. Weil er sich ja auch irgendwas durch die Hand bohrt. Und findet er was?
Bingo. Well, Ryan, what have you been up to? Be very interesting to see how he explains this one.
Ist es ein Check von Kate oder an Kate? 500 Pfund. Er wollte da die Tür leise zumachen, also das war schon alles auffällig. Allein schon dieses Piepen hört man doch. 500 Pfund Check für Kate. Ein Umschlag mit einem für Kate bestimmten Check über 500 Pfund gefunden in Ryans Auto. Vielleicht war das diese Erpressungsgeschichte da. Wegen der Affäre mit zwischen Ryan und Emma? Wo hat James die Kisten hingestellt? Ach so, da gehen wir mal. So habe ich es auch nicht bedacht. Wir müssen zu den Gewächshäusern gehen. Schauen wir jetzt mal hier nach. Okay, hier ist nichts. Dann gehen wir zum anderen Gewächshaus. Geh mal rein. Boah, die Schiebetür ist schon wackelig gewesen.
So James is interested in poppy pods, is he? I think he's got some explaining to do.
Mondschotten. Da kann man noch Opium-Morphium herstellen, oder nicht? Eine Kiste mit Mondschotten, gefunden in den Gewächshäusern der Farm. Geliefert von einem unbekannten Mann. Was hat James dazu zu sagen? Gehen wir direkt so zur Farm. Geht gar nicht. Ich bin schon da, deswegen muss ich dann so laufen. Ist ja ein kurzer Weg. Die Schuhe sind noch voll nach oben gebogen irgendwie, gell?
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Ich kann ihn nur bezüglich der Kiste befragen.
What can you tell me about several boxes of dried poppy pods in the greenhouse back there?
Feel free to take some if you want.
What are they for, James?
Decoration? Why?
Decoration.
There's a big market for them among the over 70s.
So what are you doing with them?
Selling them to grannies.
Okay, James, let's just cut to the chase. Are you extracting opium from them?
Me? I can honestly say I've never done anything like that, Inspector.
Sure about that?
Scout's honour.
And who was the guy delivering them?
A friend. Someone gave them to him. He asked me if I wanted them. I said I'd have a look and see if I liked them.
You just thought you'd have a look? No particular reason?
I'm a plant scientist, that's what I do.
Have you ever sold them to anyone else?
I only got them a few minutes ago.
In the past. You know Kate's body had opium in the blood when it was found?
No, I didn't. Hey, that's nothing to do with me.
Let's hope not.
James. Mondschotten verwendet zur Dekoration. Ja, klar. Verkauft die Schoten. Mondschotten, habe ich gesagt. Verkauft die Schoten an Pensionäre. Gewann nie Opium aus den Schoten. Heißt nicht, dass er es dann nicht auch machen will irgendwann. Die Schoten sind von einem Freund, der sie nicht haben wollte. Ich guck mal, ob ich alles schon durch habe bei dem. Inzwischen haben wir so viele Sachen hier. Na gut, du bist erstmal befreit, James.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Der nächste ist direkt Paul, würde ich mal sagen. Weil weniger die Schoten sind interessant gerade jetzt, momentan. Sondern eher der Spiegelraum. Aber die Schoten sind auch interessant, weil da kann man ja auch, hat er ja selbst gesagt, Opium raus extrahieren.
A few more questions, if you don't mind. Can you tell me about the room with the mirrors at Atlas? The one with the combination lock?
How did you get in there?
I was given the code for the combination.
By Ryan?
Well, nobody else is allowed to know the code, are they?
And not in theory.
So how is the room used on the course, then?
It's a meditation room where the students can reflect on themselves, literally.
And what about the CD?
That helps too. It's part of the program.
So you send the students into the room, they put the CD on, they stare into the mirrors. And how long does this last for?
Until the CD finishes or they fall asleep. What else would you like to know?
Was sagst du über den Check?
Now, why do you think Ryan might want to give Kate a check for £500?
I've really no idea. Where did you find it?
Just outside.
You better ask him.
You think Ryan was interested romantically in Kate?
I know he has a weakness for blondes, but I didn't think it had gone so far as his offering them cash.
Kate war doch gar nicht blond.
What do you know about poppy pods?
Poppy pods?
Ever come across anyone selling them, using them?
No.
Ja, okay, das war's.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Ne, wo haben sie den Check her? Draußen. Das sind ja, ich weiß gar nicht, ob das überhaupt zugelassene Beweise wären. Vor Gericht oder keine Ahnung wo. Weil bin in ein Auto eingebrochen. Auch wenn ich die Schlüssel gefunden habe. Ich darf da nicht trotzdem einfach reingehen. Ich muss den Schlüssel in einem Fundbüro abgeben. Ich habe den Check aus dem Auto, bin eingebrochen, habe da noch einen Check geklaut. Ja, manchmal muss man dreckig spielen, um diese dreckigen Typen zu überführen. Was sagt Rebecca? Point-and-Click-Adventure, FMV, einfach immer jeden alles fragen und da kommt man weiter.
Couple more questions, if that's okay. Do you know anything about a locked room at Atlas with mirrors in it?
Not off the top of my head, no. I think that's a question for Ryan.
Achso, was mir gerade einfällt. Es kommen gar keine Pop-Ups zu den Errungenschaften, zu den Erfolgen. Auf Steam. Keine Ahnung warum. Ich habe dann irgendwie die Einstellungen geändert, dass man das Steam-Overlay sieht bei dem Spiel, aber irgendwie kommen trotzdem keine Erfolge, keine Trophäen. Weil ich habe auf Steam gesehen, es gibt welche. Eigentlich ist es mir egal, muss ich ganz ehrlich sagen. Deswegen ist auch manchmal das Steam-Overlay ausgeschaltet. Weil ich den Spielfluss nicht gestört haben möchte. Aber das ist mir jetzt hier einfach aufgefallen, weil es meine zweite Session ist. Ich habe gestern 3 Stunden gespielt und jetzt spiele ich halt, bis ich fertig bin. Bis das Spiel durch ist, aber ich sehe die Trophäen nicht. Und auf Steam habe ich gesehen, dass ich voll viele Trophäen bekommen habe. Mehrere Trophäen bekommen habe. Aber okay, ist halt so. Außerdem habe ich gelesen, dass es sein kann, dass es vielleicht am Spiel selbst liegt. Vielleicht liegt es an dem Patch, das jetzt hier drin ist, wegen dem deutschsprachigen Patch. Aber ist okay. Was weiß sie über diese Mondschoten hier?
What do you know about poppy pods?
Go on.
Ever come across anyone trying to sell them or anything like that? Maybe even in here?
Not that I remember.
Sie hat interessant geantwortet. Inwiefern, hat die gesagt. Weiß nicht viel über Mondschoten, hat noch nie jemanden gesehen, der mit Mondschoten handelt. Ja, ich weiß nicht, ob das wahr ist.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Los, wir gehen zu Simon und Emma. Aber momentan interessiert mich eher Simon.
A few more questions, please. Thank you.
Odd question, but have you ever seen anyone handling dried poppy pods?
Poppy pods? As in, for opium? No. Though James did have opium tea once, I think.
Where did he get it from?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't ask. James does his own thing.
What does opium tea taste like?
Well, I don't know. I didn't try it.
Really?
I didn't want to risk it, did I? I went to hospital once. I had codeine and I went into anaphylactic shock. The doctor said it was an opium derivative, apparently, so.
Ist allergisch gegen Opiate. Der hat doch Morphium genommen zusammen mit Kate. Morphium ist doch das gleiche. Oder irre ich mich? Ich will mich jetzt nicht weit aus dem Fenster lehnen hier. Aber ich versuche das mal irgendwie hier als Widerspruch darzustellen. Meiner Meinung nach ist es dasselbe. Ja, ist es auch.
You and Kate took morphine in the mirror room. That's what you said, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you're allergic to opiates, Simon. Opium. You didn't take the morphine at all, did you?
Well, no, I didn't. Kate did, though.
I thought you were trying to outdo each other. That was the point, wasn't it?
We weren't trying to outdo each other as such.
Go on.
Ryan wanted me to test Kate. To see how far she would go to be prime candidate.
What candidate?
Prime candidate. It means the best person in the group, basically.
What do you mean, test her?
But you do it in pairs. One person's the tester, it's me, and the other person's the...
victim?
Well, it's not like that. It's completely consensual. It's just boundary testing. Ryan wanted me to test Kate.
Because they thought she was the best student?
Well, maybe. I don't know. I just did what I was told, okay?
Except you decided to give her morphine. To break the law.
Well, I can't change that now, can I? She didn't die of a morphine overdose, did she?
She died because she drowned. But she drowned for reasons that aren't clear.
Atlas seemed to have this all neatly worked out. If Simon's telling the truth, Atlas are lighting the fuse and then retiring to a safe distance, letting students test themselves and push themselves to their limits while avoiding all comeback. Is this what happened to Kate?
Es kann sein. Simon berichtete Jenks von den Spitzenkandidaten.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Jetzt fragen wir sie auch alles.
Do you know about the mirror room at Atlas?
Mirror room. No, I heard about it, but I think it was only for the students later on in the course. Something like that.
Strange question. Have you ever known of anyone selling dried poppy pods?
Poppy pods? don't think so. Isn't that opium?
Kind of. It's okay. Do you know what a prime candidate is at Atlas?
Yes, it's what every student wants to be. It's the best student. Apparently you get a great high-paid job afterwards. I don't think that really happens, though.
Did you know anyone in the running to be prime candidate?
What, like Simon? I don't think they picked Simon, to be honest. Well, he's got too many morals, and you can't have both at Atlas.
Weiß über Spitzenkandidaten Bescheid, dachte nicht, dass Simon Spitzenkandidat ist, glaubt, dass Moral und Atlas unvereinbar seien. Vielleicht hat deswegen Simon irgendwie eine komische Aktion gemacht mit Kate und sie auch getötet, vielleicht aus Versehen. Kann auch sein, dass es aus Versehen war, um dazu zu gehören. Moral und Atlas sind unvermeidbar.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Jetzt haben wir auch eine Info über diese Spitzenkandidaten. Was geht denn da ab, Mann? Wir fragen mal direkt wieder hier von Anfang an. Fangen wir bei James an. Vielleicht weiß er was über Spitzenkandidaten. Vielleicht hat er was gehört.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
Okay, das war's mit James.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Dann gehen wir zu Paul. Ja, ich muss alle fragen. Sagen es doch auch gerade. Alle fragen. Alle befragen. Gehen wir zum Brandon House.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind. What are prime candidates?
The best of the bunch. The peaches.
And so what does it mean to be a prime candidate?
Success. We have a special relationship with many major international companies. We provide them with our best students. And they get an instant job.
And what do you get out of it?
Well, it's a little kickback. It's just business, Inspector.
Spitzenkandidaten sind die besten Studenten und erhalten einen gut bezahlten Job. Und Atlas erhält eine Rückvergütung. Sollte doch eigentlich für das beste Interesse sein für Atlas, hier diese Spitzenkandidaten hier auszubilden.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Was sagt Rebecca dazu? Sie weiß doch bestimmt was. Bing.
Ask about a few more things, please.
Ich habe ja auch so ein Ding-Geräusch irgendwo gehabt. Ja, da ist er doch. Hat doch irgendwo so einen Sound gehabt. Wusste ich doch. So, was kann ich befragen? Kandidaten.
Do you know what a prime candidate is?
At Atlas, it's the best student.
And what does that mean?
It means they get a guaranteed job with a very good salary. Well, that's the idea anyway.
But?
Mostly they aren't up to it.
And what happens then?
They get sacked.
Sie werden entlassen. Spitzenkandidaten sind die besten Studenten. Sie behalten einen garantierten Job mit gutem Gehalt. Die meisten Studenten sind der Aufgabe jedoch nicht gewachsen. Und gescheiterte Spitzenkandidaten werden gefeuert. Aha.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Ja, ich glaube, ich muss jetzt zu Ryan, oder? Geh mal die Tür rechts, bevor wir zu Ryan gehen. Vielleicht ist da noch was. Okay, da ist nichts. Gehen wir zu Ryan. Was hat er uns zu erzählen?
Couple more questions, if that's okay?
Der Scheck.
Would you like to explain what this is, please, Ryan? £500 intended for Kate. It fell out of your car. At least I assume that's your car on the driveway at Brandon House.
I suppose so.
So why were you going to give Kate £500, Ryan?
It was just a little incentive, that's all. Just a little incentive.
Not very little, Ryan. £500.
She was a very good student. We heard that she was leaving. We wanted to give her something.
But you didn't.
Well, obviously not.
Are you sure there wasn't any other reason you might want to give her this? Personal reason?
No!
Well, I'd like to keep hold of this for a little while, if you don't mind.
Well, don't consider it a bribe, will you, Inspector?
Es war Geld gedacht als kleiner Anreiz für Kate, denn er hat gehört, dass Kate Atlas verlassen wollte. Er hat aber keine Hintergedanken bei der Übergabe des Geldes gehabt an Kate. Ich glaube, das war wegen der Erpressung.
Know anything about poppy pods? Come across anyone selling them or anything?
Poppy pods? Well, don't tell anyone, Inspector, but I hear that you can make opium out of those. Why do you ask?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, die Spitzenkandidaten. Jetzt bin ich gespannt.
Now, tell me what a prime candidate is.
You're learning a lot, aren't you, Inspector? Prime candidates are simply the best students. The ones with the most potential.
And what benefits do they get from that?
Well, they get the top job.
Which is?
Well, we have a deal with various multinationals. We train students to be exceptional, truly exceptional. And they get a wonderful top job. It seems a very simple deal.
And how do you decide who the prime candidate is? Do you test students?
No.
Did you ever, say, ask Simon to test Kate, for instance?
Oh, you've actually been speaking to Simon, haven't you? I really wouldn't trust anything that Simon Thompson says. You know, he spent the best part of 2 months trying to undermine Kate. No. Now, Simon Thompson, it really isn't my place to speculate, but if you're looking for motives, Inspector, he certainly had a few motives. More than I.
A motive to kill her, do you mean?
Now, that's very interesting, Inspector. Well, that's up to you to decide.
Die besten Studenten waren Spitzenkandidaten. Alle hatten einen sehr attraktiven Job. Das ist alles sehr... Das haben die anderen auch gesagt, also bestätigt. Die Studenten werden nicht getestet. Hat Simon nie gebeten, Kate zu testen. Simon hatte versucht, Kate zu hintergehen. Auf jeden Fall die Sache mit dem Geld ist 100% ist das hier eine Lüge. Geld gedacht als kleiner Anreiz für Kate. Jetzt müssen wir mal schauen, ob ich irgendwas finde. Die Studenten werden in keiner Weise gezwungen oder bestochen.
Aha. So, students aren't coerced or bribed in any way, except Kate.
I'm not sure what you mean.
You said you were going to give Kate the £500 as an incentive. That's coercion, isn't it?
I really don't think you could call it coercion, Inspector. It was an incentive, that's all, a little encouragement.
So, how often do you use incentives?
Okay, incentive is probably the wrong word. The money was just to see how Kate would respond. It was part of her assessment.
Assessment?
We have to assess students as they progress. We don't use conventional methods like sitting an exam or anything like that. People pay for this course per session. We have to know if they're committed or not.
So you're assessing their progress and testing their commitment?
Yes, we are. We have to. This is a business, not a charity.
So Ryan's claiming the money was part of Kate's assessment. And did this assessment also involve threshold testing, I wonder? Or was the money for something else?
This is a business. The business. Studenten werden nicht getestet. Das ist doch auch was. Die wurden doch getestet. Irgendwas hat er gesagt. Was hat er gesagt? Eignungstest. Die werden doch getestet. Aber jetzt sagt er, die werden nicht getestet. Gab Kate das Geld, um sie zu testen?
Aha. Well, which one is it, Ryan? Do you test students or not?
Well, some of them, yes.
Including Kate?
Yes.
Why was she being tested?
She was being tested because we wanted to see if she was good enough to become prime candidate, okay?
So Kate was in the running to be prime candidate?
Yes!
And did you ask Simon to test her?
Yes, I did. But I didn't ask him to do anything stupid. He knew it was against course rules.
How far did you ask him to push her?
I didn't ask him to push her. I asked him to test her. There's a huge difference!
Ei.
If Simon decided to give her too much caffeine or morphine or whatever, that's his responsibility. So if he did anything wrong, it was his own responsibility. He did it with his own mind and his own hand. We had nothing to do with it.
Oh, 12 Uhr. We have nothing to do with it.
Still no suspect, unless you count everyone I've interviewed. It's no surprise that Ryan wants to avoid any suggestion of being responsible for Kate's death, but I wonder if the man protests just a little too much.
Ja. Er wurde schon sehr, sehr laut. Ich wollte das mir angucken. Was hält Paul wohl von den Spitzenkandidaten? Habe ich den nicht dazu gefragt?
Few more questions, please.
Oder zumindest der Kandidatenstatus.
Was Kate a prime candidate?
Well, as Ryan has probably already told you, yes, she was.
Did you ask Simon to test her?
Yes, it's company policy. Leaders don't get involved.
And it covers your back, of course.
Nobody knows the students better than they do, Inspector. It's much better to let them just work it out among themselves.
It isn't very professional to force students to test each other to the point where one of them gets killed, Paul.
We don't force students to do anything that they don't want to do, Inspector.
So you don't force them into being tested?
No, we don't encourage anybody to hurt or offend anybody else here.
You don't use threshold testing, for instance?
No. If Simon Thompson went too far with Kate, that's his responsibility, not ours. He's the one you should be speaking to, if truth be told. I don't trust him myself.
Kate wurde als Spitzenkandidatin getestet. Die Führungskräfte mischen sich nicht in die Testungen der Studenten ein, verwenden keine Schwellentests. Studenten werden nicht ermutigt, sich gegenseitig zu verletzen. Der sagt, wir machen keine Schwellentests, aber der beklaut die Leute da, diese Taschendiebstähle oder was es war. Kann ich es verbinden? Ich kann es nicht anklicken mit dem Diebstahl. Test zur Aufdeckung psychologischer Probleme? Ich muss es mit dem Ding finden, mit dem Diebstahl da. Vielleicht das da? Das ist doch auch ein Test gewesen. Ja.
You say you don't endorse threshold testing, that's the phrase, isn't it?
Yes.
Except you do, Paul, because you told me that the students use that CD in the mirror room. I've listened to that CD, and it very clearly mentions threshold testing. You keep batting this away, Paul. We don't really use hypnosis. The students aren't really tested, but I am this close to launching a full-scale investigation.
Look, we get kickback from these students, and they have to be exceptional. Of course we have to test them. That doesn't mean we do anything illegal. What do you think we do? Bump off the ones we don't like?
Well, that depends on how far you push them, doesn't it?
Well, we certainly don't kill them. Nobody here wanted Kate dead.
I'm sure they didn't. But what do you expect, Paul, when you put students under that much pressure?
She was a very, very valuable student. She was worth a lot to the business.
Really? And how much would that be?
Well, if you really want to know, 50 grand.
She was worth 50 grand?
Yes.
What, you were selling her?
Of course we were selling her. You don't get this, do you? We make perfect employees. Month after month. That's all we do.
What do you mean, perfect employees?
What big business needs, Inspector, more than anything else, is none of this altruistic, goody-goody crap. What we look for is people with ambition, no ethics. Push, greed is good, all right? We don't deal with all this comfort stuff. The survival of the fittest. That's all there is. There's no higher purpose, no big plan. There's nothing at the end of the rainbow. Except what you have and you can enjoy in the here and now.
And what do you enjoy now, Paul?
You're gonna have to excuse me, Inspector. I'm a very busy man. I've got work to do.
I'll see myself out.
That's a fully Jim Carrey art. Oh.
Lovely man, your father.
Shut the gate on your way out.
Krass, dass es noch so hell ist, obwohl es 24 Uhr ist.
He's doing his level best to shut this place down. Get rid of him.
He's a policeman. We can't just...
You sort this, Ryan. You man up and you sort it. Tonight.
Willst du mir sagen, dass er mich hier nicht sieht? Wie ich ins Fenster reinschaue? Und die sagen, ich soll... Und der während da gerade sagt, dass die soll mich beseitigen? Kyle!
That doesn't sound good. Two totally morally bankrupt men are plotting to get rid of me. It's midnight. I don't have any backup and I don't even have a mobile phone. This is potentially quite bad. And what's Kyle got to do with it? I think I might make my way over to Atlas while Ryan isn't there. Maybe lock myself in.
Wieso hat er kein Handy? Das haben die gar nicht erklärt. Natürlich macht es dann die Story halt einfacher, ne? Dann wird alles schneller vorbei sein. Aber die hätten es auch logisch machen können. Die hätten auch sagen können, dass die Story in den 80ern spielt. Da gab es halt noch nicht so viele Handys. Aber ist in Ordnung. Hätte sogar gepasst. Wir haben hier eigentlich... Es hätte hier sogar gepasst, die Story in den 80ern anzusiedeln. Und dass er jetzt hier eine Telefonzelle benutzt. Aber okay, gehen wir in die Wälder. Wenn das sagt, wir sollen in die Wälder, dann gehen wir dahin. Ich fange mal dort an, um einfach zu gucken, ob was auf dem Weg passiert. Nee, falsch rum. Auf dem Bootsteg vielleicht was? Nee. Gehen wir auf die Lichtung. Hey, was machen die da?
Prove to me that you're man enough to do this, Colonel, and then you can deal with that ridiculous police inspector. What
is this? What the hell? Scotland Yard, not hell. Hello, Ryan.
Hello, Inspector. What are you doing here?
Inspecting. So, come on. Let's have it.
I don't think you'd understand, Inspector. The best thing that you can do is turn around, go away, and leave us to it.
Knife. What? That knife gives me a perfect right to stick my nose in, investigate, and interfere.
This is all part of the Atlas course. It's a physical endurance exercise.
Drop the knife. The knife, Kyle!
Kyle.
Drop it!
Er hört nur auf Ryan und nicht auf den Kopf.
Drop it.
Not looking 100% brilliant for you, Ryan.
Well, please, Inspector, you've poked your nose into Atlas's affairs enough times to know that imaginative flair is part of the course's success. Our lessons are reinforced by a unique emotional experience.
Terror?
It's an extremely evocative tool.
Well, it's a good job you're not in charge of the national curriculum.
Now look, Inspector, I know what you're trying to do. I know what you're thinking. But believe me, Atlas had nothing to do with the deaths of those people.
Eyewitness account of a satanic sacrifice in the woods. That's not what we call circumstantial evidence, Ryan.
Simon. Now, I saw Simon walking home with Kate last Friday after the meeting. Now, Simon had some strange idea that he was in the running to become prime candidate. Well, a knob of butter has more chance of becoming prime minister. Oh, wait.
So are you telling me that
Simon killed her? Well, it seems reasonable. It's likely, isn't it?
Any more likely than you, Ryan? Pig! I know. Police brutality.
Ohrfeige gegeben. Voll süß. Will Smith-Style.
You okay?
Die denkt sich, ist doch alles nur ein Ritual. Du hast uns nur gestört, hat die sich bestimmt gedacht. Ryans Anschuldigung. Ryan behauptete, dass er Simon letzten Freitagabend mit Kate nach Hause gehen sah. Ist Simon der Killer? Oder versucht Ryan nur seine Spuren zu verwischen? Und man darf nicht vergessen, was hat Emma mit dieser ganzen Sache zu tun? Was ist mit Rebecca? Wie weit sind wir? 96%, wir sind gleich fertig. Dann gehen wir mal zu Simon. Hallo Simon.
A couple more things, please.
Fragen wir ihn über Kates Kandidatenstatus. Gucken wir mal, wie der dann über die redet.
How do you think you'd have reacted if you'd found out that Kate had been chosen to be prime candidate?
Is that... was she?
I'm just asking how you think you'd react.
I don't know. I wouldn't react in any way, really. I'm not bothered. I don't think she was, though.
What makes you think that?
Well, it's just an impression I got. You know, she's a bit flaky, to be honest. She's just not really prime candidate material.
Okay. Hätte nicht gedacht, dass Kate Spitzenkandidatin wird. Und jetzt zur Anschuldigung.
What would you say if I said it's been suggested that you were seen walking home with Kate after Atlas last Friday?
What? By who?
The same person who suggested that you wanted Kate out of the picture because you found out she was in the running to be prime candidate.
What? Who said that?
Just a question.
I didn't think I was in the running. It was Ryan, wasn't it?
I am in no position to say.
It was Ryan.
Simon, calm down.
No, I can prove it. Kate's driving license, give it to me.
Why?
Kate's driving license, please.
Wegen dem Tape. Wegen dem Tape.
See that pattern on the tape there? Let me show you something. See this pattern? Now look at that. It's the same pattern. This has come from the same roll of tape as this.
So?
So there's only one person that's taped like that. Ryan. He gave me this piece of tape when I was in his office once. Why has Kate's driving license got a piece of Ryan's tape on it?
I have no idea, Simon.
Where did you find it?
Oh, by the lake.
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? Ryan was testing her. He was doing a boundary test to see how much she would do, how far she would go to be a prime candidate. But it all went wrong. Okay. It's one of the things we do at the course, right? You give something that's important to you to someone else. Then they go and hide it somewhere. It's to teach you to not be bothered when you lose something that's important to you, all right? Kate gives her driving license to Ryan. Ryan goes and hides it somewhere down the lake. Kate finds out, she goes down looking for it, probably drunk, and she falls in.
I'm afraid I find that a bit far-fetched, Simon.
It makes perfect sense if you know anything at all about how Atlas works.
But Simon, if you got the tape from Ryan, Kate could have got it from him.
He told me he doesn't lend it out.
He lent it to you.
But I didn't kill her! Do a lab test on the card. His DNA will be all over it.
And what if yours is all over it?
It won't be. I didn't kill her. I'm sorry. Just give me a minute. I need some painkillers.
Vielleicht schaut er jetzt ab. Der ist abgehauen. Mit dem Fahrrad oder mit dem Auto?
Why did he go in such a hurry? Is he trying to act as suspiciously as possible?
Wo fährt denn der hin? Vielleicht fährt er zu Atlas, um Ryan zu konfrontieren, warum der sowas sagt. Abgeschlossen.
Damn. I suppose it was too much to hope that Ryan had left the place open.
Also ich wurde ja von selbst hierher geschickt in die Map. Am Edenton Gemeindehaus. Edenton.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Wo ist denn der hin? Der ist abgehauen einfach.
Did
Do you know Kate Vine was a prime candidate?
No.
Nein. Und das Klebeband kennt ihr doch bestimmt.
Have you seen patterned tape like this anywhere before?
Oh, Ryan's got some. I know, because I borrowed it.
When was that?
A couple of months ago?
Have you still got it?
I don't think so. I haven't seen it since then.
Die lügt! Wegen dem Klebeband. Die hat vor ein paar Monaten das letzte Mal gesehen. Die hat doch gerade letztens das Fenster zugeklebt. Und da ist doch dieses Tape dran gewesen. Ich war doch da voll dran gewesen. Warte mal. Es wurde mit Klebeband überklebt.
Aha.
Aha.
You last saw that sticky tape 2 months ago. Is that correct?
Yes.
So how come you used it last week to tape over the broken window outside? That's the same tape.
Well, I must have been mistaken.
You see, the reason I'm asking is that it's exactly the same tape that was found attached to Kate's driving license, found at the scene. The tape that only Ryan has. Ryan, and of course, you.
So what are you saying?
Who's got the tape now? Do you know where it is?
No. No, I don't know where it is. Why are you asking me about this tape?
You seem nervous, Rebecca. Is there a problem?
Well, you're practically accusing me of having something to do with that woman's murder, aren't you?
I wasn't accusing you of anything, Rebecca. Unless there's something you'd like to tell me.
No, I wouldn't like to tell you anything.
Okay, well, that's fine. Obviously, we'll be swabbing everyone in the area for DNA, so if anything comes up on Kate's license, DNA traces.
What will come up? Nothing will come up. Right, I've had enough. I've got to get back.
Rebecca! Would you like to explain to me exactly what is going on?
Which bit? The fact that some leggy bitch was trying to steal my husband?
Oh.
I think you had better tell me what you know, Rebecca.
Okay. You want to know what I know? Kate Vine seduced my husband and was going to blackmail him. Not only did she sleep with him, that whore did it just for his money, our money.
How did you work that out?
I heard her. I knew it was her arguing with Emma Bowman. Emma was trying to talk her out of it.
And how did she come to be at the lake?
She dropped that driving license thing when she came in. She was drunk. She dropped her bag. I took it out to the woods and stuck it over the lake. And then I waited for her. When she came out, I told her where it was, said someone had just run off into the woods with it.
You led her to the lake.
She was reaching out over the lake to get it.
Gänsehaut.
I didn't do anything. She just fell in.
But you let her drown.
It was dark. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't help her.
Really? Did you try, Rebecca?
Well, it was too late. She was just flapping about in the water. It was pathetic. She was making these gurgling sounds.
And what did you do?
I got a big stick. I just pushed her down with it until she stopped.
Was?
Well, she was dead anyway. What did it matter?
You killed her, Rebecca.
She slept with my husband.
She didn't, Rebecca.
What do you mean?
Es war Emma.
You got the wrong girl.
Who? Emma.
Oh ja.
It was Emma.
Gänsehaut am ganzen Körper.
Rebecca Rand, I am arresting you for the murder of Kate Vine. You do not have to say anything, but anything you do say may be taken down and will be used in evidence against you. Do you understand?
Yes.
Krass.
So, it appears that Kate Vine's death was a tragic case of mistaken identity. But there are some loose threads here. What was Ryan doing with Kyle and that girl in the woods? What if I hadn't interrupted? And what really happened to Liam last year? It seems I've only scratched the surface of Atlas and the Rand business empire. Trying to find out about Paul Rand's past is like peering into dense fog. He gives nothing away and covers his tracks with military efficiency. However, What is known is that Paul Rand has a lot of connections in high places, politicians, celebrities, business leaders. Perhaps James Wilson's ideas weren't too wide of the mark after all. I get the feeling there's still a lot more to learn about the Rand business empire.
You're gonna have to excuse us. Atlas is closed for the moment, but we'll be open again very soon. Thank you for your interest.
Guter Schauspieler, Mann. Richtig guter Schauspieler. Krass. Das war Contradiction. Geschrieben und in Regie von Tim Follin. Rupert Booth war Inspektor Jenks. Paul Darrow, Paul Rand. Der Jenks hat echt gut gespielt. So einen leichten Touch von Jim Carrey teilweise, irgendwie von den Gesichtszügen her. Yvonne West. Kate Vine. War ein geiles Spiel, hat Spaß gemacht. Ich liebe solche Spiele. Ich liebe einfach solche Spiele. Murder Mystery, Detektivspiele. Es gibt zu wenige von diesen Dingern. Und man kann auch nicht immer Sherlock Holmes spielen. Hab ich auch nicht immer Bock drauf. Ich habe ja auch Chapter 1 jetzt gespielt. Hab jetzt abgebrochen das Spiel, hab keinen Bock mehr drauf gehabt. Aber hier, das hier, 6-7 Stunden Spielzeit, schön auf den Punkt gebracht, die Leute befragt und dann konnte man diese ganzen Contradictions, die ganzen Widersprüche dann noch hier einleiten. Das war gefördert durch Kickstarter. 2015 Contradiction, geiles Spiel. Ich sage einfach mal, vielen Dank fürs Zusehen. Vielen Dank fürs Zusehen. Falls dir das Spiel gefallen hat, falls dir das Video gefallen hat, gib mir einen Daumen nach oben, abonniere den Kanal und beim nächsten Video geht's weiter. Beim nächsten Let's Play geht's weiter. Und hoffentlich irgendwann mit Contradiction 2. Macht's gut. Ciao. Paul Darrow gewidmet. Krass. Paul Darrow, der da hier Paul Rand gespielt hat, ist gestorben. Ruhe in Frieden.